The moment he set foot in this world, a chase game began. Before him were 243 hiders and 12 hunters. Now, the hiders have 10 minutes to hide. They can hide in the available buildings here. The official time starts now. Everyone, quickly find a hiding spot. In this game, participants will hide as everyday objects. For example, this book. Upon hearing the announcement, it hurriedly jumped from the floor onto the bookshelf, hoping to find a higher position to hide. Just as it landed on a shelf, it heard the book next to it protest in dissatisfaction. I found this spot first. Then it loudly shooed away. Don't hide next to me. Over here, a light bulb was slowly peeking out. The moment it stepped on the poster, the system's announcement rang out. The hunters had appeared. The trash can player saw a hunter walk by, its face gradually turning pale with fear. The hunter looked extremely relaxed, taking a deep drag from a cigarette and slowly exhaling. Everyone was in position, preparing for a spectacular hunt. The match countdown is 5 minutes. The audience watching from outside screens was also full of anticipation, because this was both a brutal arena and a battlefield full of opportunities. From the poor to the rich, everyone loved this sport. This is the simplest game, called hide and seek. The hunter, weapon in hand, entered the room full of bookshelves, his tone chilling to the bone. "My little treasure, where are you hiding?" The book hiding nearby broke out in a cold sweat upon facing him. "Come out obediently now." The moment was suffocatingly tense. "Not here, huh?" When it no longer heard any sound, it carefully turned its head to peek, wanting to confirm if he had left. But as soon as it turned, his bizarre, clown-like face was pressed against it, flashing a grotesque smile. "So you're here." Just like that, the first hider was eliminated. The strongest player was eliminated. The strongest player has been eliminated. Immediately after, other unlucky hiders were also discovered one by one. Please spare me. But that word simply didn't exist in the hunter's dictionary. Xiao Mu Ba eliminated. Player Xiao Mu Ba has been eliminated. Next, it was the trash can player's turn to be discovered. And despite crying and begging don't, it could hardly escape the same fate as the others. Shy Beauty eliminated. Tao Zi Shishi eliminated. Bacon Smile eliminated. Player Jia Yu Method eliminated. Player Shy Beauty has been eliminated. Now, the number of remaining hiders is 207. An empty can was discovered, its face pale, crying and begging him, "Please spare me." Faced with its plea, he just gave a triumphant smile. One of the game's survival rules is, if you die in the hide-and-seek space, the bullet is fired just like that. You will completely disappear. They can officially left this place. Under the shade of a lush green tree, the person lying alone was Sumu. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he had fallen into a coma. It wasn't until he slowly opened his eyes that the scene before him left him stunned. Sumu hurriedly sat up, looking around in a daze. He remembered being at a crime scene just a moment ago. So how did he suddenly appear here? Just as he was confused, a giant screen materialized out of thin air, displaying his name on it, Challenger Sumu. It turned out he had stumbled into this place. Welcome to the hide and seek space. He was still quite hazy about the definition of this place, the hide-and-seek space. An explanation came a moment later. This is your exclusive starting lobby. You will arrive here each time you complete a challenge or log in the space. This situation is a first. What the hell? The system also specified that in this world, every child who reaches the age of 18 will enter the hide-and-seek space and begin a battle for survival. Here, you can obtain anything you can imagine. Special abilities, gold and silver, technology, even an immortal body, as long as you win the match. These things can easily become yours. Hearing this, Sumu had a question. So what happens if a player is eliminated? The answer was, every person has one death-free chance after entering the hide and seek space. After the second death, you can choose to leave the space to fend for yourself. He was originally a little worried, but now he felt this game was practically made for him. It's a pity I'm a detective. Participating in this kind of game is just child's play. With that said, Sumu gently placed a hand on his stomach. However, the only thing he felt was off was that this body was a bit weak. It didn't even have an 8-pack. As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced again, your first challenge will begin in 10 minutes. You can now choose your appearance. If you're satisfied with your current look, you can also choose not to change it. Of course, he wanted to change. Thinking that people in this world get backstabbed sooner or later, it was better to conceal himself for safety. So, Sumu carefully adjusted the parameters. Height, a little taller. Stronger arms, a more muscular build, bigger eyes, thicker eyebrows, a slightly cavia, but a higher nose bridge. Only when he felt it was flawlessly perfect did he press submit. The system immediately received his request. Submission successful. Character is being transformed. His body began to change to adapt to his recent choice. The system made an additional announcement. 5 minutes remaining until the challenge begins. Please enter your nickname. Sumu's nickname was extremely simple, just a single letter. His personal information interface also appeared right after. Nickname valid. Congratulations on your successful registration. Personal panel unlocked. Nickname M. Level F. Physique 7. Spirit 20. Ability 6. Agility 6. Distributable points 0. No skills, no special props. The basic preparation process is complete. The rules can only be announced after the match begins. The 10 participants please wait patiently. He easily understood the system's meaning. Can't know the rules in advance. Have to wait until it starts to improvise, right? Sumu didn't have to wait too long. The game is about to begin. Participants please prepare. He appeared extremely confident about this participation. Oh well, I'm a detective after all. If my equipment is lacking, I'll make up for it with my skills. The screen began to count down 3. He tensed up, waiting for the final seconds. 2. When he heard the system count to 1, Sumu officially joined the game. As soon as he entered, he accidentally dozed off. In his dream, he clearly saw his job in the outside world again. Sumu, you're here. After an examination, the medical examiner reported to him. The cause of death is identical to the last one. It's probably the same culprit. Hearing this, his brows furrowed involuntarily. The same person, who could it be? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Sumu jolted awake. He looked around, feeling like he had dozed off again. Why are so many people here? Before he could understand what had happened, he saw the girl in front of him crying and shouting. No, I don't want to play this game. The boy next to her gently comforted her. But luckily we weren't hurt. We passed the round smoothly. The scruffy bearded man next to him said the exact same thing. But luckily we weren't hurt. We passed the round smoothly. Suddenly, a large screen appeared before them. Welcome everyone to the hide and seek space. Welcome everyone. Seeing the announcement, everyone present couldn't help but feel tense. It's starting, it's about to start again. Meanwhile, Sumu still didn't understand what this place was. The system continued its introduction. Next, all new players will enter the next room. The content of this round is a versus match, old players against new players. This gameplay was quite surprising. A versus match. Some people were already too familiar with it, their faces expressionless. He himself remained silent from beginning to end, not saying a word. The details of this round are as follows. In this round, you are the prey. You can transform into any item and enter the challenge area to hide for 2 hours. The game is divided into 2 parts. You can change your form after 1 hour. Once a prey is attacked by a hunter, they will be eliminated immediately. Additionally, members of the same side cannot attack each other, or they will also be eliminated immediately. The most important part has arrived. The final winner will receive a generous special reward. Hearing about the reward, everyone became extremely excited. A special reward? Wow, a special reward. That's enough talk for now. You now have 10 minutes to choose your transformation item by spinning a wheel. After choosing, you will enter the space to start the match. Sumu looked at the screen that belonged only to him, lost in thought. Looking closely, he realized something was wrong. Didn't it say to choose an item? His expression turned ugly the next second, wanting to ask the system, "So where's my wheel?" A moment later, he realized he had misunderstood the information. So that's how it is, a newbie indeed, no experience at all. Sumu was so focused that he didn't notice someone had been standing behind him for some time. He was still muttering to himself in front, searching for the color yellow. It wasn't until Xiaoyu came closer and gently tapped his shoulder that he turned around with a start. Classmate. She asked him friendly, "Need any help?" Sumu scratched his head in embarrassment. No need. Thank you, I'm done. That's good then. If you're done, I'll be on my way. Seeing how new you looked just now, she kindly gave you a few reminders, considering it a good deed. But once you're in the game, you must be especially careful. Hearing her say that, Sumu guessed she must be an old player. He guessed right, that's right. Xiaoyu said while gently tapping the tip of his nose. I'm an experienced one. Let me tell you, this isn't your ordinary game of hide and seek. You have to remember, sticking to the old ways will get you eliminated. Perhaps Sumu didn't understand what she was saying at this moment, but he would find out soon enough through experience. In any case, the selection time is over. Players are about to enter the game area. Everyone please prepare. The two of them looked up at the big screen and whispered a sentence. It's starting. It was also time for Xiaoyu to leave. Well, good luck to you. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly called out to her, "Wait a minute." But it was probably too late, as the game was in the process of transitioning. He still wanted to say something to her, but his body was gradually being transported to the game space. It was really too late. At this moment, her companion came over to start a conversation. "You've never taken the initiative to talk to others before. Why are you so unusual today?" Xiaoyu smiled charmingly and whispered, "It's a secret." At this time, an announcement was made in the game. The map for this round is a combination of areas within the city. If a player's position goes beyond the green area on the map, they will be eliminated immediately. At the same time, the system will give everyone 10 minutes to hide. You must quickly find a hiding spot. Some people had already found their positions, appearing extremely confident. I even want to hold a moment of silence for those hunters. They're all gathered in one place, talking and laughing carelessly. That's right, we're hiding very logically. How many people can they possibly find in 2 hours? Everyone also reminded each other, as long as we don't move, the probability of passing the round will be very high. Right. While everyone was happily chatting and laughing, a rough voice was suddenly heard reminding them, "Hey, you guys, don't move around randomly." It turned out they were standing right next to Sumu. He stood alone in the open and said, "Standing next to me like this is too obvious." While he was yelling, he suddenly felt something climbing on him. "Well, you got a clear look?" He couldn't help but be a little startled. What on earth is this?" The small flyer calmly explained that it's only logical for a flyer to be posted on a utility pole. She was still rejoicing that she was finally saved this time, only to be met with his frowning shout, "Logical, my ass." It turned out the spot she had pasted herself on was a bit sensitive for him. "Hey bro, do you think this spot of mine is a place for posting flyers?" Being called that, the flyer girl blushed and corrected him. "I'm a girl." So is a girl. Although it was a bit troublesome, he eventually agreed to let her stay on him. "All right, then move up a bit. I'm not comfortable with you pasted here." The flyer girl heard this and happily complied. Okay. She used all her strength to move upwards, which made him feel very satisfied. Right, that's the spot. Stay still and don't move. Suddenly, the system interface appeared, asking him, "Is this the position you want to fix?" After fixing, you will possess God's perspective, allowing you to easily observe any place on the map. Being asked this, he couldn't help but be curious. But when he saw the words God's perspective, he chose to activate it without hesitation. After confirming, his body was immediately transformed by the system. Congratulations to the player for obtaining God's perspective. It turned out that the meaning of God's perspective was that his current height would be raised, even higher than all the buildings here. Looking down from above, it was truly astonishing. So this is the full view of the game. Another interface appeared behind him, providing information about the frenzy mark ability. When used, increases strength by 30%. Movement speed increases by 50%, lasts for 15 seconds. Other hidden skills need to be discovered by the player. Knowing this information, a satisfied smile gradually formed on his lips. Now that I have an attack attribute, it will be easier to deal with things next. At this moment, he heard the flyer girl ask, are we still staying like this?" She was just worried, "Aren't we going to hide somewhere else?" He replied very confidently, "The most dangerous place is the safest place." This made the flyer girl even more confused. Just then, the system also announced that the 10 minutes of hiding time was over. The hunters were appearing. The game officially begins. She wasn't even mentally prepared. So fast. The first footsteps rang out, and a group of people carrying all sorts of weapons appeared right after. The hunters had entered the arena. He opened the small bag at his waist and took out a stack of cards. The purpose was for the werewolf player to use 10 upgrade cards for the hide-and-seek confrontation, 10 critical hit welfare cards. The difficulty of the match is being adjusted. Along with his use of the cards, the challenge follows the rule of upgrading old players. Rewards are multiplied by 10. The abilities of old players are being enhanced. Upgrade card, hiding card, critical hit welfare card. Werewolf player activated. The hiding mission will now be broadcast live globally. After hearing this, Sumu immediately wanted to ask the flyer girl, "Do you still want to change spots?" She, of course, had to cling to him tightly. Not changing. It's a chance encounter. It's better to have an ally than none at all." Since she said so, he also happily suggested, "Let's get through this round together." Okay. The system also clearly stated the first live broadcast of the hide-and-seek space. The person with the most outstanding performance at the end will receive a huge mysterious reward, which made him even more excited. A mysterious reward sounds quite interesting. The hider's voice channel was extremely lively at this moment. We rookies ran into veteran masters in the very first round, and the whole match has to be broadcast live globally. What kind of joke is this? Everyone, don't panic. The game is definitely fair. The world isn't wrong. The hunters are all enhanced with restrictions. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as we think. It's the same recently. Maybe in the end, it's us hiders who will get the reward. Besides, even if we don't get it, just passing one round will be enough to make us go crazy with joy when we get back. Now, there are only 5 seconds left until the game starts. The countdown clock sounded again. 3. The hiders have also settled into their positions. 2. Some are hiding on the roadside. Some are hiding on balconies. A group of hunters was also already eager, itching for a fight. Now the game begins. The werewolf turned his head slightly to look behind him and said, "Prepare to face that python." We've already made it clear. Your werewolf team gives up. We've also used our props. Then we get to choose the area first, right? The python happily followed the agreement. Of course, you have the right to choose the optimal plan within 10 minutes. Her finger rested lightly on the arrow, and the next second she pulled it back forcefully, shooting it straight towards the targeted position. The arrow instantly struck the air conditioner right next to the flower pot, startling it. And that air conditioner was actually a hider. Player Best Bush Camper has been eliminated. Just like that, he left full of resentment. How did this happen? The number of remaining hiders is 242. The flower pot right next to it couldn't help but worry about its own fate. What the hell? How did my buddy the air conditioner get wiped out? The hiders on the opposite side also broke out in a sweat at the scene. It was clearly a seamless hiding spot. You couldn't see anything unusual at all. The chat room exploded once again. Oh my god, how on earth did they find him? Did they use some kind of hint prop recently? Throughout the process, Su-mu was very focused on observing their conversation. The flyer girl read these messages and became a little nervous, hurriedly asking, "Hey bro, are you confident you can evade their hunt?" He just smiled mysteriously and asked back, "What do you think, flyer girl?" The flyer girl was at a loss for words. After that, he entered the chat room, reminding the other hiders to pay attention to the dust marks under their feet, using his nickname M to guide everyone. This person is very careful. I can't believe they can judge your positions based on the traces on the ground. This sentence from Su-mu made everyone hurriedly look down to check, and it was indeed the case. At this time, in a live broadcast space outside the area, the crowd had begun to pay attention to Su-mu's gameplay. That player with the nickname M, is this his first time participating? He must have had professional training, right? Everyone didn't forget to praise him. This newbie's observation skills are really good. He discovered the hunter's loophole so quickly. Jiao Jiao was also excited to discover talent. Wow, this player is really amazing. He spotted the detail in such a short time. I'm really curious where this guy is hiding. Greedy Wolf and his companions were now stopped in front of a room. Looking around, he said, "There are many marks on the door. There must be quite a few people hiding in this room." With that, he directly kicked the door open and rushed in, shouting excitedly, "Brothers, let's catch some mice." Immediately after, a series of wild laughs rang out. The group of hunters quickly locked onto their targets, and a series of player elimination announcements continuously appeared. Player Little Plank has been eliminated. Player Invincible Universe has been eliminated. Player Shy Beauty has been eliminated. The number of remaining hiders is now 205. On the balcony, two hiders saw so many people being eliminated and hurriedly sent a message for help. "Big bros and sisters, please save me. I'm Little Tape." She cried her eyes out while typing. "They're about to find us." But the others were also powerless to help. As a player, each person only has one skill. How can I save you? If I help you share the firepower, wouldn't I be walking right into a trap? Seeing these replies, Little Tape thought she was a goner for sure, and was so angry she cursed directly, "Damn it, you bunch of people." Su-mu was also observing the game's progress and said in a deep voice, "The best reward of this round, I have to fight for it no matter what. Anyway, my feet are on the main road and my face is to the sky. Since I'm idle anyway, I might as well do a good deed and cause some trouble for the hunters." So he immediately sent a sentence in the chat room, "I have a way to help you." Little Tape replied anxiously, "Can you really save me?" Su-mu confidently sent a message, "That's right, and I can also guarantee your absolute safety." Little Tape and Cardboard Box quickly realized this player with the nickname M. Isn't he the one who just reminded us to pay attention to the dust under our feet? Yes, that's him. If he says he can save us, he definitely can. So the hiders left messages one after another in the chat room asking him for help. "Big bro, save me. It's so scary. Save me, big bro. I'm Wardrobe. If you succeed, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. I beg you, big bro, please help. They're about to reach my room. Save me. I'm about to be done for." Su-mu on his end was also doing his best to help them. Have you all noticed that there's an option in front of the fixed item? His question left everyone very confused. Fixed item option. What does this have to do with escaping the hunters? "Big bro, can you be more specific? We're a bit confused. What's the problem with this button?" First, he told them to do something. Cardboard Box, you try to unfix the item, then control Wardrobe to jump on the spot. The other hiders were also listening intently to his instructions. Finally, try to fix the item immediately in midair. Cardboard Box mustered up his courage and replied, "I'll give it a try. I have nothing to lose anyway. Just jump straight up, right? After jumping, I'll unfix the item. The result astonished him. He couldn't believe it actually worked. Not only did he not fall, but he could even float in midair. Sumu then explained further. I don't know if you've noticed. That's because even though the hunters are holding heavy weapons, they have never actually used them. The hunting team, led by Greedy Wolf, was walking up the stairs step by step, gradually approaching their room. They clearly have superpowers but insist on taking the stairs. This is the anomaly Sumu wanted to point out. So that could be said, they're actually under a lot of restrictions. As long as everyone's item movement speed is fast enough, you might actually be faster than them, but this method can only be used in emergencies. Under Sumu's guidance, most of the hiders could now float in midair. So what should we do next, boss? Sumu also replied cheerfully, isn't there a balcony next to you all? What they needed to do was jump down, then float in the space between the rooms. Sumu even paid attention to the detail about the lighting. What a person with a meticulous mind. It's dark now, and the moon is also covered. On a pitch-black night like this, who could possibly see you? Hearing this, Little Tape replied excitedly, thanks for the reminder, boss. I'll do as you say right away. She then commanded the others. Everyone, the boss has spoken. We just need to float outside the building. Just like that, in just a few short minutes, all the items were floating outside the building according to Sumu's instructions. Everyone was incredibly grateful to him. Big boss, please accept my bow of respect. I just used a God's eye view from the first floor up, and I really couldn't see anything. And this scene was still being broadcast live. All the viewers watching were also amazed by their maneuver. No way. All the items are floating in midair. Could this be a bug? This is possible too? Could this be the game's original design? All sorts of speculations appeared one after another. If that's really the case, then just how formidable is this person named EMO? He found a hidden mechanic in just 10 minutes. The promo girl, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up and asked, Hey Dadao, should we go find Big Boss EMO? She had no idea that the person she just mentioned was right in front of her. It turned out she felt, I think that person is really formidable. As long as we follow him, the two of us will definitely win. After hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but tease. But this body of mine is too big. Just one move, and I'll surely be discovered by the pursuer. But if it's just you moving stealthily, there probably won't be any problem. However, the promo girl replied decisively, then I won't go either. This answer surprised him greatly. She was a delicate girl, but valued loyalty and righteousness immensely. If we've already formed an alliance, I will absolutely not abandon you to escape alone. We share blessings and endure hardships together. Sumu was very pleased with her character and would absolutely not betray this trust. Share blessings and endure hardships together. The door to the room was finally kicked open. The pursuers stepped in with a puzzled expression because they couldn't find any hiders at all. Where are the people? I clearly heard a noise inside. Greedy Wolf walked in, shouting loudly, Little friends, stop hiding. In reality, they were currently floating outside the building. And in the room, the group of pursuers was still searching desperately. Come out nicely now. The moment he stepped in and shouted, Where are the people? They were floating right above his head. Because of their position, he couldn't detect them at all. Damn it, what did these items hide? The audience watching this scene couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why doesn't this idiot look up? I've already recorded this spectacular scene, preparing to post it on YouTube. When this guy gets back to the real world and sees this video, his face will surely twist. There's so many tables and chairs above his head, and he doesn't see them. What on earth is he doing? Everyone felt that this round was truly too interesting. He took back his earlier words. These hiders really have some skills. Speaking of which, how did that table get up there? Can someone explain? The wine glass swirled gently with the inertia of his wrist. The screen was still live streaming the pursuer's hunt. Xiao Yu sat on the chair with a relaxed demeanor, enjoying the wine while savoring these unpredictable moments. Searching for a long time without finding anything made the group of pursuers furious. Where the hell did these damn little devils hide? Come out. Having heavy weapons in hand was useless. Where the hell did these damn little devils hide? This weapon's firepower has never been so useless. He turned to ask Greedy Wolf, Big Boss, give us your thoughts. We can't just keep looking for the unlucky ones who turned into large items or those who don't know how to hide, right? He himself was also anxiously thinking of a way to salvage the situation. That's right, Big Boss. Among those 6 girls, one knows how to use a bow and arrow. If we wait for them to eliminate all the items hiding in the wheat field, our achievement points will be overturned. According to his speculation, there must be an expert guiding these hiders. Otherwise, they absolutely couldn't have hidden from us for so long. The situation was urgent. He made a crucial decision. Pursuer Greedy Wolf used a prop card. As soon as the prop card was used, the pursuer's abilities were unlocked by 40%. The hiders understood at a glance. This was a huge disadvantage for them. But Sumu felt that this, on the contrary, made the game more interesting. Using another skill card so soon. Over at the wheat field, Python had also eliminated quite a few hiders. The current result is Player Fireworks Make Me Happy has been eliminated. Player Little Rabbit has also been eliminated. A total of 45 people have been eliminated. The current number of remaining hiders is 150. The continuous explosions terrified the hiders, who desperately begged for their lives. Don't. The promo girl on this side witnessed the whole scene and couldn't help but worry. We're done for, we're done for. Their abilities have been unlocked by 40%. This is very disadvantageous for us. In the chat box, everyone was frantically looking for Big Boss Sumu. The pursuers are on the move again. What should we do? I've turned into a train, and an 8-carriage one at that. Can I still float in the air like this, Big Boss? Me too. I've turned into one floor of a 3-story building. What should I do, Big Boss? I've turned into a helicopter with no fuel. The promo girl didn't miss a single message and couldn't help but feel sorry reading them. How can they be so unlucky turning into such large props? The Dow, what do you think the Big Boss will do next? Sumu felt there was no other way at this point, so he replied, the Big Boss can't do anything either. With such large props, even gods would find it hard to save you. Just then, 2 more messages appeared on the screen. Hey friend, where's the helicopter? I'm the fuel. It seems we can fly together. What? You should hurry to the main road. The pursuers are about to reach the assembly point. We need to be careful. At this moment, an idea suddenly struck Sumu. Helicopter fly. Coming. He quickly messaged in the group, trains and cars. If you want to live, find the helicopter, let the helicopter carry you away. This message of his left her very confused. Is that even possible? The helicopter person also didn't understand his meaning and quickly asked, Big Boss, I'm a helicopter, not an aircraft carrier. I can fly, but how can I carry a train and a car? He told them not to panic, to hear him out. Have you guys ever heard of the move of stepping on your left foot with your right to soar into the sky? Everyone was still a bit fuzzy on the concept. What's that? He said, let me teach you. Wait for the train and the building to stabilize in midair with a double jump. You will fly underneath them. Lock yourself. The building and the train will unlock themselves, falling straight onto you. At that point, they can use you as a platform to double jump again and reach a higher place. This was the method Sumu had just come up with. The helicopter person was still a bit uneasy, saying worriedly, this, when they unlock their setting and step on me, won't I be instantly done for? Sumu reminded them, have you all forgotten the rules? Hiders cannot harm each other. We're the same kind. We can't attack each other. Only after he said that did they realize, so the rules can be used like that. All right, I'll listen to the Big Boss. So the other props hurriedly called out to everyone. Everyone, come to me quickly. I'll take you all to the sky. If I can carry the train up, I can also get inside the train to go up too. That's right, the pursuer's abilities are only 40% unlocked now. Surely none of them can fly, right? The audience, however, felt their actions were a bit foolish. Newbies are newbies, so easily led by the nose. If it were me, I would obediently hide on the ground, betting that the pursuers wouldn't find me. Some also thought they've probably accepted their fate. The pursuers' abilities are already unlocked. Aren't they just seeking death by running out like that? Not necessarily. Big Boss EMO will definitely think of a way. Opinions were divided. I think the way this player is moving, they're probably preparing to link up for a counterattack. Are you guys kidding? A counterattack? Don't you know how strong A-rank players are? Suddenly, a young man with a horrified expression pointed at the screen and shouted, wait, what are they doing? That move looks like a double jump. What the hell? This is possible too. Stepping on the left foot with the right, ascending to the sky. How could the Big Boss think of this move? That train actually carried over 100 props into the sky. Now all the props are safely seated inside the train. At their current speed, they will definitely shake off the pursuers below in 5 minutes. Rot, who was walking at the back, came over and said, now I understand why you're so interested in him. Xiaoyu replied with a deadpan expression, don't you find this newbie round very interesting? You mean running circles around the old players? I have to admit, it is quite interesting. On Greedy Wolf's team, he loudly stopped the others. Wait, don't rush to search anymore. What's wrong, Big Boss? Searching blindly like this right now is actually a waste of time. But considering the current situation, there must be a way for the hiders to communicate and have full map vision. Hearing this, his subordinate couldn't help but ask, then what should we do now? He had thought of a better way, which was to directly capture a hider and have that person lead the way. Wouldn't that solve it? His subordinate hesitated after hearing this. But Big Boss, that's not really within the rules. He immediately shouted, "What's not within the rules?" The subordinate said worriedly, "But pursuers have never done that before." What if? Near them was another hider. He tried his best not to make any sound, praying in his heart not to be discovered. The next second, his eyes filled with terror, because that voice was heading towards him. Unfortunately, Greedy Wolf had discovered him. The game rules never said this wasn't allowed. As soon as he saw Greedy Wolf, he was so scared he couldn't speak properly. Big boss, don't kill me." He hadn't even been hit yet and had already cowardly submitted. "As long as you spare my worthless life, I'll do whatever you say." This scene infuriated the audience. This guy could actually betray them. That's right, a man should have some backbone. It's better to die with honor than to be a traitor. In the room upstairs, Rot was still excited from this round. I have to admit, this match for new players is indeed very spectacular. He was just a little curious. If that traitor opens the full map vision, wouldn't that be showing it directly to the pursuers? Therefore, next, the players hiding in the wheat field. Xiaoyu remained silent, leisurely enjoying the glass of red wine in her hand. It wasn't until she heard that sentence that she revealed a cold gaze. This is troublesome. In the wheat field area, the players who had turned into props and were hiding here began to panic, realizing, what? Worry gradually appeared on their faces. Why am I being marked? Crap, someone is opening the panoramic view. The traitor laughed arrogantly in the chat box. I advise you all to come out and die. Maybe I can even ask the pursuers to give you a quick death. His way of speaking was infuriating, that someone could survive by selling out his teammates. Truly shameless. After today, he will surely be hated by many people. Just you wait, karma will get you sooner or later. If I meet you in real life, the first thing I'll do is beat you to death. With the pursuers backing him, he continued to provoke arrogantly. Fine, I'll wait. Come at me if you got the guts. The promo girl on the other side was equally anxious. Crap, Dadao, we have a mole on our side. She frantically tried to find a way to hide. What do we do now? Change spots or wait here to die? Just as she was in a complete panic, silently cursing that this game wasn't fun at all, he was still sitting there, his expression extremely calm. At this moment, Sumu suddenly recalled what Xiaoyu had once said to him. Hide and seek is a game. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had discovered something, and he exclaimed excitedly, "So that's how it is." He quickly turned to ask the promo girl, "By the way, tell me what skill you drew. Let me see." Her skill was 10 seconds of invisibility, usable 3 times and a 3-time defense boost. What's wrong? Sumu smiled confidently and said, "I know what to do now." At this time, the traitor was still actively cooperating with the pursuers. "Big boss, look, it's right there," he said excitedly. There are over 100 people using the game rules to float in midair. This news is too shocking. Floating in midair. This is a private rule for hiders. Greedy Wolf handed the traitor to his subordinate. "Take him. Quickly give me the grenade launcher." He immediately aimed the grenade launcher, preparing to attack. "As long as I can see their direction clearly, no matter what the rule is, I can catch them all in one go." As he finished speaking, the rocket was fired. On this side, Python was attracted by the loud explosion and turned back in surprise. In the sky, a fierce explosion rang out. Her teammate witnessed the scene, so shocked she was speechless. How is this possible? But the person who was even more shocked was Greedy Wolf. How on earth did these people do it? The scene before him was that a train and a car could actually fly into the sky. The girl in Python's team couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Even if it's a hidden rule, it's too absurd. Python had already drawn her bow and aimed. Let me give it a try. The powerful arrow flew. She really wanted to know just how far away they were. The rocket missed, and now her arrow also had no effect. Seeing this, the helicopter side couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "Are you mad that you can't hit us?" Python frowned unconsciously. Their position is really too high. It's even beyond the attack range of our weapons. Faced with this situation, she ordered her entire team to stop what they were doing. "Follow me into the city." Greedy Wolf, due to his recent failure, was extremely agitated, roaring at the traitor. How the hell did they get up there? The traitor, on the verge of tears from being yelled at, stammered in reply. It was a person nicknamed EMO who taught them. He said stepping on your left foot with your right, spiraling up to the sky, and you can fly. He even emphasized, "That guy is very formidable. I think he must be an old player." This made Greedy Wolf even angrier. An old player. He's just a lucky newbie who happened to know a hidden rule. "Big boss, don't kill me." Of course, he didn't kill the traitor yet, just casually threw him to the subordinates behind and said that those hiding in the sky could probably hold them off for a while. Then, he led the team to sweep the wheat field area. Sumu had taken the entire scene. He had finally waited for this moment. The promo girl showed concern for Dao's upcoming action. Are you sure you want to do this? They're all A-rank big shots. What if we're not careful and get ourselves killed? Sumu calmly replied, don't worry. I never do things I'm not confident about. He lowered his voice to command. It's about to start. Remember to follow my signal. Okay. I'll start the countdown now. 3, 2, 1. As he finished, Dao also leaped off the ground, making a whooshing sound. Time was tight. He quickly ordered her. Now's the time, promo girl. We're about to be discovered. The promo girl immediately activated her invisibility skill, successfully making Sumu invisible. Her adaptability was extremely fast, and he also smoothly entered the entire flat area. Below was Greedy Wolf Squad. Based on the actions of the players on the scene, as well as the skill the promo girl just revealed, it could be seen that the defensive skills in their hands were probably just ordinary defensive types. This time, Sumu wanted to play a big game to see if everyone would be amazed, because if you want to win, how can you just keep hiding conservatively? After everything was ready, he decisively swung his blade downwards. Next was the moment of counterattack. At this time, Greedy Wolf's demonic horde was still unaware of his presence, busy searching for marked objects. By the time they were discovered, they would surely all flee. They still looked very confident, laughing and saying, no matter how you hide, you can't escape. That smile hadn't even faded when their expressions turned to horror. The subordinate's hat fell off weakly, and the next second a terrified scream was heard. Big boss, look quickly. Greedy Wolf slowly frowned and turned his head. Half of the building had been cut down by a single slash. This scene was truly too unbelievable. What's going on? Immediately after, the system announcement was the real bad news. Player EMO has eliminated Pursuer Wu Daolon. Damn it, there wasn't just one important person, but two. Player EMO has eliminated Pursuer One-Eyed Wolf. There are now only 10 pursuers left. This turn of events made the audience outside extremely excited. It's starting. Big Boss EMO got a double kill. As soon as he made his move, he's a god. This 40-meter tall tree is actually that strong. After today, he'll probably have another group of EMO fans. He hid, floating steadily in midair, then launched a surprise attack. This whole sequence of actions was just too cool. While we were still thinking of ways to escape the pursuers, he had already started hunting them. No comparison, no pain. We're clearly playing the same game as him. So why is the difference so huge? It was only then that the promo girl realized. So you are Big Boss EMO. Rod on this side was equally excited. Truly a talented youth. He laughed loudly and said, a rookie who just entered the space can instantly kill 2 A-rank big shots. Truly not simple. Looking at Xiao Yu's expression, it seems she was also very satisfied with Su Mu's recent performance. The leader stopped in his tracks, cursing angrily. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He roared with a ferocious expression. Motherfucker, come out here. Who the hell did this? The traitor opened the system, stammering, I didn't see anything in the panoramic view just now, but I think it was probably EMO. He guessed, breaking out in a cold sweat. The leader grabbed him by the neck upon hearing this, scaring him into a loud scream. The leader threatened, the one who can attack 2 pursuers can only be a space master. You better not be lying to me. Then he turned his head and ordered his subordinate, go call Python and her group over here. The person acknowledged with a yes. The leader's eyes became determined. If we don't deal with that guy, we'll all die. Night fell. A scream echoed from a corner of the city. Sumu covered his face, chuckling as he answered the promo girl's question. You're him, Big Boss EMO? He sighed and said, I originally wanted to be a bit more low-key, but I couldn't. He laughed confidently. My strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. The promo girl thought hesitantly. This Big Boss doesn't seem like the previous Big Boss EMO. He seems friendlier. Sumu put his hands in his pockets, standing on a rooftop looking down. I've become their target now. Aren't you afraid to follow me? The promo girl replied cheerfully, Of course I'm not afraid. We've already formed an alliance. Hearing this, he smiled silently. She added, Besides, I can't do things like betraying and abandoning my teammates. Sumu said with satisfaction, Your words are enough. At this time, the leader was discussing with a blonde woman. She said, Tell me your plan. Surrounding the two were subordinates, always ready for action. She crossed her arms, calmly saying, Don't expect me to go head-to-head with someone of unknown strength with a bow and arrow. He slammed the table. There are only 30 minutes left in the match. The leader impatiently laid out his plan. Right now, we can only use the stupidest method. The 9 of us will go out to attract his attention. And you go find him. The woman, whose personality was the complete opposite of his, calmly asked, "Why not wait until the second transformation? Why be in such a hurry?" He asked her back, "Do you know what he will turn into next time?" Then he stood up, leaning on his hands and shouting, "If we have a clue about him now, then we must eliminate him as soon as possible." The subordinates had already begun to tighten their grip on their weapons, preparing for battle. But the women remained silent, not making a move. The woman spoke up, "You should," but before she could finish, the leader interrupted, "It's also because of that special item." He said seriously, "Just do as I say. If you kill him, you'll get first pick for 1 minute from the group of people hiding in the sky." Hearing these words, the woman seemed to have been persuaded. She said, "Oh," then smiled coldly. Nodding, she said, "Deal." She followed the plan, opened the door, and used a glowing arrow as a signal and to light the way. She walked towards the window. Once they received the signal, they would immediately rush out together, straight to the wheat field. The woman stood before the window looking down. This building and the wheat field were only separated by a road, with no obstacles on the road. So when we run out onto the road, it will also be the most dangerous time. But that EMO guy will definitely see this opportunity and will surely make a move. This was the plan they had discussed, and it was now beginning to unfold. Everyone gathered together, preparing to attack. Both the woman and the leader understood clearly that moment would also be when we confront him head on. An electric scooter floating in midair, after learning everything, lamented, "This group of people is really sinister." The helicopter also chimed in, "It's a pity that we hiders have a god's eye view and have already seen through their plan." The items hiding in the electric scooter said discontentedly, "God EMO, you absolutely must not go out. It's not worth taking the risk for this. Big boss, there are only a little over 10 minutes until the next item selection. At that time, I can jump down from the sky and give them a scare, hitting them so hard they won't know what hit them." They chatted animatedly in the group chat. The chair said, "We have to hit them so they can't react." A pen replied, "Friend upstairs, did you forget there's a mole here?" The refrigerator also said, "You just blurted it out like that. Doesn't that mean the group of people who specialize in catching people know everything now?" Sumu chuckled softly and said, "No need, I alone am enough." His message also appeared, "That traitor, you're reading the messages too, right? Hurry up and tell the pursuers to act quickly. After I'm done with this, I still have to go home and sleep." Seeing these messages, the traitor shouted angrily, "Imo, what are you being so arrogant for? Come out here if you got the guts." Sumu retorted, "A traitor has no right to speak, just obediently be their mouthpiece." The leader gritted his teeth. This guy is too damn arrogant. The horizon suddenly lit up with a streak of light. Seeing that streak of light, the leader immediately ordered, "Let's go." The person next to him immediately rushed forward. He smiled smugly. Now, as long as he dares to make a move, his position will be immediately exposed. Python is guarding the rooftop, ready to eliminate him at any moment. The woman had already knocked an arrow, preparing to shoot. If he doesn't make a move, once we reach the wheat field, we'll use our fastest speed to clean up those people. The leader said smugly, "No matter what you do, this time you only have one path, death." On the viewing platform, his face appeared on screen. Someone shouted, "Boss, EM, will he dare to make a move?" The leader asked loudly, "You are EM?" Sumo replied, "That's me." He floated in midair, holding a long spear, looking down at the crowd below, and said, "You dare to act in front of me. Do you think you still have a chance?" The leader shouted a signal. Now is the time. The woman standing by the window received the signal and immediately shot an arrow. That arrow hit Sumu's head, but his head had disappeared, leaving only his body. He laughed smugly. The woman said in astonishment, "He's gone." The girl standing below saw his body disappear and also asked in surprise, "What on earth is going on? How can there be such a skill in this space?" Seeing this, the leader looked around and said he must be hiding in the wheat field. Find him quickly. Suddenly, he sensed something. A streak of light flashed, but he quickly dodged it, shouting, "Get out of the way." The others hadn't even reacted. They all froze. And so they were all hit. The system announced, "Player EM has eliminated the pursuer One-Eyed Wolf. Player EM has eliminated the pursuer White-Eyed Wolf. Player EM has eliminated the pursuer Little White Wolf." In the cloud of dust, Sumu appeared. At a time like this, you can still be distracted? He coldly praised the leader, but your reaction was quite fast. He touched the box with his hand and said in a loud voice, "A person like you." The man looked at Sumu with dissatisfaction. "You dare to touch my subordinates." Then he pulled out a cannon, aimed at Sumu, and fired, shouting, "Go to hell." The spectators all shouted in alarm, "Boss, run quickly." A young boy said in a panic, "Could it be that he's scared stiff?" Another person defended the boss. The boss surely has his ways. The leader's shot caused a huge explosion. The audience was amazed and impressed. Ruaw calmly commented, "It seems this kid is playing for high stakes. How can an A-rank pursuer be so easily dealt with by a newcomer?" Xiaoyu picked up her water glass. She crossed her legs and said smugly, "That's not necessarily true. After that last attack, that self-righteous leader is the real rookie. So what if he's powerful? Didn't he still fail to escape my grasp?" But just then, a slash flew in from a distance. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately counterattacked. That blade caused an explosion, hitting him. Damn it. Amidst the explosion, Sumu smugly finished off another team. Now only the group with bows and arrows is left. "Big brother, what's next?" "I only have one defense left," Little Ad asked. Sumu explained as he sped up. "Of course, we escape quickly. There are many obstacles here that can surely obscure their line of sight. To kill me, she will definitely change her position, which will reveal her location. She's in the open, and I am in the dark." He added, "Moreover, her archery skills will also be affected." He looked up at the roof and, as expected, saw that woman chasing them. "Big brother, you're amazing," Little Ad said admiringly. The woman decisively shot the next arrow, but it missed. Sumu ducked to avoid it. It really missed. My guess was right. Sumu put himself in the woman's shoes. If I were her, I would definitely rush forward quickly to launch a sneak attack. Missed. The woman cursed angrily. Sumu opened the system and asked, "Train, Airplane, do you two trust me?" Airplane replied decisively, "Of course, big brother, will do whatever you say." Then Sumu assigned the task. "You two immediately jump down to the positions I've located. Remember, the lock-on speed must be fast. Don't fall to your death." Airplane replied excitedly, "Roger." The woman stood right above Sumu, praising, "As a new player, you've done very well." She drew her bow, a smile playing on her lips. The game is over. But suddenly it became dark all around. The light was blocked, causing her to cry out in surprise. "Ah." She looked up curiously. "What the hell is that?" Sumu was overjoyed. Now's the time. He took advantage of her distraction to launch an attack. She was distracted, and that one blow severed her arm. The woman was so horrified, she couldn't even react. At this moment, her people had caught up behind Sumu, cursing angrily. "You dare to treat our big sister like that, die." Sumu suddenly gave a signal. "Little Ad, go invisible. Now is the time." She replied, "But it hasn't cooled down yet." Sumu didn't expect this. His mouth fell open in shock. "Huh?" The system announced, "Pursuer Greedy Wolf has used a rare item card, shortening the game time. Only 15 minutes remain." At this moment, they swarmed up. Sumu was caught off guard. The system continued to announce, "In 5 minutes, all fugitives will reselect their items, preparing for the second round of the game." Before he could understand what had happened, Sumu felt that everything was over and stopped. The system announced, "After the selection is over, the fugitives will receive 5 minutes of invincibility. During these 5 minutes, the items will be in a stealth state, and movement speed will be greatly increased. All fugitives are required to search for and determine their positions within 5 minutes, unlocking all the pursuer's abilities." Receiving the notification, all the items became tense, but Sumu was overjoyed. He and Little Ad laughed loudly. "We're out of here." Those who were about to attack him, seeing him suddenly disappear, were so angry they shouted, "Damn it, what the hell is Greedy Wolf up to?" In the wheat field where the fierce battle had just taken place, a man was walking. He was the leader, not yet defeated, with a large hole in his body. He reached into his inventory and took out a potion. "This is a rare item, turning time back to the item selection phase. This is my last trump card." He drank the potion down. Luckily, during the item selection period, no matter how badly a pursuer is injured, they won't die. The women ran over to question him. "What on earth are you doing?" "We almost caught him just now." The leader was gradually recovering. He crushed the vial in his hand and said slowly, "I took a hit for you." He glared and continued, lying on the ground and holding on for 10 seconds. The monitor screen clearly displayed his contemptuous, defeated gaze and his curse. "A bunch of trash, and you still haven't caught him." The audience chattered. No wonder this guy charged ahead alone. It turns out he had a plan all along. Falling to the ground for 10 seconds without dying, combined with an item card and a recovery potion, this is no different from having an extra life. Xiaoyu, with her legs crossed, commented casually, "It seems Greedy Wolf miscalculated this time." Ruaw, standing beside her, continued, "That's right, he originally intended to use EM to kill all of Python's team, then lead his own team to eliminate EM." Xiaoyu listened silently as he continued. In the end, unexpectedly, he killed all his own teammates, while only one person for Python's team died. Most importantly, he let EM escape. He stood before the monitor screen and asked curiously, but what does he plan to do next? The A-rank pursuer has unlocked all his abilities. He's not afraid, even if there are many people. A glint of interest shone in her eyes, but no one could see it. Sumu sat in a corner, using the system to check messages. Those people were constantly threatening him. Dream on, are you ready? Later, I will definitely find you first, then kill you. He retorted mockingly. Kill me? It's not yet certain who will kill whom. The system confirmed. Select the supermodel as your transformation prop. It is a supermodel, a large-scale armed model, integrating both blades and aircraft weapons. The attack attribute is firepower, and the rank is directly increased by 10 levels. Sumu thought to himself, it integrates aircraft weapons, which can be used to escape and save my life, and escaping is my style. So he decisively confirmed. Select. Confirm the supermodel as my transformation prop. The system announced, congratulations, your transformation prop is the supermodel. A call caught his attention. Boss, boss. It was a lively and cute girl, calling out excitedly. Her name was Jiao Jiao. She said, what do you think of me turning into a turtle shell? He was stunned. A turtle shell. Then Sumu asked tentatively, wait, your little lad. The girl replied happily, yes, yes, yes. Jiao actively suggested, if I turn into a turtle shell, you can carry me on your back and use me as a defensive shield. She imagined him as a toy model, carrying a turtle shell on his back, and then said with satisfaction, yes, yes, that's perfect. She confidently declared, let's continue our perfect combination and wipe out all those bad guys. Receiving the message, he was bewildered. But Jiao Jiao was still lost in her own imagination. A series of messages appeared, one after another. Refrigerator. Boss, what should we do next? I'll follow your lead. I've turned into a sword. Next was Saint Chair. Or how about we go all out and fight them? Then came a signboard. I've turned into a shield. There are over 100 people on my side. Surely quite a few were lucky enough to become the strongest attack weapons. Even Saint TV chimed in. Let us come and help you. The props on that side were all eager to support Sumu. They were no longer restricted to 3/10 of their power. Or how about you take me with you? I'm a shield. I can help you block swords. That's right, boss. We're still of some use. At worst, we can be cannon fodder. Sumu felt their sincerity and was very pleased, not expecting to have gained so many loyal fans so quickly. But in the end, Sumu didn't choose anyone. He comforted everyone. Don't worry, these guys are nothing to be afraid of, just hide well. I'll send them off one by one, and in this round as quickly as possible. The system announced, the 5-minute hiding time is over. Restrictions on the pursuers are lifted. The pursuers' power is increasing. Their life level is being raised to D rank. They asked each other, I wonder what Prop EM will turn into next. Someone replied, who knows? The leader was transforming. He said, it doesn't matter what he turns into. The system's announcements also kept changing. Life level is being raised to C rank. When the life level was raised to B rank, his hair grew rapidly. Sharp claws grew on his hands. He spoke coldly, but his voice was very firm. Finally, the life level was raised to a rank. His body completely transformed into a ferocious monster. Roaring, everyone will die by my hand. The system displayed, A rank pursuer, greedy wolf, wolf form restriction lifted. The others were also transforming. They were full of energy, saying excitedly, it feels like it's been a long time. The system displayed, assassin form restriction lifted. A girl pushed open the door and walked towards the woman who had just been defeated by Sumu, calling, Big Sister. Seeing the woman sitting still, she asked with concern, Big Sister, are you all right? The woman stood up, revealing a hand with sharp claws, and replied, I'm fine now. Then she turned and said, now the restrictions on all 6 pursuers have been lifted. She had also transformed. The system displayed, A rank pursuer, Python, snake form restriction lifted. She said confidently, Yim, let's see where you can run this time. Greedy Wolf's team was gathered in the cornfield, waiting for a chance to counterattack. The leader had transformed into a ferocious wolf form and ordered, you guys go eliminate the others. Let me play with him today. A girl immediately frowned, disagreeing with his arrangement. We almost killed him, if it weren't for. He was stunned, then turned back to scold. Just you people. Who do you think you are? If Python hadn't taken the opportunity to let you in, you would have been eliminated long ago. You were just lucky. She was so angry she was speechless, wanted to rush up and settle the score. At this moment, the screen notification sounded. Big Sister is still alive. Her eyes widened. What? Big Sister is okay. The system continued to sound. That's right, gather up now. Greedy Wolf also heard the conversation and laughed sinisterly. Little snakes, hurry and find your snake mother If you get left behind, you'll be eaten. She was furious, but could do nothing, only letting out a cold snort, angrily leading her teammates to find Python. All right, little brat. A flash of light appeared near Greedy Wolf. Now tell me, where is EM? He smirked, looking extremely ferocious, and bent down to ask the hide-and-seek player who was betraying his own side. Yes, boss. The other person replied respectfully. At the same time, someone on this side spoke up. Aren't we going to hide? Jiao Jiao had turned into a turtle shell attached to Su Mu's back, forming a very unique combination. Seeing him still standing there, typing nonstop on the keyboard, Jiao Jiao asked curiously. Su Mu smiled faintly. Hide where? In a prison cell? Their side has many people now, and all of them have had their restrictions lifted. Still glued to the screen, Su Mu replied slyly. This is precisely the time to use strategy. Su Mu glanced lightly at Jiao on his back, and began to explain in detail. That big guy's team now only has him, the captain, left. The Archer team has no elimination announcements, so they're probably all still alive. But these two teams seem to be in conflict, with absolutely no intention of cooperating. That means if we engage one side, the other side will most likely not get involved. Su Mu explained clearly, a strategy already formed in his mind. If that's the case, we must prioritize dealing with that big guy first. Su Mu had been observing him the whole match and saw him constantly using skill cards, which proves this round is extremely important to him. According to Su Mu's speculation, his target is very likely that mysterious reward. Got it now. After hearing the explanation, Jiao Jiao was completely stunned. The amount of information was truly overwhelming. Su Mu clapped his hands and said, "Oh, forget it. You just need to follow my arrangements." Jiao Jiao nodded, indicating she understood. Just then, a terrifying shadow suddenly appeared right above their heads, hiding and observing Su Mu's every move. He looked at Su Mu disdainfully, thinking to himself, is it because he's so afraid of dying early that he has to carry that turtle shell? He smirked, turning to the traitor to boast. You tell me, should I break your arms first, or just crush your head? Su Mu suddenly spun around, laughing provocatively. Then come and try. Greedy Wolf immediately charged down in anger, swiping with his claws. You think I'm joking with you? Su Mu, quick as lightning, dodged the attack. The sheer force of that one blow was enough to make Su Mu reevaluate. This guy's power was truly formidable. Greedy Wolf laughed loudly, revealing his fangs, and continued in a contemptuous tone. Faced with this kind of power, your little tricks are useless. Taking advantage of his inattention, Su Mu activated the two rockets attached to his feet, shooting up into the air, successfully leaving the ground. Greedy Wolf was stunned, watching them fly up in surprise. However, the flying posture was a bit strange. Jiao Jiao also noticed and asked, Big brother, are we really flying like this? Su Mu's mouth hung open, replying like a robot. It's my first time using it too. As soon as the words were out, Su Mu saw Greedy Wolf trying to fly up to pursue them. Crap, he's chasing us. Su Mu turned to Jiao Jiao for help. How many defenses do you have left? Jiao Jiao immediately replied like a savior. I just got 3 more. Feeling Greedy Wolf's rage, Su Mu shouted, then use a defense right now. Just as Greedy Wolf lunged, a world-shaking explosion rang out. He stepped out from the rubble, frowning and looking around. He couldn't see any sign of the two, only a long, dark corridor. They even managed to escape that. Greedy Wolf charged into the building, laughing coldly. No matter which way you run, you're dead. Right next to the rubble was a locker. It turned out Su Mu and Jiao Jiao were hiding inside. Su Mu observed the outside through the crack in the door and let out a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. Jiao Jiao asked softly, so what do we do now? It was all part of Su Mu's plan. He reassured Jiao Jiao, don't panic. I originally intended to lure him to a place like this, and it just so happens he chased us here. Jiao Jiao didn't understand his meaning. So Su Mu explained his intentions more clearly. With his size, being crammed into such a tight space will surely restrict him a lot. If he wants to move freely, he'll be forced to destroy his outer form. As long as he does that, things will be much simpler. Su Mu lowered his head, leaned close to Jiao Jiao, and instructed. The next move is very limited. You must remember my words carefully. Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in excitement as she looked at him. No problem, ready anytime. Su Mu smiled. Good. He was also very grateful to have such a teammate by his side. At this moment, Greedy Wolf was searching every nook and cranny for any trace of Su Mu, when Su Mu appeared behind him. Big oaf. You've been searching back here for a while and found nothing. Aren't you afraid the other team will laugh at you? Greedy Wolf raised his head angrily. Su Mu continued to taunt him. What's the use of having so much muscle? I was obviously hiding in the locker right by the door, yet you ran off somewhere else to look. If you had used your brain a little, you wouldn't have lost so many teammates. This statement hit Greedy Wolf's pride directly. He roared, "I'll kill you." Greedy Wolf entoche Sumu. Sumu smiled smugly. He took the bait. This is the spot. As Sumu ran, he saw a narrow door ahead, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Greedy Wolf charged forward, using his strength to smash through the wall. Sumu and Jiao took the opportunity to jump outside. He became even more contemptuous. Still carrying a turtle shell, are you really planning to be a coward in a shell? Sumu turned his head back to mock. But can you catch this coward in a shell? A dazzling spark flashed. Sumu quickly used the turtle shell that Jiao had transformed into as a shield. He gripped the long sword tightly and shouted, "If I guessed wrong, then I guessed wrong." Jiao materialized, her gaze even more determined, looking straight at Greedy Wolf ahead without a trace of fear. She shouted for him to hear, then discovered something interesting. This leader wasn't the real body. The real body was someone else. Just then, Sumu turned to look behind him. The real body is here. Sumu nodded, victory already in his grasp. Even if I guessed wrong, I've already gripped my weapon. One final blow to finish you off. It won't change the fact that you're going to die. Greedy Wolf, below, looked at the sparks continuously raining down on him. He was stunned. What is happening? He felt the intense pain in the wolf's body. Above was Sumu and his slashing blade. It would have been better if you hadn't talked so much nonsense. Greedy Wolf only had time to look up, his mouth wide open, his eye sockets glowing brightly. The blade split him in two, a fatal blow. Sumu sheathed his blade. Maybe you could have lived a little longer. Impossible. He was unwilling, but those were just his last words before being killed. A loud explosion echoed in midair, shaking the entire city. The screen simultaneously displayed. Player EM has eliminated the pursuer Greedy Wolf. The number of remaining pursuers is now 6. After cleaning up, Sumu sheathed his blade and stood on a rock, commenting, "What era is this to still be using claws?" He became more and more disdainful. "You think you're so great, just because you can make a few illusions." After his commentary, Sumu turned to call Jiao, arranging the next task. Jiao, tell me where the remaining pursuers are. If we don't hurry, we won't be able to kill them all. Jiao excitedly accepted the new task, but a sense of existential doubt arose in her heart, along with a bit of admiration. "Big brother, are we really playing the same game? Why is it that we're both fugitives, but he can be so outstanding?" After typing for a moment, information appeared on the screen. Jiao pointed and said, "Big brother, all the remaining pursuers were drawn here by Greedy Wolf's recent tragic scream. Now they're rushing towards us at extreme speed." Sumu was a little stunned, turning his head with a frown. A beam of light shot straight down to where Sumu was hiding, quickly scattering and turning into countless sharp arrows, raining down one by one, aimed straight at Sumu. He hurriedly grabbed Jiao's turtle shell, quick behind us. "You gotta be kidding me." The turtle shell immediately transformed into a giant shield, protecting Sumu's back. "Still playing the sneak attack game? As long as I can kill you, any method will do." A charming woman, her bow already drawn taut, ready to shoot Sumu dead at any moment. The next one to appear and want to eliminate him was Python. Sumu had also passed Python's first test. His gaze was calm as he looked forward, continuing to wait for a new wave of attacks. The ground immediately rose with a layer of ice, spreading from the floor, piling higher and higher, pressing it on him. Damn it, so hard to deal with. Not only did Big Sister Python come, but her accomplices came with her. If we don't deal with him quickly, we will definitely lose this battle. Python stood on the roof looking down, ordering, "Bring it here." A round object was placed in the Big Sister's hand. It immediately started crying. "Big Sister, let's talk things over, don't be rash," it pleaded. Big Sister Python narrowed her eyes at the traitor and said, "Someone who has outlived their usefulness. Nothing you say is worth listening to." She coldly announced its final sentence. "I'll kill you first to recover some of the energy I've spent." No, it was squeezed until it deformed in the Big Sister's hand, finally vanishing in her hand. The game's alert sounded again. Player I Am Your Cosmic Baby has been eliminated by Python. The number of remaining fugitives is now 135. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shone down from the hole in the roof, causing Python's whole group to look over warily. Everyone was shocked, not understanding what it was. The Big Sister suddenly realized something. Not expecting Sumu to launch a sneak attack on them, Python immediately shouted, "This is bad, get out of the way." Sumu burst out laughing, smirking, "Got you." The sword's energy glittered with magical light in midair. The next second, the building collapsed with a roar. In the rubble, everyone was in chaos. The blonde-haired sister was scorched in a circle, and behind her, the brown-haired sister was in freefall. The sword in Su Mu's hand emitted a dazzling light, as if containing endless power. He also landed perfectly, sheathing his sword, his cold eyes looking at the desolate scene before him. A blinding light tore through the night. The people in front of the screen cheered nonstop. Amazing. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with admiration. This hider named EMO was truly incredible. The boss had actually defeated 6 A-rank pursuers. A girl nearby was so excited she had to cover her mouth. Boss, from now on, I'm her die-hard fan. Even the children were captivated by him. When I enter the hide-and-seek space in the future, I'll definitely become someone like Boss EMO amidst the rubble. Su Mu met Mang XA again. She stated her condition, taking out the special reward. Can you sell it to me? Her body was in excruciating pain from the last attack. Any price would do. One of her arms had been severed. Mang XA gritted her teeth. Just name your price. Any condition will do. Su Mu sneered. Trading for the special reward. You really underestimate me. What is the special reward? Mang XA suppressed her pain and forced out the words. It's a type of potion. Su Mu immediately swung his sword. Mang XA didn't even have time to react. A lightning-fast strike came down, slashing across Mang XA's body and making her scream in pain. As for selling the special reward item, Su Mu slightly withdrew his magic power. We'll talk again if fate brings us together. He glanced disdainfully at Big Sis Mang XA behind him. The building had now turned into a pile of rubble, and the system's announcement rang out. Player EMO has eliminated the last pursuer. The game is over. The hider side is victorious in this round. The number of survivors is 135. Su Mu collapsed to the ground, his heart filled with pride. I'm truly outstanding. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in his ear. Su Mu returned to his normal state, groggily waking up. The ceiling fan above his head was spinning slowly. Was it a dream? Su Mu found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. Before he could even regain his senses, he heard someone calling him, "Boss, boss." Su Mu was dazed and turned his head to look. "Boss, are you okay?" Jiao anxiously ran over to check on him. Su Mu looked at the girl in front of him. "Are you okay?" Seeing him awake, she beamed, wishing she could shout to the whole world, "The boss is awake." She rushed forward and threw her arms around him. "You scare me to death. I thought you were a goner." Su Mu was startled by the hug. "Boss." EMO also appeared. All the hiders from the game had returned to their original appearances and came one by one to thank him. "Thank you so much for your help. Without you, we would have been eliminated long ago." "It was nothing." Su Mu smiled. "Without everyone's cooperation, I couldn't have one alone." That person said goodbye to Su Mu. "Boss, I've sent you a friend request. Just call me anytime if you need anything. I'll be going now. I won't disturb you two anymore." They entered the system space, and the system didn't forget to praise the two. "Very good. What a sweet couple." Su Mu flusteredly explained, "No, we're not." Jiao approached him with admiration and asked, "Boss, are you really a new player? How are you so amazing?" Su Mu frowned slightly. "Of course not." He thought to himself, "I absolutely can't let her know I'm a detective." He made up a reason to answer Jiao. "Of course, it's because I pay close attention to my diet, so my mind is especially sharp." Jiao said excitedly, "Wow, really?" Su Mu bragged some more. "Eat more vegetables, less fast food, take a long walk after meals, and you can become as smart as me too." Jiao replied without a hint of doubt. "Yes, I'll remember that, boss." The system immediately appeared beside her. Jiao said reluctantly to Su Mu, "Boss, thank you for not looking down on me and helping me pass a stage. I hope we can play together again next time." She quickly disappeared into the system. "All right, remember to accept my friend request. Goodbye, boss." Su Mu also replied happily, "Okay." In the end, only Su Mu was left. Shortly after, a screen lit up before his eyes. Su Mu smiled and disappeared in the space. The system returned him to his personal space. "Welcome, player, back to your personal space. The first hide-and-seek match is being calculated. Please wait a moment." The screen displayed the recent results. Congratulations to player EMO for an extremely outstanding performance in the hide-and-seek match, especially as a new player competing with veteran players, successfully eliminating 2 players, breaking the rules, and ending the game ahead of schedule. Next was another reward notification. Congratulations to the player for receiving a perfect score of 555. The rewards you received are as follows. Total accumulated points, 824 points. Random attribute points, 30 points. Title, Lucky Star. Finally, the screen displayed the exclusive special reward, a rare upgrade potion. The image of the reward was clearly displayed on the screen, allowing Su Mu to carefully observe his prize. 2 mahjong tiles. The additional reward was a permanent guest seat for the live broadcast. Sumu asked the system loudly in dissatisfaction. What kind of reward are these two mahjong tiles anyway? What do they do? Large green text appeared on the black screen. The specific effect will be automatically announced when the player enters the second round. Sumu was fuming, hugging the screen and shouting, I have to participate in the second round to find out. Didn't they say that once you turn 18, you only have to play once? The screen announced again. If you wish to continue exploring the deeper secrets of the space, you must continuously increase your total accumulated points to unveil them. He let his hands fall helplessly and said to the system, Then help me check the details of the rewards I've received now. The system dinged and jumped, now calculating, please wait. Lucky Star, unique, effect is to reduce the mortality rate from natural disasters by 99%. Upgrade potion, limited quantity, can upgrade from G rank to F rank, ineffective for other ranks. Sumu asked helplessly, from G rank to F rank, are you sure you're not mistaken? Next is the permanent seat, reserved for the resident guest of the live broadcast program. Every challenge will be broadcast globally. If your performance in the next broadcast is outstanding, you will receive an additional special reward. The system added, furthermore, as a resident guest of the program, you will be protected within the space and can be resurrected 3 times in the real world. He pondered for a moment, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Being able to resurrect 3 times after dying in the real world, this reward isn't bad. However, is this upgrade potion really that important? He frowned slightly, not expecting it to be coveted by all the pursuers. Why did even Mang Xe have to risk her life to fight for it? Sumu really couldn't understand. The system suddenly asked him, do you wish to distribute the random attribute points now? Sumu nodded in agreement, raising all other attributes to 10 points. The remaining random attribute points will be dealt with later when the situation was clearer. The system has received the instruction. Points are being added. Please wait a moment. After the points were added, the attributes displayed as follows. Title EMO, F rank, Physique 10, Spirit 20, Strength 10, Agility 10. Remaining points are 19. Title Lucky Star and permanent guest seat for the live broadcast. Skills temporarily unavailable. The system also gave a special reminder. The player has completed the first challenge of the space and won. Within 3 days, please choose a time to enter the space game for the second time. In the next 3 seconds, you will return to the real world. Please be prepared. Sumu wondered what the world outside would be like. He fell into a half-conscious state. Good heavens! Sumu looked at the giant objects before him, having returned to his original form. That this world's technology could develop to this extent was truly astonishing. Sumu couldn't help but gape. Do the people living here feel suffocated? These buildings towered like a forest. Suddenly, he felt a splitting headache. A flash of lightning went through his mind, and Sumu clutched his head and screamed, "It hurts so much." Fragments of memory appeared vividly in his mind, all of them tragic recollections. He suddenly realized, are these all the original owner's memories? It's too painful. He clutched his chest, his heart throbbing with pain. What on earth happened to my brain? Can one brain really hold the memories of 2 people? Moreover, the original owner's memories are incredibly fragmented. The more Sumu thought, the stranger it felt. After that case, he had transmigrated into this body and then started this bizarre game. He observed this world and made his own judgment. Could it be that everything is connected? Why are the original owner's memories so painful? What are these games all about? Although I don't know why I suddenly transmigrated here, Sumu thought to himself. But given the current situation, he looked ahead. It's best to figure out how to survive in this world first. The headache subsided, and he stood up, accepting the next challenge in this world that blended reality and illusion. Sumu found his way to room 24 of a 9-story apartment building. Based on the original owner's memory, he hesitated at the door for a moment, then inserted the key into the lock. This should be it. As soon as the door opened, 2 arms shot out from inside the room, accompanied by a strange call. Xiaomu, Xiaomu, you're back. Did you miss me? Another girl in the room also ran over to hug him. This is bad. Sumu staggered and almost fell, ultimately losing his footing and collapsing to the ground. The girl excitedly asked him, Xiaomu, how was playing the space? Did you succeed in the end? Was it scary? He lay on the floor, being bombarded with questions by a girl, while he had no idea who she was. Sorry, I was a little too excited just now. The girl laughed loudly. Realizing her gaffe, she stood up and let him go. Xiaomu had a tough day. Hurry and go rest in your room. Thanks. Sumu scratched his head and looked down. Shoes and slippers were scattered about. Sis, do we have guests? We have guests. Sumu asked suyada outfitly. She turned her head and scratched herself, then turned her back and walked away. Come here, let me introduce you. Suya smiled and called for Su-mu to follow. He nodded, put on some slippers, and slowly followed behind her. Based on the memories of this body's owner, Su-mu recalled the earlier fragments. 5 years after his mother passed away, his father married the single mother next door, so he gained an older sister. His parents were living a leisurely life abroad and rarely came home. He nodded, so it was just him and his sister, Suya, living in this apartment. Suddenly, Suya gently tapped the tip of his nose with her finger, calling softly, Mu. He was startled and came back to his senses. What's wrong with you? Suya asked gently. Su-mu scratched his head, making an excuse. It's nothing, I was just thinking about the match earlier. All right. Suya gently took his hand and led him away. Our Mu is so amazing that he passed the hide-and-seek stage on his first try. As she walked, she enthusiastically introduced, the guest who came today is also a boss in the space. Su-mu exclaimed in surprise, a boss. He was stunned and asked Suya, Sis, how come I didn't know you were close with these people? Suya didn't hide it, telling him, I only got to know them recently. She also suggested, if you have any questions about that space, you can ask them. Su-mu gave a forced smile, but this hide-and-seek game was really too dangerous. Especially that Mang-exe. Su-mu's voice rang out from outside the door. Suya suddenly opened the door. Sorry to keep you all waiting. He was still excitedly telling his story. I was almost shot to death. Su-mu looked into the room and felt as if he had been petrified on the spot. His eyes were filled with panic. His mouth hung open, and he stood motionless. Seeing her brother frozen, Suya asked with concern, Mu. Immediately after, the two girls in a room left him speechless with shock again. It was Mang-exe and her accomplice again. Su-mu shook his head. No, it's nothing. He looked at them in fear, thinking to himself, surely they didn't come for revenge, right? Besides, he comforted himself that he had turned into an object during the battle, so others probably wouldn't recognize him. Noticing Su-mu's strange expression, Suya turned back and asked with concern, do you all know each other? Su-mu jumped, hastily explaining, how could I know them? I was just stunned by your beauties. He was still silently comforting himself. Because he had turned into an object, they had no idea what he looked like. Su-mu smirked inwardly. Even if he met those hunters again now, they would absolutely not recognize the Su-mu before them as player EMO. Suya frowned, waving Su-mu over. Mu, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and come in. He also felt he was being a bit rude, quickly replied with a sound, and hurried inside. Su-mu enthusiastically introduced himself, seeming a bit shy in front of the beautiful older sisters. Hello, sisters. My name is Su-mu. The eldest sister maintained a cold expression. Sume, your little brother is quite cute. Don't be shy, kid. The short-haired girl he had burned was now sitting there, saying, if you have any questions about the space, just ask us. Su-mu nodded. Yes. This is my first time participating in a battle in the space. Su-mu also shared his experience with the two beautiful sisters, hesitating for a moment before continuing. I don't understand anything at all. Big Sis Mang-exe explained first. Simply put, if you want to obtain wealth, special abilities, or even immortality, you need to participate in various challenges in the space. Only then will you have a chance to get those things. Mang-exe's companion continued. Except for the fact that everyone who turns 18 is required to participate, other challenges in the space are chosen by the players themselves. Each challenge or battle has different difficulty levels, and the corresponding rewards and items will also be different. Su-mu was stunned after hearing this. There are difficulty levels too. He quickly sat down at the table and asked curiously, so how are the specific difficulty levels set? Mang-exe explained, there are 12 difficulty levels in total. Before entering a game or challenge, players can roll dice to determine the difficulty. The higher the dice roll, the greater the difficulty. Within the same difficulty, there are also different modes and ways to play. After a player enters the interface for the corresponding difficulty, they can choose the challenge they want to participate in. Players will also be ranked based on their total experience points. The higher your experience rank, the more chances you have to see a completely different world. Su-mu only then came to his senses, thinking to himself, this woman gives me the creeps, even though we're in the real world now. But he quickly regained his composure and continued to ask, if a player participates in a higher difficulty challenge, they will get more experience points, right? That way, leveling up will also be faster. Mang-exe's little sister then spoke up. That's right, but participating in high difficulty challenges is easier said than done. One wrong move, and you could lose your life. Sumu scratched the back of his neck and said with a smile, "Yes, I understand." Seeing this, Mang Xe summarized. In short, participating in the space game is both a challenge and a battle, but at the same time, it's also a great opportunity. As long as you have the ambition to become stronger, any difficulty can be overcome. Sumu remained silent, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Suya then placed her hand on Sumu's shoulder, sitting down beside him and saying, "All right, stop scaring Sumu. He just completed his first challenge in the space." Mang Xe covered her mouth and laughed at this, replying, "My apologies." Sumu thought to himself, she's truly an A-rank big sis. Every sentence has a hidden meaning that needs to be carefully pondered to be understood. She suddenly called out to him, "By the way, Sumu." He replied blankly, "Yes." She asked, "Did you meet the leader, EMO, in the space?" Sumu played dumb and replied, "EMO? I've never met him. Throughout the battle, I was constantly being chased by an A-rank big sis named Mang Xe. I almost died from her arrows." She comforted him. "It's okay." Feeling that further questions might expose him, he quickly made an excuse. But why should I care about you sisters looking for prey? Ha ha ha. Oh, it's getting late. I have to go do my homework." His sister said with a smile, "Go on, Sumu." After saying that, he stood up, bowed to the two sisters, Mang Xe and her companion, and said with a smile, "Thank you so much for teaching me so much about the space. Please make yourselves at home. I'll be heading to my room first." Mang Xe's little sister saw this and replied, "Go do your homework." The big sis also waved goodbye. "See you next time." Although she said that, she still had some suspicions about him in her heart. A while later, Sumu was taking a shower, replaying the information he had just heard from Mang Xe in his mind. Mang Xe mentioned a completely different world just now. What did she mean? Was it wealth, power, or beauty? Perhaps there are too many temptations outside that make players strive to level up. Since there are still many unknowns, it's better to focus on raising my rank and exploring on my own for now. Suddenly, his sister's voice came from outside outside the bathroom door. Sumu's sister stood with her hands on her hips, shouting, "Why are you taking so long in the shower? Are you trying to scrub off all your skin or something?" Sumu reached out and turned off the faucet, replying, "I know, I'm coming out now." After saying that, he grabbed a bath towel, wrapped it around his waist to cover his lower body, and walked to the door. He thought to himself, I almost forgot that the original owner's sister is also in this house. But suddenly living with someone of the same age, who is also a girl not related by blood, under the same roof, this feeling is a bit. Sumu opened the door and stepped out, his sister's voice immediately cutting off his train of thought. "You're finally willing to come out." He pretended to be surprised, his eyes wide as he asked, "Sis, what is this?" At this moment, his sister was wearing a rather sexy set of lingerie, with only a thin robe thrown loosely over it, and she replied confidently, "Do you even have to ask? I'm going to take a shower, of course." Sumu almost had a nosebleed, silently exclaiming in his heart, "Oh my God," it almost fell off. His sister then stretched, her voice lazy as she said, "I'm so tired after a long day, I can finally relax." She was completely unaware that her robe was slowly slipping off. Sumu didn't think much of it and rushed forward to help hold it up for her. He quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. It was about to fall. I was just helping you hold it." His sister immediately swung a fist at him, saying angrily, "You." Sumu then panicked and pulled his hand back, replying fearfully, "It's true. Believe me, I'm definitely not the type to take advantage of others." Before he could finish his sentence, his sister's robe still fell to the ground. Both of their faces darkened, and his sister shouted, "Ah, Xiaomu." He desperately tried to explain, but the more he said, the more he seemed to add fuel to the fire. "Little sister, this was really an accident, just an accident." She roared, "Who are you calling little sister?" He stammered, "Oh no, sis, it really was just an accident." A few minutes later, Sumu lay on his bed, one hand covering the clear 5-fingered mark on his cheek, lost in thought. Although I don't know why I suddenly transmigrated to this parallel world, I shouldn't think about it too much. Quickly adapting to life here is what I need to do. The next morning, at school, Sumu was resting his chin on his hand, staring intently at the pile of books in front of him when a familiar figure approached and said, "Sumuzi, did you sleep well last night?" He replied, "I slept very well, why?" It turned out to be a chubby classmate who sat down at the desk next to him and asked, "Hey, I thought that after clearing the game last night, you'd be like me too excited to sleep. Sumu feigned surprise and replied, "Was it that big of a deal?" The chubby classmate continued excitedly. "Of course, I randomly got 3 attribute points last night, a total of 3 points." Sumu asked blankly, "Is 3 points a lot?" The chubby classmate couldn't help but curse as he explained, "Damn, big bro, are you from Mars?" According to statistics from the relevant authorities, the highest attribute points you can get from participating in the space game for the first time is 4 points, and normal people only get 0.1 or 0.4 points on their first try. Anyway, this time, thanks to Boss EMO, we cleared it smoothly. If I ever get to meet the boss in the real world, I'll have to thank him formally. Sumu thought to himself, I remember I still have 19 attribute points I haven't distributed. Suddenly, a hand from the side draped over his friend's shoulder. In a mocking tone, "Getting 3 attribute points? You seem pretty pleased with yourself." The chubby classmate was startled. It's you." He turned his head and stammered, "Zhao. Brother Zhao, why are you here?" It turned out to be a bald-headed bully who was threatening his friend. "I came to see just how arrogant this kid who got 3 attribute points can be." The chubby classmate quickly explained, "No, not at all." Sumu then spoke up sarcastically. Is that what you call arrogant?" With Boss EMO leading the way, clearing the game smoothly. "If it were me, I'd be beating drums and gongs for 3 days to let everyone know I passed smoothly." The chubby classmate quickly tried to intervene. Brother Zhao, calm down." The bully rushed forward and grabbed Sumu by the collar, threatening him. "This kid's got some nerve. If you've got the guts, say that again." He was not afraid at all, calmly asking back, "What? You're this angry? Is it because your side was useless and got killed?" The surrounding classmates saw this and started whispering, "What? So he's the traitor from the game? Does he think he can be safe by relying on the pursuer's side? He doesn't even understand such a simple logic. Must be the simple-minded, well-built type. Ha ha ha." Brother Zhao couldn't take it anymore, raising his fist and roaring in Sumu's face. "Who gave you permission to talk so much?" Sumu looked straight at his opponent's fist, calmly grabbed it, and threw him to the ground. The opponent cried out in pain. He slowly walked over, mocking, "Calling you simple-minded and well-built is giving you face. Who can you scare with that little bit of strength?" The opponent gritted his teeth and stood up, turning to run away, not forgetting to look back and utter a vicious threat. You just wait." Sumu replied nonchalantly, "I won't see you out." At this point, the chubby classmate came over and asked with concern, "Muzi, are you okay?" Sumu turned his head, his tone firm as he said, "If he dares to bully you again in the future, just fight back. Why should you have to put up with this?" The chubby classmate was so moved he was about to cry. "Why should I have to put up with this? Muzi, I'm so touched. From today on, besides Boss EMO, you are my god." He replied awkwardly. A day of school ended, and Sumu returned home. Sitting on his bed in contemplation. "My sister isn't home today. Why don't I re-enter the game space? Only then can I earn points to upgrade in that space. Wait a minute, I don't even know how to enter the game, so how the hell can I play?" Before he could think much, the phone next to him displayed a notification. The door to the personal game space has opened. Does the player wish to enter? Sumu turned his head in surprise to look at the phone. Strange, I just said one sentence and the door opened. He pointed his hand at the phone and gave the command, "Enter." After being pulled into the game space, the notification window appeared again. "Welcome back to the personal game space. Now, players are invited to choose a number as the challenge number for the second space round." Sumu recalled that Python once said the difficulty of the space is divided into 12 levels, and the game's difficulty is also determined by the dice roll, but the maximum score of a single die is only 6. To reach level 12, at least 2 dice will be needed. Sumu tapped the screen and said, "I choose 1. If I'm not mistaken, choosing 1 is the safest option right now." The screen displayed another notification. Now, the player is invited to randomly draw the score for the second die. Sumu smiled smugly. As expected, there were 2 dice, even though he was the one choosing the scores for both. Begin selection. A notification window popped up. The difficulty of this round is level 50. Player, please prepare. Sumu made a decisive judgment. The smaller the score of the first die, the more control the player has over the game's difficulty. As soon as he finished his thought, the notification appeared again and the teleportation began. The game space has successfully merged. Good luck. After the teleportation ended, he appeared in a luxurious room. Sumu was a bit surprised by his own attire and the surrounding scenery, exclaiming, "Isn't this Sherlock Holmes's outfit? Could the theme of this round be cosplay?" It seems the caliber of the players this time is completely different from the last. Everyone remained silent, carefully observing their surroundings. Sumu turned his head to look. A familiar figure appeared before his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Jiao Jiao, she's here too." A notification window suddenly appeared. Welcome, everyone, to my manor. Your challenge this time is a role-playing escape. In this round, you are the prey. You will be divided into teams of 3 based on your positions to escape the brutal hunt. Throughout the entire manor, all players need to find 3 treasure chests and the clues inside. Using these clues, players must find the correct way to escape the manor. As long as one person in a team successfully escapes, the entire team will be considered successful. Failure condition for this round: the entire team is eliminated. Special rule for this round: players on the same side cannot attack each other. Each player has their own death rule. Once it is triggered, they will be eliminated immediately. You now have 10 minutes to choose your props via a wheel. After the selection is complete, the match will officially begin. Common props, special props, legendary props. Sumu looked at the screen and couldn't help but wonder. Legendary props. Why is there a prop category higher than the other 2? In that case, I'll try picking you then. The legendary props include Mr. Door's Key, which can teleport to any place with a door in the manor, usable once per hour. The Great Fortune Pocket Watch, which can temporarily freeze time for 3 minutes, usable once every half hour. The Golden Needle, which can resurrect a teammate, usable once per hour. Sumo hesitated. On the surface, all 3 of these props are very powerful. Which one should I choose? The Golden Needle spoke first. Pick me. I can resurrect a teammate. The Key interjected. I can take him any place with a door. On what ground should he pick you? The Pocket Watch wouldn't back down either. Stop arguing. I'm the ultimate prop. I can pause time at critical moment. After they finished speaking, Sumu then replied, "You have a point. Half an hour passes quickly. Its practicality is definitely stronger than Mr. Door's Key." Sumu reached out and tapped the pocket watch on the screen, saying, "I choose you." The watch flew into his hand, and a notification sounded. "Congratulations on successfully choosing the ultimate legend, the Great Fortune Pocket Watch." Sumu already had a plan in mind. This time, he was set. With the ability to freeze time, how could the hunters possibly catch him easily? At this moment, the screen displayed. "Do you want to see the death rules of player Dao Dao and player Hua Gai?" Sumu pressed agree without hesitation, so you can even see other players' death rules. The screen displayed death rule of player Hua Gai, raising both hands above the head. Death rule of player Dao Dao, heels touching the ground. As the player who received the lucky star, you will automatically receive 2 special rewards in this game. 1, you can modify another player's death rule. 2, you can view the death rules of all players, but you cannot view your own death rule. Duration 1 hour. It can only be used 3 times, and you've already used it twice. Sumu couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, why didn't this damn system give a heads up, making me waste 2 chances? Can someone help me check my death rule? The system displayed the death rule of player EMO. Must blink once within 10 minutes. Remaining time is 4 minutes. He pondered, thinking to himself that it made sense. Based on the death rules he just checked and their outfits, it probably isn't a rule related to height characteristics, right? A moment later, all the players receive their items. Suddenly, a guy angrily threw his item on the ground, shouting, "Damn it, what's the use of giving me a broken broom? This is the worst luck." The person next to him quickly pulled him back and advised, Hey buddy, don't be like that. I got a special item. Our team still has hope." But the guy kept frantically stomping on his item without mercy. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The system suddenly announced, "Player Baldy doesn't need a bath has been eliminated. Player Spicy Numbing Hot Pot has been eliminated." A girl screamed in panic. How did this happen? After the explosion, those 2 had completely vanished, and the people around were terrified, murmuring amongst themselves. Is this hell mode right from the start? The game hasn't even officially begun, and she's the only one left in her team. It must be a personal rule, definitely their personal death rules. It doesn't seem like they did anything. Can anyone rewind their actions just now? Not far away, a girl in which costume spoke up, analyzing. "That monk just now swore," and he threw his item on the ground. The person next to him just stood up and said 1 sentence. After hearing this, the others felt a bit panicked. What do we do now? We can't just sit here forever. The hunters are about to be released. We can't waste precious time familiarizing ourselves with the map anymore. The screen displayed a notification. The 10-minute selection period has ended. The map for this round is a luxurious castle. There are currently 22 hiding players and 4 pursuers. There are some hidden rules in the game that players need to discover on their own. In 15 minutes, the pursuers will appear. Everyone became tense, and the scene was once again in an uproar. Everyone, run. This is our chance to get a head start. Why aren't you moving? If you're so brave, you stand up first. Suddenly, someone tugged on Emo's sleeve from behind. He turned around in surprise, and it was Xiao Jiao. She greeted him, "Big brother, we're on the same team." He laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha, we're really fated to be together." Another person walked over and asked doubtfully, "Is he really EMO?" Xiao Jiao nodded and replied, "Yes, that's him." Then she extended her hand to introduce herself. "I've heard so much about you. Your performance in the last match was outstanding. Watching got my blood boiling." He turned and shook her hand, saying politely, "Ha ha ha, you flatter me. It's an honor to meet you too." Hua Gai asked with some confusion, "What do you think about what just happened?" He replied cheerfully, "Didn't they already say it's a personal rule? So our death rules are definitely all different." Seeing the lively atmosphere, the people around also gathered. Sumu began to analyze. "Everyone, please look at your outfits. The hidden death rule for all of us is definitely related to the physical characteristics of each person's character." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Only the witch girl behind him nodded to herself. Not bad. To have figured out the issue with the death rules in such a short time, he's truly worthy of being the big brother EMO I admire. He continued. The monk from earlier swore, violating Buddhist precepts. As for that Taoist priest, his death rule was probably not to make noise. Outside, those watching the match began to get curious. Who is this person? Why haven't we seen him before? In just a few minutes, he figured out the death rules of those two. Although I don't know who this Sherlock Holmes player is, my woman's intuition tells me he's very likely our big brother EMO. Over here, Sumu hurriedly said to his teammates, "All right, we need to hurry and find clues." Xiao Jiao at his side responded enthusiastically, "Yes." Hua Gai looked at him a bit shyly. "You're not going to ask me to kiss you, are you?" He answered honestly, "Oh, don't worry, everyone can talk." After speaking, he turned to leave. "Come on, let's go quickly. If we're not fast, we won't have much time to find clues. Just remember not to do anything that doesn't fit your character's identity." The young girl said excitedly, "Understood." He continued to urge, "Let's go quickly. If we're not fast, we'll really run out of time to find clues." Xiao Jiao hurried to follow, laughing as she said, "Hee hee." A person wearing a mask looked at them and said, "This Sherlock Holmes player looks really capable. Following them should be fine." The witch girl also praised him. "She seems to be looking forward to this time. You'd better perform well. Don't disappoint me." The observers outside the screen all seemed astonished. Damn, that guy was completely right. That person just now, could he really be Big Brother EMO? The screen displayed the death rule, an absurd death rule. Speaking loudly is also considered making noise. A mysterious blonde boy was leisurely sipping coffee, telling his friend beside him, "If that Sherlock Holmes is really EMO, I think he's just average." The friend replied, "It took him 7 minutes to figure it out. For a top expert like you, that's just a trivial matter, right?" He immediately denied it and explained, "No, it didn't take him 7 minutes to figure it out. In fact, he spent most of that time choosing a prop." From a moment those two stood up until the explosion. It took him at most 1 minute to analyze their death rules on the spot. The other person stammered in astonishment. One minute? His eyes were full of confidence, his tone firm. "That's right, this guy is no ordinary expert. I'm also looking forward to facing him. It's just that when the time comes, I will definitely defeat him." As soon as Xiao Jiao entered, she was stunned by the scene and exclaimed, "This luxurious castle seems a bit too luxurious." Hua Gai wasn't as dreamy as her. Instead, she was concerned. In such a large castle, we have to find an exclusive code to escape, evade the hunter's attacks, and also figure out the hidden rules on our own. Hearing you say that makes me even more nervous. Why do I feel like this game is very disadvantageous for hiders like us? Sumu, however, appeared very calm and replied, "We just need to find the clues for the 3 quests in this area, right?" He thought it was very simple. As long as they smoothly completed those 3 quests, they would have a chance to get the exclusive code. Hua Gai asked him, "So where should we start looking now?" The answer was very simple. "We'll start from this door, of course." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao asked in confusion, "Aren't we just going back the way we came?" "Based on my observations, yes. There's still many rooms in the castle's main hall. Maybe there are clues we need inside." The more she listened, the more confused she became, and she couldn't help but ask, "In that case, why did we leave the castle just now?" "Mainly, I wanted to go outside and see just how big the scale of this game is." Hua Gai couldn't hold back either and urged the two of them, "Let's go. We have to find a clue for the first quest before the hunters appear." After searching for a while, the results were not very promising. "Nothing. I don't have anything either." This made her wonder if they were searching in the wrong direction. "There's nothing here." Xiao Jiao felt the same way. No matter how you looked at it, this didn't seem like a place where clues would be hidden. Sumu walked ahead of the two, thinking silently, "No, I must have missed some detail just now." He placed his hand on the door from before. Based on his experience, if it wasn't like this, then why would the game design a castle? It was inconvenient for hiding, and there were no quest hints. How could the game be like this? Unexpectedly, the spot where he placed his hand could actually be pressed down. Even he himself was very surprised. Xiao Jiao was also astonished. That works too? Hua Gai said doubtfully. I clearly tried pressing the wall just now. Why was there no reaction when I pressed it? He guessed. Maybe you weren't strong enough. A treasure chest appeared before them. They had finally found it. The system also immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations on unlocking the team's first exclusive quest. The specific information is as follows. Exclusive Quest 1 within 48 hours. Use this smartphone to take a group photo with all the pursuers. Requirement. Take it at close range. All pursuers must show their faces. The quest is completed as long as one of the 3 people accomplishes it. Xiao Jiao was a little worried about this quest. We have to take a group photo with all the pursuers and at close range too. Hua Gai felt the same way, saying hesitantly, "Isn't this just walking into a trap?" She was so stressed she was about to cry. This is only my second time in the game. If I get eliminated, won't it all be for nothing? While Xiao Jiao was worrying, Sumu was quietly studying a plan of action. After a moment, he spoke. If I'm not mistaken, the hunters will soon appear at the most central location of the game. A glimmer of hope flashed in Hua Gai's eyes. So what you mean is, this is the best opportunity to take a photo with them. As soon as this suggestion was made, the other 2 couldn't help but doubt. Big brother, are you sure? He didn't say any more. Little did they know, Xiao Yu, who was outside, had heard their entire conversation. Let me analyze it for you guys. The system would absolutely not give players an impossible quest. Therefore, this quest looks difficult, but in reality, the best way is to wait until the hunters have just appeared and immediately take a photo with them. Moreover, when they are first teleported into the game, the hunters will have a period where their actions are restricted. As long as we are a bit bolder, controlling the timing is actually a very simple task. Thinking about it carefully, what you said just now makes a lot of sense. Xiao Jiao admired him more and more, thinking he was really amazing. Su Mu was very confident because he had calculated everything clearly. With this method, it wouldn't matter if he made a few mistakes. He was greatly looking forward to completing this quest. As long as he had the Great Fortune Pocket Watch, any shortcomings could be compensated for, and 3 minutes was enough time for him to take 100 photos. Not long after, the 3 of them heard the system announcement. The priority time for the runners has ended. Now it is the pursuer's stage. Immediately, a beam of light teleported to the main hall. This game was, of course, also being broadcast live outside for everyone to watch. Their excitement was no less than that of the participants. The pursuers this time are members of White Eagle, our country's official special forces. Our country's A-rank experts are not something those greedy trash can compare to. Upon learning the players' identities, there are also quite a few differing opinions outside. So what if they're experts from Country L? If that Sherlock Holmes from earlier is really EMO, then he'll definitely run circles around them. In the game, the system also had to explain clearly to them that in this match, to maintain balance, the pursuers would be designated to transform into powerful monsters and would also be subject to certain restrictions. And now, for 10 seconds, the 10 pursuers can choose the type of monster they want to transform into. 10 seconds later, the match will officially begin. Kimura, while making his choice, said to his teammates with an extremely arrogant tone, "Fighting these small fries is no fun at all. 2 hours should be enough for you guys, right?" Kitahara was also extremely confident and even said, enough, big brother, you don't need to lift a finger this time, just leave it to us." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. The person slowly approached them and said, "Just the 4 of you want to catch us? I'm afraid that's a bit difficult." Before the 4 of them could figure out who it was, they heard the person invite them. "Come on, let's take a picture together." The person with the guts to invite the pursuers for a group photo, who else could it be but Sumu? He also didn't forget to add a few taunts. "You won't have a chance later when I eliminate you." His conversation with the 4 of them was, of course, watched by the audience from beginning to end without a single detail missed. Auden showed great interest in Sumu and turned to Roth with a smile. "I think the Sherlock Holmes is EMO, no doubt about it." Roth had the same thought. That's right. After all, besides EMO, no one would dare to confront the pursuers head-on like that. The crowd outside was also buzzing about Sumu's proactive move to take a group photo earlier. Could this be his exclusive quest? But to dare take a group photo with the pursuers, his mental fortitude is truly on another level. If it were me, my legs would have turned to jelly. I wouldn't have the mind to talk to the opponent. Auden just wanted to ask, but I'm still a bit curious. How did such a formidable character end up in a novice's playing field? Do you think he used some kind of prop? He just smiled mysteriously. Who knows? Over here, Su Mu was confronting the four of them, but there was still a thin spatial barrier between them, which ensured his safety. Kimura couldn't help but laugh at his earlier words. This runner is quite interesting. Sumu didn't mind the compliment, smiling as he said, I'm just so-so. Kitahara wasn't as easygoing, and reminded him with a cold smile, Kid, I advise you not to be too arrogant. His tone was as if he wanted to swallow Su Mu whole right then and there. If it weren't for this air wall between us before the match, you'd be torn in two by now. That's enough talk. Now he had to complete the quest first. Su Mu quickly raised his phone to take a picture. Alright, enough nonsense, turn around, let's take a picture together. He counted down loudly. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Kimura on the inside was very cooperative, even shouting to along with him. Seeing Su Mu acting so naturally, Hua Gai and Xiao Jiao, who were standing beside him, were so shocked their jaws dropped. So cool. Big brother is so amazing. After taking the picture, he threw the phone straight back and ran for his life. Goodbye. He didn't forget to leave a parting shot. Consider this photo a souvenir for you guys. Su Mu's personality left a deep impression on Kimura, who couldn't help but burst out laughing. First time meeting such an interesting runner. As for Kitahara, he could only bottle up his anger. You rotten kid, count yourself lucky. After running for his life, he finally returned to Hua Gai and Xiao Jiao's side, having successfully taken a group photo with all the pursuers. The team completed the first exclusive quest. He really did it. Xiao Jiao was truly his #1 fan, shouting excitedly, Big brother EMO is the best. She was only concerned about whether he was scared. Who said I wasn't scared? That was terrifying just now. My legs went soft. Let's get out of here too. Even though she said that, she still greatly admired his courage. Su Mu led everyone away. If we don't go now, it'll be troublesome when the hunters catch up. The time had entered the final countdown. The 90-second monster selection phase has ended. Now the game officially begins. Kimura's hands had been itching for a long time, and he had finally waited for this moment. The 4 monsters they chose were Keiko, Masa, Harajoji, and Kimura Yua. Just by looking at the monsters they possessed, everyone couldn't help but be terrified. It's a good thing the guy ran fast. It seems these monsters have other special skills too, right? Kimura immediately ordered his subordinate Kitahara, go after that kid from earlier. Yes, big brother. The others acted according to the plan. At this time, Su Mu's group of 3 had settled into a car on a roller coaster. The terrain here was high, allowing them to observe the hunters' movements at any time, and it wasn't easy to be discovered. Hua Gai also felt this place wasn't bad, because since ancient times, no one ever looks up to find people. This is indeed a good position. Before she could finish her sentence, the runner's screens displayed another notification. Dochin, there's a woman in red running towards the castle. Brothers in the castle. Pay attention, this red-clothed girl is also a ghost. Has everyone found the treasure chests? Can anyone tell me the location of the treasure chests? What treasure chests are you still looking for? Everyone hide well. Staying alive is more important. Seeing them staying put. She also grew anxious for them. These people still haven't found the treasure chest quest yet? Did they spend all 10 minutes just finding a hiding spot? Sumu didn't forget to remind the 2 of them. This quest must be completed. We can't just hide in one place forever. The most important thing in this game is not to stop moving. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise came from behind them. Xiao Jiao was so scared her whole body trembled. They caught up so fast. In the tent, the runners' cries for help echoed endlessly. Help! Help! As soon as they cried out, their lives came to an end. Player Eye in the Wind has been eliminated. Player Little Wooden Horse has been eliminated. 20 runners remaining. Xiao Jiao's morale was quite low. Witnessing the person next to her being eliminated so quickly, she felt extremely uneasy. What should we do now? Should we take advantage of the chaos and run? Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Harajoji look up towards them, a strange smile on his face. Don't run. This terrified her even more. We're done for, he's out. Su Mu remained expressionless from beginning to end, not saying a word. The opponent's threatening voice kept coming. Arrogant runners, just you wait, I'm coming for you right now. The 2 people hiding below had their path blocked by him. This is bad. There's no escape. Harajoji's terrifying face got closer and closer to them. Was there really no way out? Knowing he couldn't escape, the man decided to risk it all. Damn it, I'll fight you. He grabbed his sword, mustered all his courage, and charged towards the opponent. Die. Seeing his prey charge at him, Harajoji was not scared, but even more excited. The man was full of momentum, but when he saw the opponent open his giant mouth, he was instantly scared out of his wits. What followed was only his blood-curdling scream. The outcome was obvious. Hua Gai hugged the terrified Xiao Jiao tightly and suggested to Su Mu, why don't we run now? Otherwise the consequences will be dire. Her eyes were already filled with tears, and she sobbed as she added, "This is clearly killing the chicken to scare the monkey." Sumu remained calm, encouraging the two. "Don't be afraid. The monster is strong, but it also has weaknesses." Before the two could understand his meaning, he then explained, "I observed very carefully just now and discovered that when chasing down the fugitives, his movements would slow down. This is very likely some kind of limiting rule for the hunter." At this moment, the girl below was so scared she burst into tears, desperately begging, "Please spare me. I don't want to die yet." Harajoji didn't intend to kill her right away. He still wanted to use her for something. "Don't you guys have a fugitives chat box?" The girl trembled and nodded. "Yes. Yes." His meaning was, "Then you'll help me send a message in the system chat channel. As long as you send it successfully, I'll give you a 3-second head start." The girl, without a second thought, immediately agreed. Okay. Harajoji dictated for her to type, "Dear fugitives, your nemesis." Harajoji is here. While she was typing, suddenly another message popped up. "All fugitives caught in the amusement park. If you want to live, run in an S-shaped path later." She recognized at a glance that it was from Boss Sam, not expecting him to be in the same game, and hurriedly replied, "Understood." Once done, the girl quickly stood up and said to Harajoji, "It's sent. Can I have my 3-second head start now?" Of course. He was still arrogant. "Run along. The more you panic, the more excited I get." The girl immediately followed Boss M's reminder, running with all her might, thoroughly enjoying the last moments of her life. As soon as 3 seconds were up, Harajoji's giant arm reached out accordingly, wanting to grab her. Although she was terrified, she still remembered Boss M's reminder, run in an S-shaped path. It worked, but he missed. Harajoji stood stunned on the spot, wanting to see what other tricks she had. A few seconds later, he immediately realized this was that girl's running skill. She was running in an S-shaped path. Knowing this, his expression turned grim, and he angrily ground his teeth. "Damn it, who do you think I am?" Seeing the girl had pulled some distance from him, he seemed extremely impatient. "This damn limitation is making me too slow." Just then, his body suddenly swelled up, and he could even spit out another small umbrella from his mouth. This was probably his special ability. That small umbrella, carrying its characteristic bizarre smile, flew straight towards the area the girl had just run into. Thinking everything would go smoothly, who knew that the small umbrella would suddenly bounce back into his mouth, causing the spectators outside to wonder, what the hell was that? Why did the umbrella fly back? Could it be that Kitahara isn't used to the monster's body and made a mistake? Xiao Jiao, who was up high, had been watching him intently and hurriedly reminded everyone, "Everyone look, the thing he just spat out came back." The question was quickly answered by the system. During the day, the pursuer will be greatly weakened. Skills cannot be used in the daytime. So that's how it is. Knowing this, her expression immediately brightened. "That's great. With this limitation, we can continue to complete the treasure hunting mission. Of course, we'll stick to the plan from before." Sumu took the initiative and instructed the two of them. "You two wait here. I'll go down and check the situation." At this moment, Harajoji was standing angrily outside the door. "The limitations of this body are too great. If I could remove the limitations, how could this situation have happened?" Unfortunately, in the game, there's no such thing as if. He had only taken a few steps when the Ferris wheel collapsed, and his body was thus pinned firmly in the hard seat, unable to move. He struggled to get out, angrily cursing, "Damn it, this monster's body is too weak." Just then, Sumu appeared again, not forgetting to taunt him a little. "You look really pathetic right now." The moment he saw him, he immediately recognized him. Sumu, instead of avoiding him, provoked him. "I'm right in front of you. If you're so great, come out and kill me now." Harajoji was furious. "You think you could just say a few words and run? Fine, I have other things to do. I can't be bothered to play with you." From this moment on, he completely held a grudge against Sumu. "If you have the guts, tell me your name. Let's see if I don't kill you when I get out." He wanted to know, and Sumu wasn't afraid, retorting bluntly, "Want to kill me? Why don't you wait until you get out first?" Being repeatedly humiliated by Sumu, Harajoji was trembling with anger. "You just wait." After leaving him, Sumu quickly found the second treasure chest, finally found it. It must be said, his luck was much better than last time. As soon as the treasure chest opened, the system displayed a notification accordingly. "Congratulations, you have activated the second personal mission. Any team member who can hold off the pursuer at close range for 2 minutes late at night will be considered to have completed the mission." Just hearing it, you could tell the difficulty was not trivial. Holding off the pursuer at close range, these missions are really getting harder and harder. The system even specifically explained that after activating the mission, it must be completed first to unlock the next treasure hunting mission. At this time, a bag also appeared on the screen. After the team activates the second mission, members can actively claim the bonus clue from the first mission. Sumu curiously clicked to see, what is this? It turned out he had received a more specific clue. Escape hint number 1. Go inside. So that's it. He held the paper and thought to himself, although I have this clue, I already have a basic direction now. But this isn't enough. To ensure my deductions are accurate and reliable, I still have to continue completing missions. It's best to try and get the second clue. But I wonder how long until nightfall. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the system announcement, countdown to nightfall, 10 seconds. So stingy, only 10 seconds? I just said it casually and you actually did it. Sumu felt something was off, looked up, and saw the sky outside, which was just bright, was now pitch black. The system officially announced, night has fallen. The spectators outside, seeing the screen change, couldn't help but worry for the fugitives. The pursuers' nighttime skill limitations are completely removed. For those with these skills, catching fugitives would be as easy as flipping a hand, wouldn't it? The game was getting more and more intense. It seemed luck was no longer on the fugitive side. The fugitives inside grew even more panicked, and the space also changed accordingly. Where did the garden go? The girl had just turned around when her eyes immediately filled with extreme horror behind you. Behind him was Keiko. At this moment, the young man was still dazed, not understanding what was happening, and slowly turned his head to look, and was immediately scared out of his wits, unable to even speak clearly. Just like that. He only had time to let out a scream, and was also forced to log out. Player I am the head of the household has been eliminated. Player the butcher has been eliminated. 13 fugitives currently remain. Xiao Jiao and Hua Gai, hiding in a room, also couldn't help but wonder why the sky had suddenly turned dark. I wonder if someone activated something. At this moment, she noticed the marked points on the map. It's amazing. The locations of all the treasure chests have appeared. In Hua Gai's view, things were gradually getting better. As long as we have her ruby necklace, we'll easily find the treasure chests. Even knowing this, Xiao Jiao was still a little worried. After all, this item can only be activated at night. When night falls, all the pursuers' restrictions are lifted. We can't go out now. Hua Gai suggested they wait where they were for now. Wait for the boss to arrive. If we can't go out at night, I'll memorize the general locations of the chests first, and we'll go find the boss to regroup when it's morning. Over here, Su Mu was standing before a castle and couldn't help but wonder. A castle suddenly appeared. Could there be a treasure chest here too? He had just turned his head when he saw Hara Joji, who had appeared there at some unknown time. Their eyes met, both a bit awkwardly. He suddenly let out a roar that greatly annoyed Su Mu, who cursed inwardly. What trick is this guy pulling now? The next second, a dark aura spread from behind him, growing thicker and thicker. Hara Joji's body thus became enormous, his muscular arms reaching out, surrounding Su Mu. He seemed to hate Su Mu immensely, which is why he was so relentless. Let's see where you can run this time. Su Mu calmly replied, in my dictionary, the word flee has never existed. His arrogant reply made Hara Joji wish he could kill him on the spot. If you're not running, then go die. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Su Mu's mouth. The next second, he suddenly jumped up, using his body as a slide to glide to the opposite side. This narrow escape was unacceptable to Hara Joji. After temporarily creating a safe distance, Su Mu spoke up. You probably didn't expect this when you tried to catch me, did you? He coldly turned his head back, seeing that Hara Joji's massive body was just a hindrance inside the castle. Su Mu's calmness was what Hara Joji hated the most. Everyone watching Su Mu's recent scene wondered what the boss was actually doing. Is this the boss's personal mission? The more they watched, the more they admired him. Regardless of whether it's a personal mission, being able to fight a pursuer at close range like that is just too awesome. Su Mu escaped from Hara Joji once, not forgetting to mock him. Next time, think carefully before you act, or you'll be the one losing face. Hara Joji was silent for a moment before speaking. Your mind is quick. It's just that. Su Mu was waiting to see what he would say next. It turned out he had already spat out that small umbrella. No wonder he had such a smug smile. Did you forget about it? Su Mu faced him without any fear. Oh, you want to use this little thing's cry to kill me? Hara Joji said, letting out a bizarre laugh. It's not just a simple warning. As he finished speaking, the small umbrella immediately opened its mouth. Hara Joji then told Su Mu, actually, it's a part of my body. The small umbrella bit hard into his arm, and the arm immediately transformed. The people watching on this side were also on the edge of their seats. What is he doing? His body is evolving. Hara Joji had shrunk. while Sumu, facing him, maintained a calm and unruffled appearance from start to finish. Opposite him, Harajoji spoke as he removed the small umbrella from his body, because we were originally one entity. The bite allowed his body to shrink to Sumu's size, but his strength was not reduced at all. I can transfer my abilities to it. This is my true power. After hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. An umbrella holding another umbrella as a weapon. Don't you find that ridiculous? This sentence completely enraged Harajoji. Ridiculous? If you think this is just a joke, then I'll let you have a taste of what I can do. What about this, then? As he finished speaking, Harajoji swung the umbrella in his hand, striking fiercely towards Sumu. The strike was extremely fast and incredibly dangerous. If not for Sumu's agility, he would have been hit long ago. That blow sliced off a small tower on the castle, its power so terrifying that it broke the tower in two and caused it to collapse. A cloud of white dust spread out, mixed with his characteristic laughter. Witnessing the scene, Harajoji was extremely confident, thinking this kid had been turned to dust or was crushed under the rubble waiting to die. Did I overdo it? He thought Sumu was dead under the ruins, so he turned to leave happily, preparing to go find the boss. In fact, Sumu was hiding behind the remaining small tower. Just then, the system screen suddenly displayed a line of text. Player Harajoji has violated a death rule and will therefore be executed. Seeing this notification, Sumu couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. This is a death rule aimed at the pursuer. At that very moment, a truth suddenly flashed in his mind. That's right, the game rule said that every player has their own death rule. The pursuer is actually one of the players too, so a death rule is displayed above each of their heads. His gaze slowly turned towards the direction the man had left. It's just that the probability of them violating a death rule is almost zero. Sumu carefully calculated each step. Among the fugitives present, there's probably no one who could kill him with swordsmanship after he transformed. So even if everyone knew the pursuer's death rule, they would be helpless. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. What time is it for you to be lost in thought? Sumu slowly turned his head, only to see Harajoji standing there. It seems our little game just now wasn't exciting enough. It turns out he faked leaving to trick me. Sumu had just enough time to curse inwardly before Harajoji swung his second strike. At this point, if I don't run for my life, I'll just die here. Seeing Sumu speeding away in front, Harajoji still appeared relaxed. What are you running for? Stop running. The last strike had torn Sumu's clothes. If he wasn't careful, the next thing to be torn apart would be his life. Actually, I prefer your arrogant and stubborn look from before. Over here, as Sumu ran for his life, he spoke to the system. System, modify player Harajoji's death rule to will die if he walks. The system quickly went into processing mode. Unfortunately, the rule does not conform to common sense. Please re-enter. Such a quick failure made him frown. It's not working. Sumu tried to modify the command again. Modify player Harajoji's death rule to will die if he talks. The result was the same. The rule does not conform to common sense. Please re-enter. Then change it to will die if he says draw sword. Still, the rule does not conform to common sense. Please re-enter. There's no time, he's caught up. What are you mumbling about? This strike sent Sumu flying 10 meters, his body sliding a long way across the ground. Seeing that he still hadn't killed Sumu, Harajoji couldn't help but frown in confusion. Strange, all restrictions have clearly been lifted, so why could he still escape in this situation? Sumu, having temporarily saved his life, was still racking his brain, thinking about how to modify the rule reasonably. The audience was also holding their breath, following every development of the game. For the boss to be able to hide his sword while lost in thought in this situation, that's real skill. If Harajoji hadn't been found to have violated a rule, the great god would have been long gone. A young boy suddenly noticed something. Doesn't anyone find this strange? Harajoji is A rank, so why can't he even beat an E rank person now? The blonde girl guessed. Based on the current situation, Harajoji's strength has been limited by at least over 60%. In short, he can barely be considered C rank right now. Even so, compared to Harajoji, I'm more curious about what M is trying to do. Is there something more important than completing the mission? At the scene was also Xiao Yu, who had been following Sumu from the very beginning. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she said meaningfully, M, we meet again. The screen on Xiao Yu's side quickly showed a completion notification. It was unclear what she had done, but she left a single sentence. The opportunity has been given to you. The rest is up to you. It turned out she had been secretly helping all along. Over here, Harajoji was still frantically searching for Sumu, Today, he was determined to catch this rotten kid. He couldn't help but feel annoyed to think he let him get away. He runs faster than a rabbit. So far yet so close. Su Mu was actually hiding right behind the brick wall he had just passed. After several struggles, Su Mu's face was inevitably injured. This old guy seems to always use the umbrella as a sword. Thinking of this, he wanted to take a gamble. Could it be? So he continued to try with the system to find a suitable command. Modify player Harajoji's death rule to will die if he cannot defeat M with one strike. Unexpectedly, the system quickly poured cold water on his hopes. The rule does not conform to common sense. Please re-enter. But this result didn't surprise him. Indeed, the modification process was a constant trial and error until the most reasonable option was found. He then changed it to will die if he cannot defeat M with 2 strikes. The answer was still, the rule does not conform to common sense. Please re-enter. Su Mu had no intention of giving up, determined to see it through. Then change it to will die if he cannot defeat M with 3 strikes. 3 dots suddenly appeared on the screen, and right after, his command finally took effect. The rule has taken effect. Modification successful. Even though he succeeded, he still felt very annoyed. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me, system? The system also immediately gave the next notification. The pause time of the Great Fortune Tangerine Watch is 3 minutes, with an extremely long cooldown. Players, please use it according to the situation. Seeing this sentence, the only thought in his head was, it seems no item is truly invincible. Su Mu observed the movement outside through a crack. He knew very well that he couldn't use this item to deal with Harajoji. Good luck to the player. All this time, Harajoji's heart had been filled with doubt. He thought to himself, what on earth is going on? The pursuer's restrictions have clearly been lifted, so why am I still? After hiding for a while, Su Mu finally appeared. Hey, are you okay? He wanted to use this method to anger his opponent, making him violate the rule. You've slashed at me so many times and haven't hit me once. What do you think you're doing? He stood casually in front of Harajoji, his arms spread wide, as if inviting his opponent. That's you, the true swordsman. This is hilarious. Just as he predicted, with Harajoji's personality, it only took a few seconds for him to be completely enraged. I'm telling you, physical strength alone is enough to kill a brat like you. Noticing that Harajoji's emotions have been pushed to the limit, Su Mu mocked him even more brazenly. Oh, physical strength? Is that all an A-rank pursuer has? Don't you have any amazing moves to show me? He had completely angered Harajoji, who only roared in response. You rotten kid, I'll show you. This time, Harajoji was determined to launch an attack 10 times stronger than before. Today, I will definitely open your eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, Su Mu had to acknowledge that his opponent's aura was indeed very powerful. Harajoji gripped the umbrella in his hand tightly. Watch closely. He released the strongest wave of energy he had ever mustered. This is my strongest move. That wave of energy shot straight towards the castle, instantly destroying the entire area. An arrogant look was clear on his face. How about that kid? Scared now? But when Harajoji discovered that Su Mu had disappeared, the smile on his face immediately froze. The next second, he heard Su Mu shouting from another direction. It turned out Su Mu had successfully escaped. Su Mu laughed excitedly. So stupid, you actually fell for it. Harajoji suddenly exerted his strength, leaping down from above, wanting to land a strike straight on Su Mu's head. You dare to trick me, you brat. I swear I'll tear you to pieces today. Every one of his attacks was aimed at Su Mu, and Su Mu's legs had never had to work so hard. Although the pressure from Harajoji's attacks was immense, Su Mu still looked very relaxed. Everyone could clearly see the direction Su Mu was running. The boss is running. He's running into the alley. The next second, everyone stared at the screen with wide, astonished eyes. The bosses, a young boy, seemed to have realized something from Su Mu's actions, an indescribable sense of familiarity rising in his heart. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Su Mu's way of running in circles. Isn't that a version of Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the King of Qin? This is a sure loss. The boy couldn't help but worry about Su Mu's situation. There are no guards in the game, and Harajoji won't get tired. At this point, they all felt that fate was sealed. So for M, this was a game he was bound to lose. After a long chase, Harajoji finally lost all patience. Damn it, I'm pissed. Now he just wanted to end this quickly. His keen sense of hearing was particularly useful at this moment. I can hear your footsteps. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su Mu's figure flash by, right there. An arrogant smile returned to the corner of his mouth. Die. While running hard, Su Mu was suddenly tripped by a small stone on the road, lost his balance, and stumbled. At this moment, Harajoji was gathering his energy preparing to unleash a big move. Sumu was still wondering, who left a stone here, when Harajoji's attack came crashing down. Luckily, Sumu's body had just fallen to the ground, and he cried out in pain. Harajoji thought it was Sumu's final, desperate scream before death and looked extremely pleased. "Your scream sounds really nice." He was about to leave to find the boss, signed to himself that this player was a real headache. Just then, a change within his body made him stop. His body was gradually disappearing. This made Harajoji extremely panicked and scared. No, I'm the pursuer." Sumu then revealed himself and added, "So what if you're the pursuer? In the end, you're just a player." Now, the one who should be smiling was Sumu. Players can't be invincible. If they were, how could this game even be played? Harajoji couldn't accept this cruel reality and shouted angrily, "But I clearly hit you. Why are you still perfectly fine?" Sumu replied coldly, "You think you're the only one who can make judgments? I just happened to predict your prediction." It sounded impressive, but inwardly he was cursing. If I hadn't tripped just now, I would have been done for. In any case, he had to act cool first. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. "Oh, right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Your swordsmanship is actually really terrible." At this moment, Harajoji only had time to let out a mournful scream before being completely forced to log out. The final result. Player M has eliminated pursuer Harajoji. Number of remaining pursuers is 3. This news left Hua Guy utterly astonished. I didn't miss here, did I? The boss. He actually defeated a pursuer? Jiao Jiao, long accustomed to this kind of situation, appeared very natural and happy, smiling as she replied, "That's right, you didn't miss here." Whenever she mentioned Sumu, her eyes were filled with admiration. The first time she joined the game space, she was lucky enough to be in the same round as the boss, and back then, he single-handedly defeated 12 pursuers. After today, it's likely that Sumu's fan club will have a new member, and that's Hua Guy. So this time, since I'm playing with the boss, does that mean I can win just by lying down? Over here, Xiaoyu also couldn't help but praise him. He was able to quickly deduce the pursuer's death rule and cleverly used in-game props to run circles around the pursuer. She really hadn't put her trust in the wrong person. He truly was their boss. At this moment, the system also gave her a choice, whether to use the ice crystal prop to instantly turn night into day in order to speed up the game's progress. The answer was of course yes. Xiaoyu's choice triggered the prop's effect. After receiving this bad news, Harajoji's teammates hated Sumu even more. That damn guy, how on earth did he do it? Could it be the death rule? Masao speculated that guy hid. Could it be that he figured out Harajoji's death rule and then took the opportunity to use this weakness to defeat him? Kimura felt that what he said was not impossible. Keiko couldn't hold it in any longer, asking worriedly, "Big sis, what should we do now? I only have 1 death immunity chance left. I don't want to waste it here." Right at this critical moment, the system appeared and saved them. The pursuer is dead. The game is proceeding to a summary, and a hidden reward has been received. Everyone can freely choose one fugitive to become a spy, through which they can obtain some special information about the mysterious castle. This special information could bring more advantages to the pursuit mission. After learning this news, Keiko said with satisfaction, "This is great. Now even the game space system is on our side." At this moment, they were full of confidence. With this hidden reward, it would be hard to lose. After defeating Harajoji, Sumu returned to the display area of the giant god statue. Looking at the statue before him, plus the escape clue designated by the system, he guessed it was right here. Just then, he suddenly heard a clear voice calling his name, "Boss, boss." Turning his head, he saw Hua Guy and Jiao skipping over. "We're here, boss." He was just as happy to see them. Hua Guy hurriedly reported to him, "Boss, just now during the night, we used Jiao's special prop to mark the locations of all the treasure chests on the map." Jiao was busy hugging him tightly and wasn't paying much attention to these things. Getting back to the main point, according to the direction she pointed, it could be seen that the entire map had a total of 10 treasure chests. Currently, the castle area had 2 unopened chests, while the amusement park and the library each had 1. This number seemed a bit less than his initial estimate. Honestly, such a large map and only 10 treasure chests. Hua Guy also added, "That's right, 8 teams, 24 fugitives. Each team not only has to evade the enemy's pursuit, but also has to find a way to quickly find 3 treasure chests, which is not an easy task." Jiao, who had been quiet, suddenly uttered a sentence. The way for the pursuers to clear the stage has also become simpler. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but wonder, "Oh, why Why do you say that? What the little girl meant was, based on the current situation, as long as the pursuers eliminate all the fugitives, won't they be able to successfully clear the stage? So according to Jiao Jiao, our most important task now is to quickly find 3 treasure chests, because only by activating the 3rd treasure chest will the system announce the 2nd escape clue. So the 3 of them split up to search for the treasure chest in the library. Unfortunately, they searched for a long time, but found nothing. There was no progress on Jiao Jiao's side either. Nothing over here either. Spending so much time and effort for nothing made Sumu a little discouraged. Impossible. According to the map, just now, the library's treasure chest should be here. As he was speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor. Hua Gai immediately frowned and looked in that direction. Someone's coming. After hearing this, Sumu also immediately went on high alert. Jiao Jiao was more timid and had already started imagining the worst-case scenario. It's not a pursuer coming, is it? Sumu listened to the footsteps and felt that there seemed to be only one person. That person was now right at the door. Jiao Jiao was so scared she rushed over and grabbed his hand tightly. He's here, he's here. He's taking the steps of death to get here. You're overreacting a bit, Jiao Jiao. Can we not scare ourselves first? He was now being hugged tightly by 2 people on his left and right, making it difficult to move. As soon as Jiao Jiao let go, Hua Gai said something ominous. What if it's not a pursuer? Sumu suggested, how about you 2 let go of me first? Let me go take a look. Before they could separate, he heard both of them scream in unison. It made it impossible for him to stay calm. The door was then pushed open. Jiao Jiao and Hua Gai were now scared to tears. They're here. They're here. The door is open. Seeing those high heels, one could guess that the person who arrived was a woman. So it was Xiaoyu. Did I disturb you all? The 3 of them, still not having recovered from the scare, answered stiffly. No, not at all. Didn't I say not to scare ourselves? So it wasn't a pursuer. Only then did he truly calm down, suddenly realizing it was an acquaintance. Is that you, Jiao Jiao? Seeing his reaction, everyone guessed the 2 knew each other. It was because of Brother Su Mu's introduction. I met her in the game space just before the hide-and-seek game was about to start. Even Xiaoyu was surprised by this coincidence. I didn't expect us to be assigned to the same game space this time. What a coincidence. Her words made Hua Gai a little curious, and she thought to herself, just happened to be assigned to the same space. When she realized that Xiaoyu was the player ranked 3rd in the world, she was even more shocked. How can it be? Jiao Jiao looked at Hua Gai and asked, Sister, what's wrong? She answered flusteredly, it's nothing. Then she curiously asked Xiaoyu, by the way, why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? Xiaoyu replied, them. They ignored me as soon as the game started. Hua Gai was surprised, why? She explained, they complained that I didn't get a good prop, felt I was holding them back, so they abandoned me. But it seems they were all defeated by the pursuer just now. Jiao Jiao showed a sympathetic look, so that's how it is. Hua Gai suggested, if you're alone now, why don't you join our team? There's strength in numbers, and we can also search for treasure chests together, share clues, and everyone's chances of escaping will be greater. Jiao Jiao also chimed in. That's right, that makes a lot of sense. Hua Gai continued to persuade. Anyway, we are all fugitives. Our goals are the same. As long as we solve the clues to escape, anyone can leave this place. Xiaoyu nodded. Since you all have sincerely invited me, of course I have no problem. But whether I can join smoothly depends on whether boss Sumu agrees. Everyone looked towards Sumu, Jiao Jiao, with a look full of expectation. He smiled and said, there's no problem with searching for clues together. Xiaoyu asked happily, really? You agree? Of course. We are all fugitives. We can cooperate for mutual benefit. Jiao Jiao cheered excitedly. That's great, so you can stay with us. Xiaoyu said, gratefully, to be taken in a competitive game like this. Thank you all so much. Jiao Jiao excitedly held Xiaoyu's hand. We're all in the same boat now. Don't be so polite. Hua Gai also responded enthusiastically. Right. Sumu asked curiously, by the way, have you found any treasure chests before? Xiaoyu was honest. I found 2, but I only completed 1 personal mission, so now I only have 1 escape clue. He asked again, can you show it to us? She happily agreed. Of course. After everyone sat down to discuss, Xiaoyu spoke up. I've sent the clue to everyone. Jiao Jiao was doubtful. A math problem. The game system shouldn't give such a simple clue. The screen displayed the escape clue. Escape route 1, 0 plus 5 minus 1 to 8. Hua Gai said, in the game space, anything can happen. Sumu said confidently, I know. Everyone looked at him in surprise. So fast. He slowly explained. To be precise, this clue can be considered a math problem, but it's actually the addition and subtraction of English letters. Jiao Jiao said excitedly, I get it, this isn't the number 0, but the English letter O. He praised her. That's right. Jiao analyzed. First, arrange the 26 English letters in order. Starting from O, to the right is positive, to the left is negative. O shifted 5 positions to the right is T. Then T shifted 1 position to the left is S. And finally S shifted 8 positions to the left is K. Huagai said excitedly. So the final letters we get are OSK, but OS doesn't seem to be an English word. Jiao wondered. Could it be some kind of abbreviation? Xiaoyu asserted. If we don't take the letter O, what's left is TSK, which is indeed an abbreviation. The two girls were very surprised. Ah, so that's how it is. Sumu calmly asked, what country are those pursuers from? Xiaoyu replied, they're all players from Japan. At this point, he said confidently, if my deduction is correct, the escape location indicated by the clue is definitely in the library. Huagai asked doubtfully, why the library? Xiaoyu explained to her, because in Japanese, the Latin transliteration for library is to shokan. After hearing the explanation, Huagai had a moment of realization and urged, so that's it, we've figured out the escape location, let's hurry and find the exit. Xiaoyu replied softly. Huagai thought excitedly to herself. This is great. Now we have Xiaoyu, the world's third-ranked player, and also Sumu. We're sure to win this round. After entering the library, Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said doubtfully, there doesn't seem to be any hidden door to escape from here. Could it be that the door hasn't appeared yet? Sumu also agreed. That's also a possibility. Jiao suggested. Then let's go back and find other clues now to find a way to open this mysterious door. Suddenly, a long system notification appeared. Player 3 years of high school, 5 years of mock exams has been eliminated by pursuer Chiyama Keiko. Player Note Q has been eliminated by pursuer Chiyama Keiko. Player number 1 in my heart has been eliminated by pursuer Chiyama Keiko. There are currently 7 players remaining and 3 pursuers remaining. The witch exclaimed, this person is too strong. To eliminate 6 players in 3 days while being restricted. Sumu was startled after hearing this and quickly asked everyone, by the way, since the game started, do you all remember which pursuers have eliminated which players? Jiao slowly recalled. Except for the old Taoist who defeated Bei Yuan from the beginning until now, only 2 have continuously eliminated players, Chiyama Keiko and Kimura Yui. He mused, thinking to himself, besides Bei Yuan, there are still 3 pursuers, but from the beginning until now, only 2 have made a move. So where did the remaining pursuer go? Could there be a more important task than eliminating players? But what kind of task could be more important than that? In the distance, a mysterious shadow was watching them. A moment later, Jiao asked worriedly, so what do we do now? Continue searching for the exit in the library? Or, he smiled and replied, let's just continue to look for other clues. The witch showed her agreement. After all, we already know the location of the exit. We're just missing a mysterious condition to open that door. He calculated to himself, right now, our team just needs to open the 3rd treasure chest to get the 2nd escape clue through a personal mission. With just 1 more clue, leaving this castle won't be far off. Huagai said enthusiastically. To increase efficiency, let's split into groups of 2 to search this time. What do you all think? The witch nodded. I agree. Seeing this, the girl put her arm around her shoulder and said, then I and this sister which will search the castle area, and Jiao, and boss can go to the amusement park, okay? Sumu agreed. No problem. Jiao responded loudly. Okay. Castle area. As she went upstairs, she walked and asked the witch, aren't we searching the 1st floor? She explained, no need. The treasure chests are in the 3rd room on the left of the 2nd floor and the 1st room on the right of the 3rd floor. She wondered, how do you know? She continued to explain, because our team used a special prop to mark and remember the locations of all the treasure chests. Huagai said admiringly, to have such a powerful special prop in the game, your team is really lucky. She smiled and waved her hand dismissively. It's just average. Anyway, let's not talk about this. Let's hurry upstairs to find the treasure chests. The witch didn't ask any more questions, indicating her agreement. Amusement park area. Jiao happily held up the treasure chest and shouted, great, we found it. Sumu urged, quick, open it and see. The girl replied, yes. Just then, a threatening voice of a burly man rang out from behind the 2. Hey, you arrogant player, I didn't expect you to be here. The girl was so scared she stammered. He clicked his tongue. Damn it. They both screamed. It's a pursuer. Sumu provoked. Masao, it seems you're also in a hurry to throw your life away this year. Jiao trembled behind him. The girl didn't dare to say a word. He replied with contempt, I should be the one saying that. Bei Yuan getting killed was just you getting lucky. He said confidently, oh, is that so? In his heart, he was actually calculating. It's probably been half an hour since I killed Bei Yuan. If that's the case, I'll check this guy's death rule. The system window popped up asking, "Do you want to see player Masao's death rule?" He immediately agreed, yes. At this moment, Masao's death rule appeared above his head, under any circumstances, holding the same pose for 3 seconds. He was a little surprised, this again. Then he pulled the person behind him, sat on the table, and spread his arms wide provocatively. "If you think I was just lucky, then come and try me." The audience outside chattered excitedly. The boss is truly the boss, so calm even with the pursuer right in front of him. But this time, besides the boss, there's also a little girl. Now he has to protect her and deal with the pursuer. Can he do it? How can a man say he can't, especially when it's the boss? Over here, Masao calmly retorted, "You think I'm reckless like Baiyuan. In this situation where I'm restricted during the day, I won't confront you head on." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so how do you want to play? Chat with me to kill time. Wait until night, then fight." The opponent's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly rushed forward, swinging his spiked mace and roaring, "Why wait until night to fight? Because now is the time." His blow directly smashed to pieces the table he was sitting on. He managed to jump next to Jiao Jiao in time of dodge. The girl screamed in fear, "Boss." Su Mu said angrily, "You sneak attacked me. Didn't you just say you wouldn't confront me head on?" He said contemptuously, "You even believe your opponent's words. A boss like you is just this and nothing more." The little girl asked worriedly, "Boss, what do we do now?" He instructed her, "Protect the chest well, leave the rest to me." The guy opposite slowly approached, looking arrogant. "Come on, come out now. If you're obedient, maybe I'll leave you a way out." He thought to himself, this guy hasn't killed any players since the beginning of the game. If we say it was because the opposing team was too strong before and he couldn't win alone, that would be understandable. But just now when he attacked us, he clearly had a chance to kill his opponent, but he didn't. This further confirms my previous speculation. His purpose is not to kill players, but something else. Masao roared angrily, "Get the hell out here." He held out his hand in a placating gesture. "All right, falling into your hands this time, I'll count myself unlucky." He walked out silently. If this guy has no intention of killing us for now, then I'll take this opportunity to probe him a little. The opponent said smugly, "Oh, admitting defeat so quickly this time. Not like your style at all." He deliberately mocked, "Are you sick? Weren't you the one who told me to get the hell out here?" The opponent sneered and pointed at Jiao Jiao. "Huh, you little brat, what are you holding in your hands?" The little girl stammered in reply, "No, nothing." He growled, "Nothing. A chest that big, you think I'm blind." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm and rushed towards them. The little girl screamed in terror, "Boss, save me." Su Mu still stood firmly in front of her, his expression fearless. Jiao Jiao hid behind Su Mu, constantly crying for help. He smiled faintly. A flash of light appeared before their eyes, and except for him, everything froze. He held the watch in his hand and said coldly, "You're too impatient, revealing your true purpose so quickly." The 4 words, "Want the treasure chest," are practically written all over your face. "Let me readjust your positions a bit." 2 minutes later, he thought to himself, but then again, what does this pursuer want with the player's treasure chest? Maybe they also have to complete some special mission to clear the stage. Time's almost up. He looked at the watch again, a flash of light, and everything returned to normal. Jiao Jiao exclaimed in surprise. "Huh." Su Mu scoffed, "You're awake." The little girl screamed, "Ah, Masao." Masao phased through the wall, staggered to his feet angrily, and repeatedly questioned, "What just happened? What did you do to me?" He calmly explained, "Just made you hold a pose without moving and take a 3-minute nap." He roared madly, "What did you say?" Held a pose and slept for 3 minutes. The little girl's eyes widened in shock. "This is..." He asked in a panic, "Hey, it can't be me. How did you do it? How did you know my death rule?" He replied half-jokingly, "Because I have the God's eye, I just happened to see it." He denied, "Impossible." He said triumphantly, "See, I told you wouldn't believe me. Since you don't believe it, why ask so many questions?" He clenched his fists, his face full of hatred, growling, "It's all my fault, all my fault. If I hadn't listened to that little wench, I would have killed all you players long ago." Jiao Jiao was stunned. "If it weren't for finding those broken treasure chests, why would I have to risk my life like this?" Su Mu pressed, "So you pursuers also have to find treasure chests to successfully leave the castle." Before disappearing, he didn't reveal anything more, only saying with contempt, "Aren't you very capable, very smart? If you're so good, then guess for yourself." A system notification appeared. Player EMO has eliminated player Masao. Number of pursuers remaining is 2. After recovering, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Jiao Jiao, "Sigh, finally dealt with a troublesome one." She made a judgment, "Boss, so the pursuer's way of clearing the stage is also to find treasure chests and decipher clues, right?" He answered decisively, Seeing his regretful and unwilling look just now, I think that's probably correct." Then everything is clear now. There are 3 clues about Japanese transliteration in the treasure chests. There are clearly 4 pursuers, but from the beginning until now, only 3 have been killing players. He was still a bit confused, thinking to himself, but there's still one point I don't understand. If the pursuers also have to find treasure chests to leave, then why do they still have to kill players? Over here, the little girl whined, "Boss, save me. I can't open this chest." He took the chest and said energetically, "Let me try." He used all his strength, but the chest didn't budge, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, this chest is really stubborn. It really won't open. He had to say awkwardly to Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, you just hold on to this chest for now." The little girl obediently replied, "Okay." So he suggested, "Let's go meet up with Sister Hua and see if they have any new clues." Jiao Jiao trotted after him, indicating her agreement. Behind the screen, the people in the real world were watching the match and discussing it animatedly. There's even a treasure chest that Boss EMO can't open. It seems even a boss as great as him has his off days. No matter how great the boss is, he's only human after all. It's normal not to be able to open a treasure chest. Maybe there's a problem with the chest itself. Aten turned to ask Luo, "What do you think of that treasure chest?" The other person replied calmly, "The treasure chest can't be opened," which proves that he is not the chosen one. He asked skeptically, "You mean that chest is actually—" The other man nodded, then explained, "That's right, it's just as you think. It's just that although Su Mu has realized this point now, he's still a long way off from clearing the stage successfully." Aten was curious. "That's true. Not to mention there's a spy among the fugitives. I'm getting more and more curious. Who on earth is the inside spy?" In the game, Hua Gai cried out, "This chest won't open. How can this be?" Jiao answered blankly, "I don't know either. We tried our best just now, but couldn't open it. So we brought it back to meet up with everyone first." She understood and suggested, "I see. How about we give it a try?" The little girl also agreed. Yes. The witch and Hua Gai simultaneously opened the 2 chests they had found earlier. Seeing this, Su Mu couldn't help but lament, "We're clearly all the same kind of people. Why do others get to find real treasure chests?" Jiao said with a pout, "Boss, I suspect this game is biased against us." The system displayed the 3rd mission. Before the game ends, if any member of the team deciphers the secret of the manor, the mission will be completed. We wish you the completion of the 3rd clue for the escape team. Knowledge is the crystallization of precious gems, and culture is its radiance. Because your team has completed the 2nd mission, you can now actively receive the bonus clue for that mission. Silent love, faith, vitality, loyalty, courage. This is the 3rd player mission. Clean the 1st room on the 2nd floor of the castle within 1 hour, and the mission will be considered complete. Everyone was stunned. No way. This mission is also way easier than ours. The witch smiled and said, "Actually, my previous mission wasn't that hard either." Sumu couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, this is too much." Hua Gai giggled, let's get back to the main topic. Based on the clue just now, the precious stone mentioned should be the one on the goddess statue. Mentioning knowledge and culture, the first thing that comes to mind in this game is the library. The witch also agreed, if most of the clues point to the library, then let's hurry back there to search. Jiao said enthusiastically, "Okay." Sumu was a bit pensive. According to Hua Gai's clue, their deduction was indeed correct, but would things really be that simple? In another place, at the area where the battle just took place, 2 dark figures slowly approached. Tianshan Huizi spoke, "Sister, it seems Misao has failed too." Her sister replied, "As expected." A new message appeared in the system, and the younger sister said again, "Oh, it's almost time. We can start making our move." Ayui Kimura's voice was resolute. Finally, the real hunt can begin. Walking a circle around the goddess statue, Hua Gai said doubtfully, "I've looked left and right, but I can't find anything on this statue." She approached step by step and asked Sumu, "Do we need another clue to fully activate this statue?" After hearing this, Sumu pondered for a long time before speaking. He suddenly noticed something and muttered to himself, "What is this?" Xiaoyu, who was beside him, came closer to look and said, "This character seems incomplete." Sumu turned to look at her, nodded, and said, "That's right, this character is indeed only half, and there's a number 2. After hearing this, Xiaoyu calmly hummed in agreement. At this moment, Jiao pointed in a direction and urged everyone, come look over here. She pointed at the code behind the goddess statue and said, 3 squares suddenly appeared here. Xiaoyu crossed her arms and speculated, perhaps because Su Mu just mentioned the key point of the Raz character, these things suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a strange feeling came from behind Su Mu. He immediately turned his head to look suspiciously, thinking to himself that someone was there. Sumu stared into the distance, his expression pensive. Seeing his unusual expression, Huagai couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong with you?" Sumu smiled to reassure her. "It's nothing." Jiao Jiao then asked Sumu probingly, "Big brother, what does half a number mean?" At this point, he also offers speculation. Think about it. If we treat the truth as an axis of symmetry, wouldn't we see a number on the other side too? Hearing this, someone understood, so that's how it is. Huagai complained helplessly, "Sigh, I can't even figure out such a simple code." She also confessed, after all these years in this space, "I can't even tell black from white anymore." Sumu shrugged and sighed, "Sigh, nobody's perfect." Just as everyone was talking, a figure suddenly appeared. Sumu was still encouraging Huagai. "You'll be able to see it if you just observe more." But at this moment, a ferocious face was staring at them. Jiao Jiao joyfully pointed forward and exclaimed, "We did it." The code was correct, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Immediately after, as the code was entered, a space gate opened for everyone. Huagai was a little surprised, and Jiao Jiao was just as astonished. Wow. The system then displayed a new message. Player from team Cao Quanyang eliminated by player Ryama Keiko. Player Mr. Hat eliminated by player Ryama Keiko. Ahead, there are 5 fugitives and 2 pursuers remaining. Huagai was stunned for a long time. There are so many restrictions during the day. I can't believe Ryama Keiko could kill so many people. Jiao Jiao also frowned in frustrated thought. She continued worriedly. That's right, she's been continuously killing those in hiding from the very beginning. Huagai was the first to step into the space gate. She hurriedly urged the others. There are fewer and fewer fugitives now. We have to hurry. Sumu immediately comforted everyone. Don't be afraid. Let's go. Jiao Jiao, snapping out of her daze, responded with a hum. The two of them gradually stepped into the open space gate, with Jiao Jiao being the last one to enter. At this moment, the code above was originally 381, but the 1 unexpectedly turned into a 0. After entering, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Wow, the face of this statue is huge." Xiaoyu, however, cautiously reminded everyone, "Anything can happen in the space. Everyone be careful." Sumu looked at Huagai's back in the distance and asked doubtfully, "Huagai, how did you get in so fast?" Huagai pointed in a direction and said, "Everyone, look over there." Jiao Jiao followed her gaze and asked in surprise, "What is this?" Sumu also glanced in the direction Huagai was pointing, only to see that the posture of the statue in the center had changed, and a light was glowing from its chest. Among Sumu's group, Huagai was particularly careful in observing the statue, assessing it before saying, "Could this stone be the key for us to leave the manor?" Sumu smiled nonchalantly. "Whether it's the key or not, we'll know once we try." Huagai cautiously advised him again, "No, there might be traps around this statue. It's better to be careful." Hearing this, Jiao Jiao agreed. Makes sense. However, Sumu had already walked straight to the statue and removed the glowing object from it, leaving the others stunned. Sumu returned with the gem and said casually, I don't see any traps here." Seeing this, Huagai exclaimed in surprise, "This scene is not quite what I imagined. To get the gem, don't we have to solve those puzzles first?" At this point, Xiaoyu also spoke up. "The difficulty of this game is 5 stars, which is actually not considered high among all the space games. It not only tests the player's reasoning ability, but also their reaction, judgment, and speed." At this moment, Sumu approached everyone and said, "All right, now that we have the gem, let's quickly take it to where it belongs." Hearing this, Jiao Jiao happily replied, "Yes." Unexpectedly, Huagai suddenly made a move, snatching the gem from Sumu's hand. Her cloak was grabbed by Sumu, but Huagai did a somersault in the air, skillfully breaking free, leaving Sumu stunned. Seeing this, Jiao Jiao panicked. "Sister Huagai, what are you doing?" She smirked triumphantly. "Sorry, but I'll be taking this gem first." She looked at the gem in her hand and remarked, "Thanks to all of you, I was able to get this so smoothly." Jiao Jiao looked at the scene with great dissatisfaction and shouted loudly, "Aren't we teammates?" "Why would you?" Huagai clutched the gem, her next words stunning Jiao Jiao. "That's right, we are teammates." She continued coldly, "But for the sake of my space accumulation points, I can only do this." After speaking, Huagai quickly ran towards the space gate, shouting, "Sorry." As Huagai's high heels were about to step out of the space, Jiao Jiao still wanted to call her back. "Sister, wait." In the end, looking at the space before her, Jiao Jiao fell silent. Xiaoyu, however, was as calm as ever. "You see, this is the space game," she added with a slight smile. "When it comes to life and personal gain, everyone becomes selfish." Jiao Jiao disagreed, retorting, "But didn't we work together to defeat the pursuer last time?" "Why this time?" Xiaoyu patiently explained. "That's because most of you are newcomers and still don't fully understand the space game. As she spoke, she clearly explained the principle. If a player fails for the first time, they will return to the real world and can continue to live. But from the second time onwards, if they fail, the player can only die. While she was still speaking, Sumu observed the statue for a long time. Of course, if a player obtained a revival card from previous rounds, that's another matter. Sumu recalled a past event, muttering to himself. So, it was because of the revival card that the pythons I killed could still return to the real world to live. Jiao Jiao worriedly asked Sumu, "Big brother, what do we do now?" She frowned uneasily and continued, "Are we just going to let her take the gem like that?" Sumu calmly turned to look at her and replied, "Don't worry, if she wants it, just let her take it." Hearing this, Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in shock. What? Then, Sumu placed a hand on Jiao Jiao's shoulder and asked her in return, "Aren't those the rules of the game?" He calmly explained to her, as long as one person on the team escapes the manor, the entire team is considered to have passed the challenge. So she can really escape successfully with the gem she stole. He winked, gave a thumbs up, and smiled. "Isn't that a good thing for us?" Jiao Jiao was stunned by this. She suddenly realized, was the boss implying something about her? Implying that even if she snatched the gem back from Hua Gai, she wouldn't be able to escape this manor. Quickly, she regained her spirit and replied loudly, "Yes, sir." The boss watched Su Mu on the projection screen. Everyone couldn't help but discuss him. This guy might be a spy for the previous pursuer. Could he be Hua Gai's accomplice? If she wasn't an inside agent, why would she steal that stone? They all discussed worriedly. The gem has been stolen. What will the boss do next? Who can see through the boss's thoughts? How could people like us possibly guess? Although my words don't carry much weight, I think the boss must have his own plans. Another person in the back was leisurely enjoying tea. Otten, sitting beside him, asked casually, "Roth, what do you think that woman is thinking?" Looking at the scene on the projection screen, he remarked, "I'm willing to be a supporting character for Madam, to lend him a hand, give him a few hints." This approach is very much in Madam's style. Roth shrugged and replied with a smile. Madam calls it seizing the opportunity, testing his abilities by participating in the game with him. Thinking of Xiaoyu, Roth couldn't help but admit that Madam was truly formidable. She even used abilities gained from previous spaces to control the day-night cycle in the game, making the entire game take place in a single night. Then, he stroked his chin and speculated, if Madam has helped to this extent, it means she has already acknowledged Su Mu. The screen was still recording the entire progress of Su Mu and Xiaoyu in the game. Roth deduced, therefore, it won't be long before our opponents become stronger and stronger. After saying that, he turned to remind Otten beside him, "Otten, you'd better be well prepared." Hearing this, Otten forced a smile and replied, I know." Back at the entrance of the space gate, the empty ground beneath the statue was eerily quiet. At the space gate, Hua Gai had now stepped out. She let out a sigh of relief, looked down at the stone in her hand, and thought to herself, as expected with Su Mu and Xiaoyu here. Hua Gai looked around, calculating to herself, feeling that obtaining the hidden item was actually much easier. She began to reach out and touch the statue, thinking, although I've wronged you all, a game is a game. Hua Gai squatted down. She understood very well that too much emotion would only lead to a miserable failure. Hua Gai climbed onto the statue, facing it, and told herself, too much emotion will only lead to a more miserable failure. Just then, a strange figure appeared behind the statue, remarking, "Well done, commendable." Hua Gai was startled and shouted warily, "Who's there?" At this moment, Aiui Kimura revealed herself directly. She coldly ordered Hua Gai, "All right, hand over the item." Hearing this, Hua Gai hid the stone in her clothes and replied coldly, "This is something we worked so hard to get from the treasure chest. It took a lot of effort." After speaking, the corner of Hua Gai's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "You want to take it? It's not that easy." The scene switched to the projection screen in the real world, where Hua Gai's situation also appeared, surprising everyone. So the spy is planning to rebel. How interesting. I thought they were working together, but it turns out to be internal strife. The girl next to him asked the young man, between the two of them fighting, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? The young man commented, "It's hard to say. After all, it's daytime now. The pursuer is restricted." The young man added, "Forget Hua Gai. She might even have a chance to take down the pursuer." The two sides officially began their confrontation. Aiui Kimura tried to negotiate as before. "If you hand the item over to me, I can spare your life out of respect." But Hua Gai retorted, "What if I say no?" So Aiui Kimura attacked first, but Hua Gai immediately did a somersault to dodge. She moved nimbly across different terrains. Immediately after, Hua Gai jumped to one side. Suddenly from above, a giant hand from the statue slammed down towards her. Seeing this, Hua Gai immediately leaped up. Aiui Kimura continued to threaten Hua Gai. "If you don't hand it over, then don't blame me for being impolite. But Hua-Gai was already prepared. She activated the power of the glowing ring in her hand, calculating to herself that it was now daytime. She reminded her opponent with a cold smile, "You're in a restricted state right now. It's not yet certain who will win or lose." From above, Aiui Kimura warned Hua-Gai, "As long as you hand over the item, I can spare your life." Hearing these words, the rope in Hua-Gai's hand had already coiled into a loop. She sneered, "Spare my life?" Hua-Gai took a fighting stance, taunting, "What if I say no?" The system simultaneously displayed a notification. Player Hua-Gai has activated the attack item, Mystic Silver Handcuffs. She spun the iron spike in her hand and remarked, "It's daytime now. You're in a restricted state." Immediately after, Hua-Gai took the initiative to attack, shouting, "It's not yet certain who will win or lose." The mystic silver chain was swung out, flying straight towards Aiui Kimura. Her opponent saw this and used her hair to block it. Not bad luck to be able to pull out an attack weapon. Hua-Gai replied with a cold smile, "That's right, it's not easy to get such a good weapon." Suddenly, Aiui Kimura realized something and glanced to the side. Instantly, the iron lock had tightened around her. Hua-Gai remarked, "If I can't use it all at once, it would be a real pity." The mystic silver chain, just like that, tightened more and more, binding Aiui Kimura. On Hua-Gai's side, she was also using her strength to control the chain, shouting loudly, "Then that would be a real pity." Soon, she had slammed Aiui Kimura to the ground, causing a violent tremor. After dealing with it, Hua-Gai breathed a sigh of relief and snorted softly. She couldn't help but silently praise her opponent's skills as not bad. At this moment, on the screen, comments about Hua-Gai were flooding in. But amidst the rubble, Aiui Kimura could still speak, making people think she was holding on with just that little bit of skill. She drew out her next sentence, surprising Hua-Gai. "You think you can get it from my hands?" Aiui Kimura coldly reminded Hua-Gai not to forget. The mask was then removed, reminding Hua-Gai to remember that she was the pursuer. Finally, Aiui Kimura's true face was revealed, and she smiled as she greeted Hua-Gai. "Long time no see, Hua-Gai." Seeing this, Hua-Gai frowned angrily and grunted in response. Aiui Kimura sneered, taking out a card to taunt Hua-Gai. Despite the daytime restrictions, the system simultaneously announced, "Vajra Body." System player Aiui Kimura uses the Vajra Body prop. Aiui Kimura activated the prop and said with a cold smile, "It's not a difficult matter to kill you all." Over here, Hua-Gai was not to be outdone, using a prop to launch another attack. Aiui Kimura looked at the approaching iron chain with a smile, completely unfazed. "I was originally going to give you a chance to live." She directly grabbed the chain, mocking Hua-Gai, "But you didn't want it." After speaking, she spun around the spiked chain. Hua-Gai, on her side, was also resisting Aiui Kimura with all her might. The fight between the two gradually tilted in Aiui's favor as she had gained more control. Aiui sneered at Hua-Gai once more. "Are you ready to receive it?" Immediately after, the muscles on her arm bulged, and Aiui forcefully threw Hua-Gai far away. Despite being thrown hard to the ground, Hua-Gai quickly flipped back, but still fell sprawling, and the stone fell out with her. Hua-Gai was unwilling to give up, her body trembling as she gritted her teeth and said, "Aiui Kimura." At this moment, Aiui approached Hua-Gai step by step, mocking, "Tell me, your old teammate, should I deal with you as well?" Hearing this, Hua-Gai replied coldly, "Don't even think about it." But Aiui's foot stomped hard on Hua-Gai, causing her to scream in pain. Aiui asked her again whether she wanted to be crushed by the Vajra Body or be killed by her own rules. As she spoke, a sinister smile appeared on her face. Aiui pinned Hua-Gai to the ground, not forgetting to continue her taunts. "Looking at your outfit and movements, your rules must be related to these actions, right?" She then sat on Hua-Gai, sighing, Aiui's large hand gripped Hua-Gai's slender wrist, a fierce glint in her eyes as she finally mocked Hua-Gai one last time. "Goodbye, Hua-Gai." However, Hua-Gai was not resigned, tears streaming down her face. "Let go of me." Just then, a flying broomstick suddenly shot forward, aimed straight at Aiui. But Aiui quickly caught it with ease, snapped the broom in half, and threw it to the ground. At this moment, someone walked towards the broom. Sumu put his hands in his pockets and curiously asked Aiui, "It's been so long, and you still haven't killed her?" Hua-Gai couldn't help but be stunned, speechless. When Aiui saw him, She chuckled softly and remarked, "What an interesting fugitive." Su-mu, standing beside her, even taunted Iui. "A pursuer like you is truly useless." At this point, Iui had also recognized him, calling out a name, Mo. Immediately after, Iui said cheerfully, "So this interesting fugitive is the big boss. The big boss truly has a big heart." Faced with Iui's attitude, Su-mu remained calm. Iui stood up and asked him curiously, "Faced with a teammate who betrayed you, you can still rush in to risk your life?" Over here, Hua Gai's face was grim as she shouted angrily, "Damn it." But Iui sent a kick toward Hua Gai, mercilessly kicking her away. Seeing this scene, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but cover her mouth in fear. Xiaoyu, seeing this, also remained silent. Iui even sneered, "How touching." Su-mu, on his side, reached down to pick up the gem and asked Iui, "Who said I came to save her?" Iui was surprised to hear this. Huh? Su-mu picked up the gem and played with it for a moment, saying nonchalantly, "I just feel that something I worked so hard to find can't fall into the hands of someone like you." After speaking, he decisively turned to leave, saying to the two beside him, "All right, we've got the item, let's go." Seeing this, Iui laughed loudly and asked Su-mu, "Do you think this is your home? Coming and going as you please, completely disregarding me." Su-mu, on the contrary, raised an eyebrow and asked her back, "Why should I regard you as anything? Just because you're a pursuer?" Of course, all of this was recorded by the projector. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, this dream is too exaggerated." That's right, the way he's acting shows no respect for women. I think he's probably putting on a show. Someone else said, "Even Hua Gai couldn't beat Iui Kimura without an attack weapon, might not even be as good as Hua Gai." However, in the crowd, another person spoke up. It has now shifted from a physical fight to a psychological one. The girl smiled and reminded everyone, "Don't just look at M's appearance like that. He's actually making a bet in his heart." This statement greatly surprised the other person. "A bet?" The girl continued to explain. "That's right. He's betting that Iui Kimura won't dare to touch them." Over here, Iui Kimura was furious and about to make a move. She said with disgust, "What an arrogant bastard." Iui moved closer to Su-mu step by step, questioning him. "You think I don't dare to make a move?" However, Su-mu's expression remained unchanged. He replied calmly, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then hurry up. I still have to go find treasure." As he spoke, it was clear he had no intention of wasting time with her here. Just then, Iui Kimura suddenly leaped up, snatched the gem from his hand, and sneered, "You're the one who said it." Su-mu immediately frowned. Seeing Iui Kimura turn and run, he shouted, "Don't you dare run." On Yui's side, she thought she had hit the jackpot. As she ran, she said happily, "This isn't called running away, it's called a tactical retreat. Seeing as you're still of some use, I'll spare your life for now." Seeing this, Su-mu snorted in disdain. "Oh, so should I thank you for that?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud at this scene. "I never expected to meet someone so unafraid of being pursued." Seeing Iui still running away, she remarked, "It's truly an eye-opener." The scene cut back to the real world, and everyone who witnessed what just happened was once again astonished. "I'm scared out of my wits. Help me take a look." A pursuer admitting defeat to a fugitive. It's unbelievable. I think doing what Tian Shan did is the right way. Everyone was chattering, because M acted alone before and eliminated two teammates. So her choosing to temporarily retreat is the safest approach. The girl beside him also agreed. That seems to make sense. At this moment, Iui stopped in her tracks and sneered. To be so cowardly and still be able to speak so righteously. She looked at Su-mu's group and said coldly, "Pursuers are also players. Don't we participate in the game for the final victory? If that's the case, it's fine to be a coward when you need to be." Su-mu frowned and shouted, "Stop." On Iui's side, she had retracted the Vajra body and waved at him, "Goodbye." Then she turned and ran, leaving only a bye-bye. Seeing this, Jiao couldn't help but admit, it seems this person is not easy to deal with. Xiaoyu also agreed. That's right, this person is flexible. Don't mess with her, she's a tough character. On Hua Gai's side, she was already severely injured. Su-mu suddenly spoke. "I actually think this isn't so bad." He approached her step by step and continued. "On the contrary, if everyone was as reckless as Beiyuan or as rigid as Isaida, then this game wouldn't be interesting anymore, right, Miss Hua Gai?" After speaking, he faced Hua Gai, observing her probingly. Seeing him, Hua Gai replied with disgust, "Aren't you here to settle scores with me?" Su-mu asked in return, "Am I not?" As he spoke, he squeezed her arm tightly, questioning, taking the team's item without a word. "Shouldn't I come to settle scores with you?" Hua Gai knew she was in the wrong, but still said stubbornly, I know my actions just now made everyone very angry, so I don't expect you to forgive me. She said directly to Sumu, but don't forget, people on the same side can't attack each other. Even if you do, it's useless. Just like that, Sumu's hand that was gripping Hua Gai's wrist paused, then quickly let her go. He turned to leave, admitting, that's right, it's just a pity that a player on our side betrayed us. Looking at Sumu's departing back, Hua Gai said apologetically, I'm sorry. She finally took the mystic silver chain from her body. In any case, I still have to thank you for saving my life. Hua Gai threw the chain out, apologetically admitting that she was two-faced and now had no face to continue with everyone. She turned to bid them farewell, so everyone take care. After speaking, Hua Gai left, following the chain. At this moment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask Sumu curiously, you just letting her go like that? Sumu only replied faintly, players on the same side can't attack each other. I have no other way. Looking at the faint light outside, Sumu felt, but given the current situation, her choosing to take the risk alone can be considered a punishment for her. On this point, Xiaoyu showed her agreement. That's right. Seeing that the two had finished talking about Hua Gai, Zhao asked, so where do we go now? Xiaoyu suggested, based on the clue I found earlier, the next stop is the Sunflower Lake behind the castle. She further explained, before, Hua Gai and I were looking for treasure together and discovered a lake behind the castle, with 2 sunflowers planted by its shore. The next clue is the sunflower's words. Sumu added, in that case, let's go over and take a look. But very quickly, Sumu began to question his existence. Besides the sunflowers and the lake, there was just an empty space before them. He couldn't help but lament, it seems there's nothing here. At this moment, Zhao suddenly had an idea. Do we have to use that gem and chant a summoning spell through the VFPC to get the item? Hearing this, Sumu was stunned for a moment. Huh? Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhao continued to add on her own from the side. That's right, when I was little, I saw them do it like this in all the princess movies. Her eyes lit up as she recalled. In the movies, the princess would hug the gem, sit by the lake and sing, and then the treasure chest would appear. Sumu was dumbfounded. For real. He handed the gem to Zhao and asked her, then you give it a try. What if we succeed? Zhao immediately took the gem and agreed. Yes, okay. She began to hug the gem tightly, chanting the spell she had seen as a child. Secret love, trust, vitality, loyalty, courage. Dao just kept muttering the spell secret love, trust, vitality, loyalty, courage 2 or 3 times. Hearing Dao's spell of secret love, trust, vitality, loyalty, courage, Sumu thought to himself, it seems this isn't working. He gently patted Dao's shoulder, stopping her before she could finish chanting secret love, trust. Dao froze and turned her head to look at him. Sumu cheerfully put his hands on his hips and suggested, how about we try another way? This doesn't seem to be working. But just then, Zhao suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone looked quickly. Immediately after, the calm surface of the lake began to churn, rising up vertically in front of the 3 of them. Sumu called Dao's name, Dao. A castle emerged from under the water, and Sumu couldn't help but exclaim, I think you succeeded. Seeing this, Zhao exclaimed excitedly, awesome, chanting the spell 3 times really does bring a miracle. Looking at this scene, Sumu couldn't help but marvel inwardly, so what I thought was wrong turned out to be a success. Zhao asked Sumu with some concern, why does this castle look exactly like the other one? Xiaoyu also noticed, and she replied blankly, it really does. Sumu decided immediately, let's hurry inside. He speculated, maybe after we go in, we can find out the secret of this manor. Hearing this, Dao immediately agreed. Once inside, Dao exclaimed in amazement, wow. The structure of the corridor left her in awe. It's so beautiful. Zhao cheered happily. The space is so magical. Seeing her like this, Sumu didn't forget to remind her, be careful, don't touch things randomly. At this moment, Xiaoyu leaned close to Sumu and whispered to him, don't you think there's something a bit strange about this castle? She walked to a corridor while voicing her doubts. Such a large room. Apart from a mirror in the main hall, all other items come in pairs of 2. Xiaoyu specifically pointed out, and they're symmetrical. Dao also noticed the abnormality and wondered to herself, could the final clue be related to the mirror? Xiaoyu crossed her arms, looked at the mirror, and speculated, it's possible, but she smiled lightly and continued, could this mirror be the key? Xiaoyu reached out to touch the mirror's surface, remarking, we'll know once we try. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly stopped her weight. Zhao Zhao couldn't help but stare over, stunned. At this moment, the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth curled up slightly, as if she was secretly plotting something. Sumu calmly continued, "If we let you go, we will probably lose." Zhao Zhao stammered, unable to speak. "Tifus." She asked Sumu in a panic. "Boss, this can't be real, can it?" Xiao Yu, who was in front, remained silent. Suddenly she turned her head, smiled, and asked Zhao Zhao, "What are you talking about?" Zhao Zhao was immediately frightened and hid behind Sumu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu explained, "From beginning to end, I've been with everyone, finding clues and solving puzzles. That being the case, how could we lose?" Sumu remained calm from start to finish, replying nonchalantly, "You found clues with us, all to clear the stage." Immediately after, he frowned and stated the truth, but not to clear the stage with the identity of a fugitive. After hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately defended herself. "I'm not for the identity of a fugitive. Could it be that you're being too sensitive?" Finally, she revealed her true nature, speaking slowly, "According to what you're saying." Her gaze also turned sharp, and Xiao Yu slowly asked him, "I am a pursuer." Sumu gave a cold smile and admitted, "That's right." Through the projection screen, the pink-haired girl finally understood that she was the mole. Auden couldn't help but jump up and shout, "What? The mole is her." The pink-haired girl was even more astonished. Wait, even if Su Mu discovered there was a mole among the fugitives, how could he be sure that the mole was Xiao Yu? Auden was so shocked he almost fell over. He hurriedly pointed at the projection screen and said to Rot beside him, "Xiao Yu has clearly been secretly helping him all along. How could she be the mole?" Ra was also deep in thought at this moment. Xiao Yu hurriedly explained, "I think you've forgotten. This game said from the very beginning that there are only 4 pursuers." She reminded him of the previous pursuers. Besides Kitahara and Isaida, whom you eliminated before, there are still 2 left. If I were a pursuer, then the number would be wrong. Sumu didn't shy away and exposed her. "No, actually, you were originally a fugitive." He chuckled softly and continued his analysis. "It's just that you were unlucky later on and were chosen by them to be the mole." Hearing him say everything, Xiao Yu's lips curled up and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha." She clicked her tongue and remarked, "Really? When did you know I was the mole?" "I remember there were 5 fugitives left." Sumu calmly replied, "From the moment the pursuers knew my whereabouts, and also when you got the treasure clue." Dao, at his side, also looked at Sumu with a worried face. Hearing his account, she had also guessed that she was the mole. The words of the previous people were pieced together. "If I hadn't listened to that woman, I would have killed all of you fugitives long ago." Even Dao's words made him recall, "If it weren't for finding the treasure, I wouldn't have put my life in danger." Sumu concluded, "That's why they let Isaida find the treasure chest. The other 3 are all maniacs who hunt and kill fugitives, which is why she was sent to mislead everyone." After being exposed, Xiao Yu still kept a smile on her face. Memories flooded back. At that time, he struggled but couldn't open the treasure chest, even cursing inwardly. "Damn it, this chest is too tough. Why won't it open?" It wasn't until Xiao Yu opened it easily that Zhao Zhao even asked him, "Boss, I suspect this game zone is discriminating against us." Sumu also found it strange. "Damn it, we're all the same kind of people. Why could you guys find the treasure?" Therefore, piecing these things together, Sumu said confidently, "The fact that Zhao Zhao could open the treasure chest in the amusement park made me even more certain. The pursuer's way of clearing the stage is also to find treasure and decipher clues, and the treasure chests are divided into 2 types. One for fugitives, one for pursuers. If a fugitive can't open a treasure chest, it proves that only a pursuer can open it." Finally, Xiao Yu continued his line of thought, because library in Japanese is pronounced as shoken. Sumu added with a cold smile, "That treasure chest was most likely prepared for a Japanese pursuer, so I started to suspect your identity at that time." That voice made him suspicious. "Oh, a proud fugitive like you is here. Especially the face hidden behind a mask." Sumu also said frankly, "Zhao Zhao has been following me ever since Bei Yuan died, and her actions haven't been unusual, so the only suspicious people were you and Hua Gai." Xiao Yu had no way out, and she lamented, "No wonder you deliberately let Hua Gai take the treasure chest earlier. It turns out it was to test me." Sumu admitted very calmly, "That's right." Sumu recalled the time he grabbed Hua Gai's wrist, and she said something that made him even more certain. "But don't forget, people on the same side can't attack each other. Even if you attack, it's useless." Sumu's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued, "As a result, I couldn't do anything to her at all." After hearing this, Zhao Jiao's eyes shone brightly, looking at Sumu with adoration. "That logic is brilliant, boss." Xiaoyu on the opposite side also clapped and praised him. Not bad. You're truly worthy of being the one I chose. Xiaoyu smiled and admitted, you were right about everything from beginning to end. Only then did she ask Sumu directly, but now, facing two pursuers and one mole, what do you plan to do? Sumu looked up at the strange movement on the ceiling. Soon, a cloud of dust rose, and the figure of a pursuer appeared along with a strange voice. Hello. Mu, he has appeared. Appearing with her was Tianshan Huizi, so she greeted them casually. We meet again. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jiao's face turned pale with fear. You are pursuers. Tianshan Huizi spoke with killing intent. In the game, you beheaded the wolf and the python, but that was just because of good props, relying only on props and special skills. This time, no matter what props you use, what do you think your chances of winning are? Hearing her words, Su Mu was not fazed at all and asked in return, a chance to win, you say? How will we know without trying? Suddenly, several ropes unexpectedly wrapped around Zhao Jiao's waist, lifting her up. Because of this, Dao screamed in fear. Xiaoyu was now holding Dao tightly by the waist, saying slowly, all right, Dao is in my hands now. She's been caught. Dao retorted defiantly, aren't you an adult? Why the sneak attack? With IUI and Tianshan Huizi on this side, she smirked. In this situation, all the pressure was on Sumu. She slowly asked him, what do you plan to do? Inside the castle, Zhao Jiao's unwilling scream echoed again. This woman is so despicable. She angrily taunted Xiaoyu. You think you could get the boss by taking me hostage? Dream on. Dao shouted towards Sumu. Boss, don't worry about me. She tried with all her might to encourage Sumu. Just deal with him your way. As Zhao spoke, she smiled smugly to herself. That's right, as long as one person in the team clears the stage, the whole team passes, so sacrificing a small fry like me is fine. At this moment, Xiaoyu gently tapped her on the forehead and remarked, whether I can get the boss or not, how will we know without trying? One of her hands passed through a spatial gate, and the person on the other side chuckled softly. But death in the game means death in real life too. Hearing this, Zhao immediately panicked and yelled, why didn't you say so earlier? Just like that, the two of them disappeared in front of Su Mu, passing through the spatial gate, leaving only Zhao Jiao's cry for help. Boss, save me. Su Mu desperately called out to her. Zhao. Su Mu approached the mirror and called out twice. Zhao. When he touched the mirror's surface, he realized something was wrong. The mirror had no traps. Su Mu frowned and thought to himself, could it be that passing through the mirror also has rules and limits? At this moment, a sharp hidden weapon shot towards Su Mu, and he immediately turned his head subconsciously. Su Mu reacted quickly and dodged in time. IUI reminded Su Mu, all right, the time for grieving is over. After hearing this, Su Mu calmly replied, your patience is really something, not making a move on me when the first treasure chest appeared. IUI replied to him nonchalantly, if we attacked sneakily and killed a proud fugitive like you, what fun would that be? Tianshan Huizi also took the initiative to attack, shouting, the killing spree begins. Seeing her charge forward, Su Mu immediately became vigilant, carefully raising his hand to block her attack. Relying on his skills, Su Mu easily parried her attack, and the sharp weapon in her hand. A murderous glint flashed in Tianshan Huizi's eyes. Her body moved slightly, and she quickly swept past Su Mu. However, she herself was hit by Su Mu's counterattack. After the exchange, both of them kept a certain distance. Tianshan Huizi couldn't help but curse inwardly that this damn Xia Ding was so detestable. She shouted angrily, when on earth will it get dark on this map? Just then, the system suddenly displayed a new notification. Nighttime is about to begin, 10-second countdown. Hearing this, Su Mu found it hard to maintain his earlier composure, thinking to himself, no way, it's coming just because she said so. On the other side, Tianshan Huizi was constantly transforming, and she remarked, it's getting dark. Immediately after, her body began to deform, turning into a hideous monster. Tianshan Huizi contemptuously asked Sumu, now let's see where you can run. The black chandelier on the ceiling suddenly went out. After transforming, IUI and Tianshan Huizi both exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? The lights in the room are all out. Sumu took the opportunity to tiptoe away, thinking to himself, perfect timing, I have to run now. As he moved, he calculated inwardly, without combat props, they can only remove their restrictions once, and the outcome will surely be a dead end. Sumu leaned against a pillar, thinking, although he didn't know why the lights in the castle suddenly went out, this was a good opportunity. He ran quickly down the corridor, considering in his heart that this might be a good chance. Tianshan Huizi was furious at this unexpected situation, roaring, "Damn it, he took the chance to escape again." Ayuyui beside her calmly advised, "Don't rush. We're no longer restricted now. Why will we be afraid of those rats?" Ayuyui also reminded her, "Besides, as long as Xiaoyu clears the stage in the end, our pursuer team will win." She concluded, "So for now, let's just take our time and play." Walking down the corridor, Su Mu pondered to himself. Just now Zhao Zhao and the others disappeared through the mirror, but the game didn't announce whether they had cleared the stage or not. In other words, that mirror is very likely the passage to the manor's exit. He carefully looked around, assessing the surroundings. Also, the game didn't announce Dao Dao's elimination, so it seems Xiaoyu won't make a move on her for a short while. He touched the wall, thinking, but what is she doing this for? Su Mu frowned in deep thought. She could have clearly eliminated me and Zhao Zhao directly, then gone through the mirror to find the exit for the pursuers to win. He thought to himself, in that case, why did she have to bring Dao Dao along? Just then, Su Mu bumped into something, couldn't help but grimace, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. The pain made Su Mu clutch his leg, cursing softly. Damn it, it's pitch black in this castle. How am I supposed to find the exit? And I have to find my own way. Suddenly, a voice sounded by Su Mu's ear, making him jump. "I know where the switch is. Do you need me to lead you there?" Su Mu immediately shivered all over, stammering, Who is it?" His usual handsome and confident appearance instantly turned timid. Su Mu asked softly, "Who is it?" In the dark and silent space, he asked tentatively, "Who was that just now?" There was no answer. Su Mu thought to himself, that voice was a woman's, and it came from behind me. He thought for a moment, muttering to himself, could it be that this game also has NPCs? A hand gently touched Su Mu's hand, and that voice spoke again. "Do you need me to lead you to the light switch?" Su Mu's hair stood on end from fear. He covered his mouth and backed away, his heart pounding. Is it really a ghost NPC? He suddenly frowned, as if remembering something. Wait, it doesn't seem to be attacking me. If she can help me turn on the lights, maybe I can quickly find another exit. The other hand reached out again in midair. Su Mu took it without hesitation, deciding to take a gamble. He immediately made a deal with the other party. Then please lead the way. The other party continued to tell him, "Okay, the switch is right on the wall in front." The person placed Su Mu's hand on the switch while also reminding him, "But wait for me to go home before you turn on." Hearing this, Su Mu was very surprised. Go home." The other party waved and replied, "That's right. If you don't wait for me to go home before turning on the lights, I won't be able to appear." Su Mu also agreed. All right. However, the other party also warned Su Mu beforehand. All right, let me give you a little reminder. She conveniently explained the rules here for Su Mu to understand. The lights in the castle can only stay on for 15 minutes. Then they will turn off, so you have to pay attention. After speaking, the other party's halo of light swirled up again, continuing to instruct. All right, I'm home now. You can turn on the lights. Su Mu smiled faintly, thinking to himself, all right, I'll consider this a kind NPC. It seems my gamble paid off. Su Mu placed his hand on the switch, thinking from the sound of the voice, the NPC seems to be right next to me. Very quickly, Su Mu closed his eyes and took the gamble. The entire room quickly lit up. Su Mu looked around, calculating to himself, I can quickly search the second floor, and if there's nothing, I'll go to the third. But that NPC's voice seemed to come from this direction. On the other side, Ayuyui and Tianshan Huizi's faces were contorted with anger from the bright light. Why did the lights suddenly turn on? Especially Tianshan Huizi. She shouted angrily, "Damn it, this damn light. It almost blinded me." Ayuyui angrily led Tianshan Huizi to continue searching from behind. A noise from the end of the corridor caught their attention. Ayuyui glanced over, let out a huh, and then sneered, "You run pretty fast, big brother." She confidently declared, "Now that the lights are on, let's see where else you can run." Outside, the sun was still shining. The screen showed the events of Su Mu's game, and everyone couldn't help but worry for him. It's over. If the lights were off, he could still rely on the darkness to escape the pursuers. Now that it's this bright, it's a dead end no matter where he runs. The audience was still discussing, thinking that there was still a way to survive with the lights on. Someone else said to turn off the lights quickly. Everyone was worried that for the sake of the treasure hunting mission, the boss didn't even care about his own life anymore. But at this moment, Su Mu seemed to have discovered something. Strange, dense characters appeared on the statue. Sumu looked for a while and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just how many secrets does this castle hide? He looked around, thinking to himself, could those paintings turn into living creatures in the dark, or is the exit to the garden hidden in these paintings? The two outside were also getting closer, their voices becoming clearer. Tianshan, you go to the second floor, I'll go to the third to look. Sumu cursed in his heart. Damn it, why did they get here so fast? On the other side, Ayui was slowly walking up the stairs. Sumu thought to himself, the only escape route has been blocked by them. He glanced at the patterns on the wall, scanning the entire third floor without finding a place to hide. At this moment, Sumu pulled something out of his pocket. He looked at his watch and thought, the watch is still cold now, which means time hasn't ended yet. Sumu worried inwardly. I'm afraid this will be difficult to deal with. Suddenly, Sumu sensed something and turned his head to look. That voice sounded once again. Someone wants to kill you. Hurry and hide in our place. Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, did you guys in the painting just talk to me? A pictograph on the wall spoke again. Come in quickly. Our place is very spacious. A golden light immediately enveloped Sumu, leaving him stunned. These unexpected phenomena made Sumu exclaim, wow, so this is being transformed from three-dimensional to two-dimensional and shrunk down. The other character spoke again. Everyone, let's do it. Very quickly, Sumu's entire body was pulled into the painting. Then, he turned into a pictograph. Sumu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, I'm saved. Even though he had hidden in the painting, he didn't forget his main task. He calculated in his mind, although I've escaped disaster for now thanks to this painting, if the pursuers come here and don't find anyone, will they suspect this painting? Just then, Ayui also walked in, muttering to herself, where did he go? I clearly heard a noise on the third floor. She looked around, growing more and more suspicious. This room was completely empty, and no one had run out. Ayui looked towards the painting and guessed, then it's possible that. She reached out and touched the painting, right near where Sumu was hiding, making him jump. Ayui sneered, you think you can hide by turning into a painting? Sumu, that trick won't work. Sumu cursed in his heart, damn it, she guessed right. What I feared most has come pass. Ayui shrugged and continued. Come on, I'll take my time searching today. Let's see where you can hide. You're just a rat. Where else can you run? Her nether soldier opened its mouth wide and then continuously released its power to attack the painting. Ayui watched the scene with great pleasure. I have time to play with you. That stream of power swept across the painting again and again. Hiding inside, Sumu thought, this is not good. Sooner or later she'll find me. Or maybe I should counterattack from within the painting and eliminate her right now. Suddenly, Sumu had a new idea, or find a way to make her give up on this painting. So he asked the other characters, brothers, what if I lure that girl in here? Do you guys have a way to hold her back? A character immediately replied, of course we can. We created this painting precisely to help others escape. NPCs can help you unconditionally. Hearing this answer, Sumu smiled with satisfaction, thinking, this is great. I didn't expect to meet two kind NPCs. My luck is really not bad. On the other side, Ayui had also noticed something, and she suspiciously turned around, intending to stay. At this moment, Sumu also stepped out of the painting. Seeing this, Ayui jeered, oh, you've finally come out to die. Sumu frowned and retorted, you're the one waiting to die. He said casually, I came out to see you don't have much skill either, just knowing how to attack recklessly. I'm being kind and helping you out. Sumu shrugged again and said, with your skills, you'd probably have to wait until health freezes over to find me. His words made Ayui furious. You rotten brat. She gritted her teeth and shouted, simultaneously ordering her two nether soldiers to attack him. You're looking for death. Luckily, Sumu managed to dodge in time. Ayui sneered at the fleeing Sumu. You were just lucky just now. After that, she attacked him frantically like a storm, while reminding Sumu, but you won't have that luck this time. Suddenly, a stream of golden power wrapped around Ayui. She was stunned. Immediately after, that stream of power bound Ayui tightly. The characters on the painting began to urge each other. Everyone, use your strength. Very quickly, Ayui's body was pulled inside. Before she could even react, she was sucked into the painting. Ayui shouted, what? Sumu calmly rolled up his sleeves. Ayui screamed, what is this? She had been turned into a character in the painting, so angry that she cursed loudly. In your dreams, you bastard, what the hell did you do to me? Sumu casually shrugged and replied, just teaching you a lesson, that's all. I'm just standing here watching you curse at me. Sumu then patted the painting, encouragingly. All right, I'll leave the rest of you all. A character in the painting heard this and happily agreed. Watching Sumu's back as he left, IUI screamed frantically, "Let me out. You bastard, just you wait." Sumu just replied nonchalantly, Sure, we'll talk after you get out." Sumu suddenly realized something was wrong, feeling a strange sense of unease. He thought to himself, that phony woman was making such a ruckus on the 3rd floor just now. But the pursuers downstairs didn't come up to help at all. It's too unreasonable. Could there be something on the 3rd floor that prevented her from getting reinforcements? Sumu walked down the stairs, calculating to himself, whatever, I won't worry about these things for now. Finding a clue to get out of here is the most important thing right now. Sumu looked at the painting in front of him again, lost in thought for a long time. He remembered that there seemed to be this same painting on the 1st floor. Sumu thought, it seems like every floor has one. He suddenly had a realization. Wait a minute, could this be the key to leaving the manor? Sumu guessed. This painting might also be a type of NPC. Just like that, Sumu decided to give it a try. He walked up to the painting and started a conversation with the lady in the picture. "Excuse me, do you know where the exit of this manor is?" Sure enough, a voice echoed from within the painting. "I do." Sumu almost let out a shout. It really was an NPC. Sumu was stunned, recalling that this voice belonged to the kind NPC who had led him to turn on the lights in the dark earlier. "My God," he continued to ask her, "then can you tell me where the exit is?" However, the answer from the painting made Sumu instantly dejected. "I can't." Sumu felt as if a heavy rock was weighing him down, letting out a sigh. But the person in the painting suddenly spoke again. "Actually, it's not entirely impossible to tell you where the exit is." Hearing this, Sumu joyfully pressed, "Really? But the other party set a condition. But I have one condition." Sumu readily agreed. "Go ahead and say it." So, the other party proposed, "You have to take this painting with you and get me out of the manor. After I get out, I will tell you." Sumu frowned and thought to himself, leaving the manor, the NPC wants to escape too. He made a funny face and bargained with her. "You won't tell me where the exit is, and you also want to escape the manor. What kind of joke is this, little lady? What are you thinking?" Sumu shrugged and said to her, "Lady, if you don't tell me the exit, how can I get you out of the manor?" The person in the painting then suggested, "Come into the painting, sign a contract with me, and I will tell you the location of the exit." Sumu felt a force appear beneath his feet. He thought to himself, remembering that the person in the painting had once said they were friendly NPCs from the escapee faction. Very quickly, Sumu was pulled into the woman's painting. He figured, since it's come to this, I might as well go in and see. At this moment, Sumu was brought to a small boat in the middle of a lake. He muttered to himself, what's this situation? I've actually come to an independent and realistic world within a painting. The figure of a woman appeared before him. Sumu suspected this was the girl from the painting. Finally, the girl turned to face him, smiling as she greeted the player first. "Please wait a moment." Sumu stared at her, a little dazed, thinking to himself, what is this girl's background? She doesn't look like an ordinary NPC. At this moment, a notification appeared from the system above the girl's head. Exclusive death rule of player Pen Fairy. Escape from the manor. Sumu was stunned, inwardly screaming that this was not good. Her death rule is to escape from the manor. So how can I get her out? Do I even have to help her change her death rule? At this moment, the Pen Fairy handed Sumu a contract, suggesting, "All right, take a look at this first." She smiled and continued, "If you agree, let's sign the contract." Sumu took the contract and began to read. The contract stated, player EMO agrees to add the Pen Fairy to his team, becoming his temporary item. Player M, Sumu read up to this point, considering inwardly, add her to my team. The intermediary system also displayed a notification, reminding him to be cautious when signing the contract. You are signing a contract with the Pen Fairy. On the side, the Pen Fairy was still waiting. Sumu thought to himself, that's right, once she joins my team, as long as I clear the game, she can win too. It's just, where will she go after escaping the manor? Sumu pondered, will she return to the real world with me, or continue to be my item, and return to the game space together? Seeing him hesitate, the Pen Fairy also grew a little impatient. She smiled and asked Sumu, so, how about it? Add me to the team. Your teammates aren't with you right now anyway, so it's a good time for me to fill the spot. The Pen Fairy even declared confidently, don't worry, I'm very capable and especially powerful too. Sumu narrowed his eyes and thought, there's no such thing as a free lunch. This feels like a scam. The system once again reminded Sumu in his ear. Hidden clauses of the contract have been detected. Does the player wish to modify them? Sumu directly ordered, check hidden clauses. Very quickly, an analysis of the hidden clauses appeared. Hidden Clause 1. As M's temporary item, the Pen Fairy has the right to unilaterally terminate the master-servant relationship. 2. During the time of being M's item, M must love me take care of me, and take me to eat all kinds of delicious food. 3. When eating tofu with soy sauce, it must be the salty kind. 4. When you see something good, you must think of me first. 5. You must buy me the best drawing paper. You are not allowed to laugh at my bad drawings. The remaining 95 clauses left Su-mu dumbfounded. This contract had 100 hidden clauses, truly impressive, just as he thought. He thought to himself, and quickly deleted them all, rewriting them as the pen fairy's hidden clauses. Very quickly, the system determined the deletion was successful. Su-mu calculated to himself, changing the hidden clauses so that the pen fairy would become his prop. She must unconditionally obey all his commands. Whatever he says, she must do. He still had the right to continue adding clauses, and the system immediately announced, "Player has successfully made changes." A moment later, Su-mu decided to sign the contract, making the pen fairy as happy as if she'd won the lottery. "All right, you want to sign the contract, right?" He smiled and said, "No problem. Tell me how to sign." The pen fairy immediately pointed to a spot, instructing him, "Just place your hand on this contract to sign it successfully." Su-mu did as she said. On her side, the pen fairy was still gloating inwardly, thinking to herself how wonderful this was. I finally tricked a super smart guy. From now on, I won't have to worry about food and drink, and I'll have someone to serve me. It's just too perfect. After the contract was signed, a voice rang out. "Congratulations, you have successfully signed a contract with the pen fairy. The pen fairy will become your auxiliary prop to participate in combat." Information about the pen fairy was also fully displayed in the system. Name, Pen Fairy. Level, F. Skill 1. Turn the mundane into the magical. Can grant life to what you draw, once a day, lasting for 30 minutes. Skill 2. Myriad transformations. Can transform into any equipment or prop twice a day. Su-mu thought to himself, assist me in combat? Could she also transform into a combat weapon? Su-mu said to the pen fairy, "All right, the contract is signed. Can you tell me where the exit of the manor is now?" The pen fairy happily took the contract, pointed in a direction, and replied, "Actually, you've already seen the path to the exit. It's the antique mirror in the living room on the first floor." Su-mu immediately understood, so it really was there. But he remembered that after Jiao Jiao and the others went through that mirror earlier, the system didn't announce that they had successfully cleared the stage. Could it be that going through the mirror is actually... Before Su-mu could figure out, the pen fairy answered his question. Also, the passage through that mirror only opens 3 times every 20 minutes. There are now 5 minutes until the next opening. After hearing this, Su-mu's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, 5 minutes. He hurriedly urged the pen fairy, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." The pen fairy was also taken aback for a moment. "Oh, okay." She muttered to herself, "That's strange. Why did I agree so quickly?" The pen fairy continued, 5 minutes remaining until the exit opens. Su-mu looked at the pocket watch in his hand and began to consider, but the uncle's pocket watch still needed 8 minutes to recover. He looked at Tensan Keiko, who was still guarding the first floor, and calculated inwardly. It seems I can only use the rules to quickly deal with that spider monster within 5 minutes. At this moment, the pen fairy couldn't help but ask him curiously, "She's clearly right downstairs, but she never came upstairs to catch you. Do you think she's sick or something?" Su-mu calmly replied, "It's not that she doesn't want to come up, but that she has no way to." The pen fairy was startled upon hearing this. "Huh." Su-mu turned to ask her, "That's right, pen fairy. I remember the contract said you can transform into any equipment or prop, right?" The pen fairy confidently put her hands on her hips and replied, "Of course, I can turn into all sorts of things. There's only what you can imagine, not what I can't do. Go on, what do you want me to turn into?" Su-mu then leaned into the pen fairy's ear and whispered, "Actually, I want you to turn into..." After hearing this, the pen fairy couldn't help but scream, "What?" She blushed and shyly refused. "You want me to turn into that? This won't do." The pen fairy screamed in shock, "You want to turn me into a healthcare worker? What is this situation?" Su-mu quickly made a shushing gesture, reminding her, "Shoo, not a healthcare worker, but a great broadsword." After hearing this, the pen fairy replied, a little awkwardly, Oh, is that so? I didn't hear clearly just now." Su-mu asked her seriously again, "Just do as I say. We'll go for a quick victory within 3 minutes. Okay." The pen fairy blinked her eyes and agreed. "Okay, leave it to me." Over here, Tensen Keiko was still standing guard vigilantly at the door, thinking to herself, there's no movement from the 3rd floor. She looked up at the stairs, calculating. It seems even Kimura has lost. Just then, The pen fairy's voice sounded from behind her. Are you looking for someone? Do you want me to take you to them? Tensan Keiko turned her head to look. The pen fairy continued, don't worry, I'll take you to whoever you're looking for. Tensan Keiko was shocked. This voice, she guessed, it's coming from the woman in the painting. Just then, Sumu accidentally missed a step. Tensan Keiko also turned back vigilantly, but there was only quiet emptiness in front of her. Tensan Keiko let out a cold, murderous laugh. You don't think. A large hole appeared in the wall, and she taunted Sumu that you can trick me with this little trick. Tensan Keiko couldn't help but wonder, was it an illusion? At this moment, Sumu was hiding in a corner, calculating to himself. Her senses seemed to have gotten stronger. The pen fairy then suggested to Sumu, to be safe, we should find out all her skills before we make a move. Sumu agreed. I know that. Just then, Tensan Keiko had also discovered them. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, so you're here. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke rose, obscuring her vision. Sumu also backed away, and the pen fairy behind him asked again, your skill isn't bad, but can you aim properly before you strike? Tensan Keiko also slowly approached them, sneering, as expected of two capable people to be able to dodge my attack at such a close range. But it's a pity you don't know how to hide your strength and bide your time. Instead, you provoke us again and again. Sumu was not afraid at all, casually rolling up his sleeves and retorting, hide my strength and bide my time? No need. I prefer the taste of blood on the blade. Hearing this, Tensan Keiko's powers seemed to be triggered, and she roared in anger. You brat, you forced my hand. Her expression suddenly changed, and a fierce killing intent erupted. Sumu grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back, casually provoking, bring it on. In front of the big screen, many people were also discussing his actions. Damn it, Tensan has activated her pursuer skill. Sumu is dead for sure this time. My god, the equipment that player is using is no joke either. Someone else guessed. So Sumu will definitely win, right? At this moment, Tensan Keiko gritted her teeth and immediately flung a huge spiderweb at him. Die. Sumu's side remained calm as he gripped the sword hilt. Suddenly, a sky silver chain blocked her attack for him. Tensan Keiko was horrified to see this. What? Sumu didn't expect this either. He turned his head, a little surprised by Hua Jing's appearance, and called her name, Hua Jing. Tensan Keiko's hatred deepened, and she said angrily, humph, another one looking to die. She provoked Hua Jing. If you like playing the hero, then I'll send you on your way first. On Hua Jing's side, she was also ready to strike at any moment. Inside the manor, a fierce confrontation began, kicking up clouds of dust. The pen fairy asked Sumu, a little confused, what's going on? Didn't she betray the team before? I don't get it. Why is she suddenly back to help you now? Sumu could only tell the truth about what just happened. Who knows? He chuckled and added, but this is good too. She can temporarily draw Tensan's attention, which will make it easier for us to find an opportunity. Over here, Hua Jing had been caught in Tensan Keiko's giant hand. She questioned Hua Jing. I heard from Kimura that you betrayed Sumu. Why are you suddenly back now? Then, Tensan Keiko mocked Hua Jing. Let me guess, did your conscience get the better of you, and you wanted to come back and make amends? She sighed, while increasing the force in her hand, tightening her grip on Hua Jing's neck. This isn't like your usual style. At this moment, Sumu also spoke up to remind Tensan Keiko. Hey, your spirit is quite resilient. Sumu turned his head and asked the pen fairy beside him, are you sure the limit has been lifted? The pen fairy immediately confirmed. After fighting an escapee for so long, how could it not be? Tensan Keiko then laughed mockingly at Sumu. You think you can attack me with that broken sword? Dream on. Sumu then gripped the sword hilt, and the pen fairy exclaimed, oh. He drew his sword and challenged Tensan Keiko. How will you know if you don't try? A chain immediately flew out. Tensan Keiko shouted angrily, what? How do you have that? Hua Jing had also escaped her bonds by now, exclaiming, as expected. Immediately after, Hua Jing's dark silver chain wrapped tightly around Tensan Keiko. She coldly tightened the chain, warning, you turned into a spider. What you fear most are things from the outside. In her moment of crisis, Tensan Keiko still wanted to struggle. Let go. Hua Jing, on the contrary, tightened her grip even more, saying to herself, all right, this drawn-out game. But Tensan Keiko was unwilling, still screaming, let go. Hua Jing swiftly swung her hand, defeating Tensan Keiko, and concluded, it's time to end this. The system simultaneously announced, player Kim Cuc Hoa has eliminated the pursuer Tensan Keiko. Sumu stood still for a moment, and the system reminded him again. One pursuer remaining, one mole. The portal on this side is also activating. The pen fairy returned to her original form, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. Sumu turned and asked the pen fairy, how much longer until the passage opens? The pen fairy immediately replied cheerfully, we can still make it. There are 2 minutes left. Then, she leaned on Sumu's shoulder and suggested, after we get out, you have to thank me properly. You have to make me delicious food, take me out to have fun, and you have to hug me too. Sumu wasn't bothered and promised her, okay, I know. The pen fairy looked at the system panel, chuckled, and added, don't be so quick to agree. The contract clearly states the penalty clauses. If you can't do it, be careful, or I'll... Before she could finish her sentence, the pen fairy realized something was wrong. The system information panel clearly stated, the pen fairy is Sumu's item, must obey all commands. Whatever Sumu says, she must do, and Sumu has the right to add clauses. The pen fairy couldn't help but scream in anger. The pen fairy must obey all of Sumu's commands. How can this be? And Sumu, behind her, was still teasing her. Turns out you're quite polite, pen fairy. You even wrote out your own clauses. The pen fairy suddenly felt something was off and asked Sumu doubtfully, also, why did your strength suddenly drop? The pen fairy thought to herself, that's not right. According to what the young lady said, signing the contract shouldn't cause my strength to decrease. Sumu also frowned and guessed. Could it be that you used too much of your power just now and became weaker? The pen fairy closed her eyes to compose herself and replied dejectedly, that's a possibility, but the main point now is, as she spoke, the pen fairy suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. I have to cancel the contract, quickly. The system made her cry her eyes out again. Request has been denied by the system. This contract is a life-and-death pact. It cannot be canceled under any circumstances. The pen fairy cried her heart out, screaming at the sky. It turns out I was the one who got tricked. Sumu quickly comforted her. All right, just follow me. I'll definitely take care of your food and lodging. I absolutely won't let you suffer. The pen fairy was moved and asked, really? He replied confidently, of course, you've helped me so much. How could I trick you? His words instantly filled her with fighting spirit, her morale soaring 100-fold. Seeing her like this, Sumu could only sigh and exclaim, you change your tune faster than you flip a book. Hurry up and get your spirits back. At this moment, Hua Jing walked over to Sumu and said gratefully, thank you for saving my life just now. Thank you. Sumu just replied coolly, no need to be polite. You contributed your part just now. After all, Hua Jing clutched the wound on her stomach and confessed him in shame. I was wrong to you two before. I only did such a thing to accumulate points for my own space. Sumu paid her no mind, turning to leave. I already said, you contributed just now, so our debts are settled. Finally, he said to her, now, no one owes anyone anything. Hua Jing understood his meaning and replied with her head down, I understand. Sumu walked step by step towards the antique mirror, saying, the exit is open, hurry up. He glanced at Hua Jing, then turned his head and asked her, what are you still standing there for? Hua Jing lowered her head and stammered in reply, Sumu didn't want to waste time. So he urged, Hua Jing, if you don't hurry, the exit will close soon. His words snapped Hua Jing out of it, and she happily followed. But just at this moment, a beam of light pierced through Hua Jing, leaving her stunned. Hua Jing's expression immediately darkened. A familiar voice sounded from behind her. You thought you could trap me forever with just a few shabby paintings. As Hua Jing fell to the ground, Ayui also revealed her true form, stood behind her, and roared. Sumu was shocked to see this. Kimura, what's going on? Why is she here? At this time, the pen fairy had turned into a pink stream of light, hovering beside him. She explained, the fact that the paintings on the wall could move freely before was entirely maintained by my power. But now my power has weakened greatly, so those paintings naturally can't control Kimura anymore. Very quickly, Ayui launched another attack, shouting, go to hell. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but want to curse. Damn it. Suddenly, Hua Jing grabbed Ayui's neck from behind, shouting, go now. Don't worry about me. She struggled desperately, trying to rush towards the space portal, but the portal immediately closed. Hua Jing let go of Ayui, completely stunned. Ayui finally couldn't contain her anger, slowly turning around and looking at Hua Jing with disgust. You meddling woman, I was so close. Hua Jing clutched her shoulder and laughed coldly. What does it feel to be sneak attacked? At this moment, a new notification appeared from the system. Player Kimura has eliminated player Hua Jing. 3 escapees remaining, 1 special player. Sumu cursed helplessly. Damn it. The pen fairy beside him also coughed a few times. Sumu asked her with concern. Are you okay? The pen fairy replied weakly. It's nothing serious. It's just that my power is constantly weakening. It probably won't be long before I turn back into Kimura. Hearing the pen fairy mention Kimura, Sumu was stunned. Kimura. At this point, the pen fairy had turned back into a pen. She instructed him, all right, I have to start hibernating. You should get out too, and in the game. Sumu stepped forward and replied, yeah, okay. A moment later, Sumu had also arrived in another space. He let out a sigh of relief. I'm finally out. At this moment, Xiaoyu was already waiting there. She remarked, you're finally here. Sumu replied calmly, oh, so you were still here waiting for me. Tell me, you went through so much trouble to infiltrate the game and get close to me. What exactly is your purpose? Xiaoyu smacked her lips and replied, I thought you would ask about Jiao's whereabouts first. Sumu said bluntly, if you want to tell me, you'll tell me. If you don't, I already know where she is now. Xiaoyu asked curiously, oh, it seems you've completely deciphered the secret of this manor. Sumu replied nonchalantly, you just have to go through that mirror to enter the real manor. In the real manor, you just need to find any wall and climb over it. And that counts as a successful escape from the manor, clearing the game. At this moment, a new message appeared from the system. Player Jiao has successfully escaped from the manor. Teammates Hua Jing and Pen Fairy have also cleared the stage. Sumu frowned upon seeing this. Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile. The system continued to announce, the escapee at the side has stepped through the manor gate. Rule activated. The mole and the pursuer compete fiercely. The mole is victorious. All pursuers are eliminated. When everyone heard this, they all cheered from the outside. The Master's team won again. The Master is so cool. Otten was also stunned by this, exclaiming in surprise, I can't believe it. So the player's location was inside the mirror all along. No wonder it was useless when they turned the whole manor upside down before. The girl with glasses then pointed out, actually, the places in the manor have always been giving hints to the players. The images of the manor made everyone recall. The symmetrical sunflowers, the identical castle, and also the decorations in the castle's living room. Previously, Sumu had specifically told everyone to be careful and not to touch anything here casually. She concluded, wasn't all of that hinting at the mirror? Meanwhile, Sumu also walked out leisurely. He said to Xiaoyu, all right, this long and complicated game is finally over. We should get going. Xiaoyu curiously asked him, aren't you curious why I wanted to get close to you? Hearing this, Sumu stopped in his tracks. He replied calmly, if you don't want to say it now, you don't have to. After all, you could be considered half a teammate this time. He recalled what she had done, letting Jiao go and not doing anything to harm him throughout the process. So for now, he didn't press her further. After speaking, he waved goodbye to Xiaoyu. Well, I'm off. We'll meet again if fate allows. Seeing this, Xiaoyu smiled. We will definitely meet again. Sumu reached out to climb the city wall, sneezed, and then sighed. Now, I just need to climb over this wall to return to the real world. Just then, the pen spirit in his pocket suddenly protested. Wait. She hurriedly said to him, I suddenly remembered. The rule is that you have to die to escape the manor. If I go out with you when I die. Sumu frowned and asked, who said you have to die? Isn't it just a rule about having to die? I already modified it for you when we signed the contract. Hearing this, the pen spirit couldn't help but be curious. How is that possible? Isn't everyone's rule unique? How would you modify it? Sumu blinked and replied smugly, just think of me as a hacker. Hackers are omnipotent. Seeing his attitude, the pen spirit narrowed her eyes sarcastically. That joke isn't funny at all. Sumu didn't waste any more time and stuffed the pen spirit straight back into his pocket. All right, let's go. Seeing this, she was stunned. Hey, wait. The pen spirit was pulled along by Sumu as he jumped down, letting out a terrified scream. At this moment, the system appeared before Sumu, announcing, welcome back to your personal space. It prompted him to begin the summary for the second spatial challenge. Very quickly, a series of data appeared on the system screen. Team ranking. First, attack damage, score 99.97. Support score 99.83. Hidden items obtained score 99.95. Cleared the Mystic Manor at the highest difficulty and was the first to do so. Extremely outstanding performance in the duel. With an F-rank identity, eliminated 2 A-rank catchers, found the spy, and finally, the system announced the achievement of a perfect SSS rank evaluation. The others who saw this were all stunned. This is the second time he's received an SSS rank reward, right? This kid, before he showed up, I thought the highest score in the space was S rank. Even the viewers watching the live stream on their phones were moved to tears. After watching the Master's live stream, I always feel like I become a better person myself. The system once again praised Sumu. Congratulations on completing the mission for the second time. The rewards you have received are as follows. A series of stat bonuses descended upon Sumu. Accumulated points increased by 4,000. Current total points are 4,824. Randomly distributed 10 attribute points. A growable SS rank item. The Pen Spirit received the common skill Electric Current Cells. The spatial reward avatar. Seeing this, Sumu was a little puzzled. Electric Current Cells and Avatar. He clicked on Electric Current Cells and ordered the system. Look up the specific effects of these two skills for me. Very quickly, each skill was analyzed in detail. Electric Current Cells can activate cellular activity, increasing all body attributes for a short period. The effect is quite mild. It is a common skill that can be used in any match. Next is the Avatar skill. Avatar can now load models of fictional characters from the real world, allowing transformation into a virtual character model. After observing for a moment, Sumu pondered while rubbing his chin. Electric Current Cells can be considered a god-tier life-saving skill with explosive power. Maybe I'll find the Pen Spirit later to test its side effects. Sumu made another request. System, distribute the attribute points as before. Raise my 3 stats to 15 and my spirit stat to 30. Just like that, a golden halo appeared at his feet and began the upgrade. The system announced, "Upgrading, please wait." Then, the system issued a new announcement. "Congratulations, your life level has increased from F to E. Please continue to work hard." Sumu's full attribute panel was displayed. Name, M rank, E rank physique, 15 spirit, 30 strength, 15 agility, 15 distributable points, 4 titles, resident livestream guest, heaven sent lucky star skills, electric current cells, avatar items, Pen Spirit Sumu side. Not bad, not bad. The quadrilateral warrior has taken another step forward. The system continued to remind him, time is up. You will return to the real world in 3 seconds. Please prepare. Player M is returning to the real world. At this moment, the alarm clock on the table showed 6 o'clock. Sumu reached out to turn off the alarm, sat up, and let out a soft hum. Sumu thought to himself, I have to admit, this game really takes up a lot of time. It was still daytime when I went in, but now it's the next morning. Time really flies. Just then, a soft hum sound came from behind Sumu, startling him. He turned his head to look. He saw the Pen Spirit right beside him. Sumu blurted out in surprise, "Why are you sleeping next to me?" But the Pen Spirit just yawned lazily and replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong? Is there a more comfortable place than yours?" Sumu reminded her, "Also, where did you get your clothes?" The Pen Spirit stretched again and answered, "Isn't it normal for a girl to have a lot of clothes?" After speaking, she moved closer to him and asked, "Anyway, let's not talk about this. Hurry up and take me to eat something delicious." Sumu reminded the Pen Spirit, "I can take you out, but you have to agree to a few conditions first." The Pen Spirit asked curiously, "What conditions?" Sumu stated his demands directly. "First, after we go out, you must call me Master or Mr. Su. Second, after you take human form, no matter who asks you about the spatial game, you are not to answer." After hearing this, the Pen Spirit nodded her head repeatedly without hesitation. Okay. Then, she went back to the bed to rummage for something, then said to Sumu, "All done, let's go." Sumu hurriedly pulled the Pen Spirit's leg back. Wait. He reminded her, "I just got a new skill in the spatial game, and I want to try it out now." Hearing this, the Pen Spirit became even more curious. "A new skill? Tell me about it." Sumu smiled. "Dermal electrotherapy." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of electricity appeared. The Pen Spirit was still dazed and asked, "What?" Immediately after, her face turned bright red and she screamed, "Ah!" Sumu grabbed the Pen Spirit's leg, a mysterious electric current shooting out from his hand, and suddenly panicked inwardly. Not good. He hurriedly covered her mouth. The Pen Spirit could only struggle with muffled sounds. A moment later, after the feeling subsided, Sumu came to his senses. So this was the side effect of the electrotherapy, causing the cerebral cortex to become excited and her hair to stand on end from the stimulation of the light current. The Pen Spirit stood beside him, pouting, "Give me back my hairstyle." Sumu then turned to ask her, "Didn't you just say you wanted to eat something delicious? Do you still want to go?" The Pen Spirit immediately rushed over and hugged him, shouting excitedly, "Of course I'm going." Sumu thought to himself, "This girl is so easy to please." Walking along the main street, the Pen Spirit said excitedly, "I want to eat grilled squid. This looks so good. Add this one too. Buy this one too. It's guaranteed to be delicious." Sumu looked helpless. "What are you up to now? You might as well just revert to your original form. You'll eat up 2 months of my living expenses in no time." The Pen Spirit asked while eating, "How can that be? Is 2 months of food money that much?" Sumu pretended to laugh bitterly, teasing her. You've overspent. There's no more money for food this week. If you eat any more, you'll get a hole in your stomach. The pin spirit said fearfully, don't scare me, boo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, some passers-by were chattering. Hey, have you heard? Baoxian High School is holding an exchange event today. I heard they invited many powerful experts to participate. Sumu thought curiously. Baoxian High School. Isn't that the school the original owner of this body attended? He pricked up his ears to listen, only to hear them continue. Moreover, this exchange event is a big deal. All the rare treasures from the space will be sold at a bargain. How about we go take a look? Of course we have to go. I want to broaden my horizons too. Sumo, calculated inwardly, rare treasures, and spatial items. Seems quite interesting. Maybe there's something valuable. He looked at the Pin Spirit and said with a smile, Pin Spirit, I have to go to school for a bit now. You should transform back into your original form and take a nap in the sleeping bag. The Pin Spirit said sullenly, but I haven't had tofu pudding, strawberry cake, honey fried chicken, or cheese fries yet. Sumu hurriedly coaxed her. I'll buy you a cake when I get back, okay? The Pin Spirit's eyes lit up and she shouted, It's a deal. Sumu was a little helpless. This glutton would really agree to anything for a bite to eat, honestly. In a high-rise building, Python was talking to someone. Senior Tana has entered the TV tower in the city center. This plan has now entered its final stage. This will be a grand experiment. Once successful, Senior Tana will have the chance to ascend to S rank, becoming an unparalleled legend. The voice of our Red Sun Guild in the space will also carry more weight. The team members on the sofa asked in surprise. What? Senior Toana is about to ascend to S rank? Isn't our mission this time to catch the spy and find him? I thought so too. You never told us about this. The younger sister also asked curiously, Sis, what is the real mission this time? Can we secure the immunity first? We have to help Senior Toana ascend successfully first, but what about him? Python analyzed. He is merely a shield to clear the way for Senior Toana. No matter how strong his abilities are, M is just an 18-year-old teenager. Besides, he's a teammate. Next, he will make the right choice himself. On Sumu's side, he was complaining loudly. What kind of joke is this? I just got to school. The notice board read, due to weather reasons, today's exchange event is canceled. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered the call. Hello, sis. To'ona said from the other end. Little Moo, I have to go on a business trip for a few days. You must stay at home during this time. Sumu asked curiously, Sis, where are you? Why is the wind so strong? She replied, Oh, I'm on the rooftop of the TV tower, preparing for an interview. He pressed, What floor are you on exactly? Why is the wind so strong? She immediately changed the subject. This floor is over 200 meters high. My fear of heights is about to kill me. Ah, it's starting to rain. Remember to bring in the clothes soon. He wondered to himself, a wind this strong must be at least a level 5. Could there really be a place nearby over 200 meters high where the wind is this strong? The location of that TV tower is truly unique. He pretended to ask with concern, You won't be in any danger, will you? She comforted him. Hey, don't worry. Don't I still have you here? Everything will be fine. For the next few days, you must be good and stay at home. Don't run around. I have something urgent to handle. He replied, Yes, I'll wait for you. But after hanging up, he felt a little uneasy. Why did that sound like she was giving her last words? Nothing's really going to happen to her, right? Wait, this is clearly the real world. Why did a system notification from the spatial game suddenly appear? A system notification popped up. A player has used a special scenario card, initiating the real-world spatial challenge game, Radiant Illusion. This mission's location, Linhai City. Details will be announced in 1 hour. For now, try to survive. In the meeting room at the Red Sun Guild headquarters, a man was talking with Xiaoyu. You're not participating in the real-world spatial game this time? She replied, I'm not. I just finished a long game, so I need to rest properly. Besides, Python and the others are already escorting the goods to the link area this time. I don't plan on joining in on the excitement. Qin Xia spoke up to thank her. Xiaoyu, you've worked hard this time. She said with a smile, Guild Master, you're too kind. Actually, I was chosen by the catcher to be the mole back then. Since that was the case, I decisively used my one-time death immunity chance to let our people escape and win. The person beside them interjected. Taking Jiao Jiao hostage not only didn't arouse the Kimura's suspicion, but it also helped M clear obstacles, protecting Jiao Jiao and allowing M to focus on dealing with the catcher. That move of yours was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She slowly recalled. That's right, it's just that Jiao Jiao seemed a bit scared at the time. She remembered being in the game manor, holding little Jiao in her arms as she shouted nonstop, "You're a bad woman. Let me go. How could you do this to me? I trusted you so much." She had gently coaxed, all right, I'll let you go now. I'll give you a 40-meter head start. If you can run to the front and climb over the wall, you win." The little girl was stunned. "Why are you suddenly so nice? You're not up to something again, are you?" She threatened, "You're facing a mole. Standing still is also a path to death." The little girl refused in fear. No, I'll run myself." After the flashback ended, Xiao Yu analyzed and concluded, "Through the last round, I've also seen M's true strength. If we can get him to join our Red Sun Guild, I believe our overall strength will definitely increase significantly." Qin Xiao responded enthusiastically, "I will arrange this. You should also take this opportunity with Ling's S-rank ascension to get some good rest." She said firmly, "Yes, Guildmaster." Elsewhere, Su Mu was in deep thought. Luckily, there was no one around and no cameras. This way, he could try the avatar skill the spatial game had rewarded him. Without a disguise, my identity as M could very well be exposed. When that happens, I can completely say goodbye to a peaceful life. But then again, who exactly is the Link player this time? To be able to open a spatial game in the real world? The person who can open this kind of spatial game is probably a top-tier figure. After he changed his appearance, the livestream screen on the other side began broadcasting the game, and everyone was chattering. No way, M's last game just ended not long ago, and now he's starting another challenge? And this time, it's a real-world spatial game. What on earth is going on? Is this guy made of iron? A life and death duel, and he stayed up all night to clear the stage. Look at that building in the background, Yushuan High School. The comments scrolled wildly, filling the screen. Yushuan High School. M is a challenger from our great China. Linhai City, I didn't expect that. A boy in a yellow shirt looked at his phone screen and said in shock, "Wait, what's going on? I'm in Linhai City right now. Is it raining heavily over there?" A special notice appeared on the screen. All characters in the real world are fictional. The situation will not have any effect on the real world. This real-world confrontation only invites players over 18 years old who have a death immunity chance and voluntarily participate. The boys seem to understand, so that's how it is. I thought I was about to enter that life and death space again. Why will this mission's details only be announced an hour later? Does this 1 hour have a special purpose? At the Jima Guild, a man with a scarred face, white eyes, and horns on his head said aggressively, "The Red Sun Guild actually didn't detect our movements. The Eagle Guild is truly formidable." At the Red Lion Guild, an elderly woman was also in discussion. If it weren't for the Eagle Guild's spy passing on intelligence, we might have been played by the Red Sun Guild. A mysterious man laughed sinisterly. "This time we must go all out, wipe out the Red Sun Guild's forces in one go, causing their special power in this space to completely regress, and their influence to drop to its lowest point." Outside, thunder and lightning flashed continuously. Suya stood, dazed on the rooftop of a tall building. This game will not only help me reach S rank, but it can also help the combat power of the participating guilds rise to a new level. By then, the Red Sun Guild's position in this space will only become more miserable. If I can reach S rank, I can be with Su Mu forever. The system continuously displayed notifications. Real-world expansion player Zhou Sure used a scenario participation card, entering the real-world expansion game. Real-world expansion player Justin used a scenario participation card, entering the real-world expansion game. Real-world expansion player Kasla used a scenario participation card, entering the real-world expansion game. She silently slid out of the cave. The notification sound continued. Player used a dungeon participation card. From major guilds face-off, new rules proposed. Mission mode changed. Game map begins to fluctuate. In the Red Sun Guild's classroom, a young man shouted, "Zhou, Justin, Kasla, all these people actually came. These 3 major guilds are clearly planning to act together." Xiao Yu said decisively, "There's a mole in the Red Sun Guild's high command." He was stunned. Impossible. Only a few people know about this plan. At this moment, Qin Jiao spoke up. "That mole will very likely participate in this real-world confrontation with Ling. We've done everything we can. Now we can only hope that Xiao Yu and the others are still on the scene." On Su Ya's side, she said to herself, "We've taken such tight security measures, yet you still manage to come and cause trouble. If I can't break through, then let's fight. Python, you lead a team and start the operation. The rest of you follow my orders. This is a battle that will decide our fate. We must win, even if we die." The other side replied, "Roger." Aten floated in midair, saying to Suya, "Are you all ready to face all of our challenges?" She replied calmly, "It seems you've gone to great lengths to stop me from reaching S rank." Aten said with feigned innocence, "If you can successfully upgrade, as for all our goals, I have nothing more to say." Kasla said to Ling with a cold smile, You must be out of death immunity chances, right? Today is the day you die, she shouted resolutely. So what if I don't have a death immunity chance? Only the weak fear death. System notification. The mission is entering a new phase. All guilds are prohibited from engaging in combat in any form. Violators will be judged as defeated and face immediate death. Upton thought to himself, we have to deal with Ling after the game starts. This is going to be difficult. Kasla also began to panic. If we can't kill Ling before the game starts, what's the point of our guild alliance? Aten, full of confidence, spoke with a provocative tone and turned to leave. It seems your luck is not bad today. We can only compete in the game. System notification. Player Kasla has used a volume amplification card. He spoke sarcastically. I watched your live stream before the game started. You're currently somewhere in Linhai City. After this match ends and we've dealt with Ling, I'll come and challenge you. Aten thought to himself, M is here too. This confrontation is getting more and more interesting. The three of them disappeared into thin air simultaneously, their voices still echoing in Suya's ears. We meet again. She revealed a pensive look. It seems the hope of reaching S rank this time is truly slim. With 4 major guilds facing off, I don't know if I can survive until the end. If I can't make it to the end, what will happen to Zimu? On this side, Su-mu was running home desperately, thinking as he ran, damn it, this sudden downpour. Suya's clothes are probably ruined. Wait, if I run straight home like this, won't my identity and address be completely exposed? Isn't this just laying myself bare for all to see? He turned to the system. System, can I request a period of exception status without being live streamed? System notification. You are a regular guest of the live stream room and have the right to request the camera not be on you. The live stream room camera can leave you for a maximum of half an hour, after which you can re-enter the live stream state at any time. He said decisively, half an hour is enough. System, use my privilege. The notification sounded. 30-minute countdown. Livestream privilege will be restored soon. Click, clack, clack. A moment later, Sumu arrived home. After collecting the clothes, the sound of the lock being turned repeatedly caught his attention. He thought to himself, the sound of a lock being opened. Could Suya be back? No, someone is deliberately turning the key very quietly. This isn't Suya. Click, clack. The lock sounded a few more times, and Python's younger sister slowly walked in. Seeing the shoes on the floor, she thought to herself, shoes by the door. The soles are still wet. It seems he really is home. She called out, Sumu, little brother, are you home? Your sister, Suya, told me to come find you. He thought anxiously, if I confront her head-on now, I'm definitely no match for her. That's right, don't I have the Pin Spirit? By using the Pin Spirit's function, I might be able to deal with her for now. She gently pushed open his bedroom door and said, all right, little brother Sumu, let's not play hide and seek. Come on out. Huh? The room was empty. She looked around, filled with doubt. Strange. She had clearly searched every corner of this floor just now and still didn't see him. Only this empty room was left. Could it be that pretending Su-mu was home was also part of Ling's plan? She took out her phone and sent a message to someone. Why? Mission failed. Ikulunte Kibchef Sumu. Ling must have given him a very powerful card. B. Then stick to the original plan. Take Su-mu's clothes and quickly return to the rendezvous point. Why? But what if Su-mu runs to find you on ping? B. Then directly put Su-mu on the wanted list and use the full force of the guild to capture him. This competition has great restrictions on technical staff. Ling is likely also heavily restricted, so she can't possibly know our entire plan. Why? Understood. I'll do it right away. Then, she looked towards his belongings and muttered, Su-mu's clothes. At this moment, he had cleverly transformed into the desk lamp beside her, screaming internally. So Suya is Ling. No wonder Python suddenly wanted to capture me. It turns out they want to use me to threaten Suya. Unfortunately for Python and those moles, they would never have guessed that I am M. As long as I find a chance to contact Suya, you moles will be completely exposed. Inside the Red Sun Guild's headquarters building, Guild leader Xia was staring thoughtfully at the monitor screen. The system displayed a notification. Due to player Spectacled Snake acting without authorization before the game officially started, disrupting the game, her true identity is now being announced. Her true identity is a spy from the Great Eagle Guild. A young man in gray clothes shouted angrily. I can't believe this person was a spy infiltrated by the Great Eagle Guild. She hid herself really well. Xiao Yu calmly asked the guild leader, What about Sumu he is? Before she could finish, Qinxia immediately replied, "That's right, Sumu is Lin's relative, and her only living relative at that." The spy's purpose this time was to use Sumu to threaten Lin. She said, doubtfully, about Lin's relative, "Wasn't that always kept a secret? If so, does that mean we're closer to finding out B's identity?" He sighed, saying wearily, "I already have a few suspects in mind. After all, in this space, only a few people have ever had contact with Lin." The young man suddenly interjected, asking worriedly, "Then guild leader, what about Sumu now?" Only then did Qin Xia slowly stand up, turning to leave as he gave an order. "Immediately raise Sumu's security to the highest protection level. Also, arrange for a plane back to Lin High City immediately. I need to return there urgently." The two immediately acknowledged the order and went to carry it out. Over here, Sumu had canceled his transformation state. He muttered, "It's been 20 minutes, Spectacled Snake probably isn't coming back." The system's announcement rang out. The competition format is now being announced, the actual mode of the space game. He looked at the screen, a little surprised. It's starting this fast. The system announced the rules. This competition has a special format. Four-way struggle for hegemony, a guild melee, with only one victorious guild in the end. The opening party is a player from the Red Sun Guild, so this time the rules will include elements of Chinese culture. The name of this space game is Chess King Grand Battle. Each guild has representatives, possessing 16 chess pieces with special identities. If the marshal is killed, all guild members will be eliminated. Those who are chosen will receive the identity of a chess piece. They have their own rights and restrictive rules. Those who are not chosen will become protectors. Protectors will stay in their positions to protect their guild's chess pieces, while also eliminating the chess pieces of other guilds. Regarding the confidentiality rules of the chess pieces, after the chess pieces are selected, they will be announced privately to each piece. Below are the special rules for chess pieces. 1. You will be given a completely new identity and appearance, and at the same time be placed under restrictions. You will not know which specific chess piece you represent. 2. If your chess piece identity is confirmed by an opposing guild or a protector from your own guild, you will die instantly. 3. Only chess pieces can kill chess pieces. The strength of all chess pieces is limited to F rank. 4. After each chess piece is killed, its location and identity will be exposed. Sumu finished reading through the rules and couldn't help but exclaim, "This time's rules are really interesting, but is it of any use to an outsider like me?" On the rooftop of a certain building, 3 people were gathered. Justin lamented, "The power of the guild is no help either. With such a large map, how long will we have to fight to win?" Russ said decisively, "This kind of melee makes it impossible to target the Red Sun Guild, but that's fine too, we'll just kill whoever we run into inside." Castless said excitedly, "The rules have changed to this. We have to put the guild's interests first. The more I look at those rules, the more confused I get." Outside, after everyone finished reading the rules on the screen, they broke into a heated discussion. "We can't confirm our teammates' identities. What's this about? It's getting more and more confusing. This game's rules are getting harder and harder. Mainly because the protectors of the 4 great guilds don't even know the chess piece rules of their own guild." A person wearing a mask wailed tragically. "They will definitely find a way to find their own guild's chess pieces. If any guild really gets eliminated by their own people, won't they be laughed at until their noses fall off?" It's over, I'm sorry, it was me who doomed you." On Sumu's side, the system responded, now beginning random selection of chess piece identities. He thought to himself, "Let's see what my luck is like. Let's give it a try." Well, as expected, I can completely freely choose a type of chess piece to represent. In that case, I'll choose Marshal. After all, the key deciding factor of this match is the Marshal. So he slowly turned the needle on the turntable, finally pointing it right at the Marshal square. The system displayed a notification. The Marshal chess piece has a special right. The first time it is destroyed by an advisor chess piece, it can swap identities. Marshal's restriction. When facing an opposing Marshal, whoever sees the opponent's eyes first wins. He said decisively, "An extra life, and there are no special restrictive rules on a normal day. I choose the Marshal chess piece." The system immediately announced, "Congratulations on choosing the Marshal chess piece. Identity and appearance are being randomly generated. The game is starting, wishing the player victory." After the teleportation ended, he was shocked to find, "Where is this?" The system information box displayed your identity. A Chinese doctor controlled by the Remmer Guild to return to the country. Your request to return to the country was unsuccessful. In desperation, you used the excuse of recuperation to bring your family to this private villa for a vacation. He looked up and thought, I even have a family." 2 girls in swimsuits slowly walked in, approaching him. The short-haired girl called out, "Honey," he jumped up in alarm. blood streaming from his nose, cursing inwardly. Holy crap, how does this character have a wife and child? Sumu calmed himself down, thinking carefully. Good heavens, I get a wife and child right after transforming. I'm not even married, and I'm already a father. I should probably investigate the identities of these two in front of me first. Character identity investigation function can be used twice in 1 hour. Quick, run the data. The information displayed on the screen. Lin Jiao, representative chess piece advisor, disguised identity. Lin Jiao, daughter of the Chinese Dr. Lin Mu. Suya, representative chess piece advisor, disguised identity. Suya, wife of the Chinese Dr. Lin Mu. After reading it, he shouted, a spy from the Rimmer Guild, team leader Jiao. He slowly turned his head to look at the two, thinking to himself, Suya, why are you here too, and you've become my wife? Isn't Lin Jiao? What is this situation? At this moment, a new notification appeared on the system screen. Example usage of the search box. Search, how to see Suya's and Jiao's underwear within 10 minutes without them noticing. Search, how to kill someone in front of Suya and Jiao. Search, how to find a topic to start conversation in front of Suya and Jiao. Search, how to live peacefully with Suya and Jiao. He pondered, system, why don't you just give me the solution directly? The system tried searching the third example. The system displayed the information. 3. Search, how to find a topic to start a conversation in front of Suya and Jiao. Answer, 5 seconds later, say to Suya and Lin Jiao, it's cold. You two come in here together to get warm. He marveled to himself. This suggestion is pretty good. So he laughed loudly and said to the two, it's so cold. You two come in here together to get warm. Lin Jiao stammered shidi. The Suya's eyes widened as she replied, honey, are you serious? He exclaimed, my God, this function is really powerful. At this moment, the young girl was screaming in her heart. Can someone tell me what on earth is going on? I just listened to Big Sister Spectacled Snake, wanted to find Big Boss M to thank him. Why was I suddenly chosen as a chess piece? She was also secretly assessing the situation. The urgent matter now is to find the martial piece, otherwise her identity will be exposed. The screen in front of her displayed the special ability of the advisor piece. Can take one hit for the martial piece within a 500-meter range. Special ability of the advisor piece. Must protect the martial piece for more than 10 minutes within 4 hours, otherwise its position will be exposed. Sumu stood up from the bathtub to attract the two's attention, then sat down on the floor with a plop, saying seriously, a family with so many barriers, sooner or later our identities will be discovered by others. Let me introduce myself. I'm M. What about you two? He calculated in his head, proactively revealing his identity to them might make them let down their guard. When a young girl heard this, she suddenly burst into tears and snot, shouting as she rushed towards him, Big Boss, I'm Jiao, your exclusive little accessory. He hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute. Jiao excitedly hugged him tightly. I didn't get a thank you in the last game. It's so lucky to meet you here this time. He comforted her. All right. Jiao, let go of me first. Suya walked over and called out, Jiao. I'm Big Sister Suya. Do you still remember me? The girl turned her head to look at her, her eyes sparkling, and replied contentedly, You're Big Sister Suya. Wow, what a lucky day today is. I met Big Sister Suya, the top-ranked player in the space, and Big Bro M2. This time I can finally be a happy little tag-along, huh? The young girl on one side was happily singing and dancing, but M on this side seemed a bit awkward, staring at the most formidable big shot in the space. Although he had guessed before that Suya was that big shot, he didn't expect her to be even more formidable than he imagined. No wonder Spectacled Snake would rather expose her identity to have me threaten her, so there was a reason for it. Suya said slowly, I didn't expect us to meet so soon, but this game is themed around the major guilds. I'm very curious. I wonder who is participating in the game this time, and for which guild. He was about to give a perfunctory answer. That's right. A system notification suddenly appeared, as Player M has received the title of resident guest of the Space's live broadcast room, and this time happens to be within the game scope. You will therefore be automatically assigned to the Huaxiao region, participating in the game as a player of the Red Sun Guild. You naturally have a legitimate identity. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, actually I'm Jiao suddenly cut in before he could speak. No matter which guild Big Bro comes from, he is definitely not a bad person. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The girl continued to explain, because I was Big Bro's teammate before, he never looked down on me, and often helped and led to victory. Whenever I was in danger, he would also immediately save me. So Big Sister Suya, you can rest assured, he is definitely not an inside spy. And was deeply moved after hearing this. He never thought he was so great in Jiao's heart. It seems doting on this little girl was not in vain. Seeing this, Suya didn't ask any further, but made a suggestion. All right then, let's exchange information first. I'm a soldier. The rule is to protect the marshal, to take a hit for the marshal. The girl happily followed. I'm a soldier too. Big sister Suya were the same. M replied, I'm the marshal. My rule is that after dying I can use a soldier's life to take the blow. She said decisively, all right, for your safety, M, we will put your life first. We can take a hit when necessary. The girl was a little curious. So what should be our first step? She immediately analyzed. If we return to the Huaxia region, our mortality rate will be very high. After all, just being discovered by the guild's protectors will result in instant death. M proposed a hypothesis. Then let's just see how the situation is tonight. If it doesn't rain, I'll go out alone to check things out. The two shouted in unison, no way. Suya hurriedly stopped him. You're the marshal. If something happens to you, the entire Red Sun Guild will be doomed, so it's better to let me go. Jiao said naively. Big bro, take me with you. I can boost your defense at critical moments. I could be a substitute life. I'm a very good tag-along. He replied seriously. Bringing two people is too big of a target. It's not as safe at night in North America as it is in Huaxia. Your and your sister's faces look unsafe at a glance. Bringing you guys out will definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The two were stunned after hearing this. The girl thought to herself, is he complimenting me and my sister? And she thought to herself, face looks unsafe. Tijuana, Mexico, on a bustling street, and was sitting in a car parked by the roadside. He pondered, this time is indeed a bit difficult. Having to find a special chess piece among these fictional characters to participate in the game is truly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with green hair walked over, knocked on the car window, and said, hey handsome, interested in giving me a ride? We could go to some hotel for a stroll, the kind where we can casually touch each other. After speaking, she proactively pulled down her zipper, making an inviting gesture, but he paid no mind, casually replying, if you're willing to help me buy 2 lollipops, I can consider it. The girl was full of doubt. Buy 2 lollipops? Could this be a new secret code? 3 people together, can this guy handle it? So she asked again, handsome, do you mean to call 2 more people over? As he took something out of his pocket, he replied, that's fine too. Each of you get 2 lollipops. I'll add a tip, go on. The girl frowned, cursing inwardly. Each person gets 2 lollipops, and you'll add a tip. Are you messing with me? And buying lollipops. Immediately after, she stared blankly at the stack of bills in front of her, momentarily speechless. He handed over a stack of dollars and asked, what's wrong? She took the money. Her eyes lit up as she replied happily, nothing. 6 lollipops, right sir? Please wait a moment, I'll go buy them for you right away. After speaking, she turned and left, whistling as she went. At this moment, the system notification appeared before his eyes again. Congratulations on activating the Marshal's hidden rule. You can detect special chess pieces within a certain distance. He hesitantly got out of the car, looking suspiciously towards the small alley the arrow was pointing to. The Marshal's hidden rule, an automatic detection radar. That chess piece seems to be right inside. He slowly entered the alley, hugging the wall, peeking at a man. Then he immediately gave an order to the system. As expected, the system found the person's identity. The system displayed his information, including Hunter, a chess piece of the Drama Guild. Disguised identity is the top-ranked host of a male escort club. He pondered for a long time. A chess piece from the Drama Guild. It seems the direction this green arrow is pointing to isn't necessarily a teammate on my side. Tonight's trip was indeed a huge gain. Not only did I find the whereabouts of a Remmer Guild chess piece, but I also figured out the hidden rule of the martial piece. This match, I'll just use you as the first sacrifice. On the system's control panel, the method for carrying out a perfect assassination on Hunter using the simplest method appeared. The time was set for 8:55 tomorrow morning. When passing the OSO convenience store before the crosswalk, he would pretend to accidentally bump into a man with a blonde buzz cut, wearing a floral shirt, and holding a birthday cake. He looked surprised. In a convenience store in the middle of the city, will using this method really go smoothly? But I'm also a little expectant. Returning home, Suya spoke up and asked, how did it go? Did you find any clues outside? He slowly replied, you could say I found a little something. I was mainly scouting the area. Beside them, Jiao was eating with relish. She questioned, why do you smell like perfume? Where on earth did you go? The girl chimed in while chewing, it really does smell like perfume. Big boss Imp didn't take me. Did he go find another accessory? He patiently explained, I went out to find another accessory. This girl's mind really has some special thoughts. The perfume smell is from the delivery person who helped me buy things just now. let's not talk about this. I found a chess piece from the Drama Guild. I'll go kill him tomorrow morning. Suya, seeing this, surged. We'll kill him tomorrow. Why wait until tomorrow? Let's go kill him right now, while the technology blockade hasn't been fully lifted. Am advised. No need. I've already found a perfect way to kill him that won't leave any evidence. She asked curiously, what kind of weapon did you get? Something like a rocket launcher. He replied, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. Just bumping into a passerby while crossing the street will do. She complained in a high voice, what? Are you kidding me? So where are you planning to make your move tomorrow? MHM. He quickly stuffed a lollipop into her mouth to appease her, then said, right in front of the convenience store in Tijuana. After we deal with the Zenmare Guild's chess piece, we'll still have time for breakfast. As for the plan, you'll know tomorrow. Jiao Jiao, seeing this, also acted cute. I want Big Boss to feed me a lollipop too. He handed her a lollipop, saying, open your mouth. The girl obediently opened her mouth wide. Suya thought to herself, what an opportunist. How does this person have the exact same trait as Sumu? Sumu, why did I suddenly think of him? M said calmly, all right, you don't need to worry too much. Just wait for a good show tomorrow. Suya replied gently, fine, I'll trust you this once. I need to go fix this master student's laptop now. The damage isn't severe. It can still be used after being fixed. After we go out tomorrow, I'll try to use the computer to connect to the city surveillance cameras, which will make our next actions more convenient. After speaking, she stood up and turned to go into the room. He looked a little surprised. Jiao Jiao quickly explained, no need to worry. Big Sister Suya is a very formidable tech scientist. You can rest assured and leave this matter to her. And didn't think much of it, going along with what the girl said. No problem. Rest early. We have important business tomorrow. On the map of Tijuana, Mexico, he stood next to the convenience store on the opposite side of the street, looking at his watch, thinking to himself, it's almost time. In the convenience store, a young blonde man slowly walked out carrying a box. The system displayed the target fictional character. The passerby has appeared. He looked at his watch, exactly 8:55, and said, just in time. Outside the game, everyone was buzzing in front of the screen. What on earth is M planning to do? A perfect assassination of a chess piece just by walking? That's impossible. The only thing I can think of is M suddenly stabbing the target while walking. That's not a good method. With such a blatant assassination, M will be exposed immediately. The young blonde man was walking and talking on the phone, his tone rude. I know, I bought it. Why are you so naggy tonight? Just then, M brushed past his shoulder and bumped into him. He turned around angrily and shouted, what the hell? Can't you watch where you're going? He turned back and replied, sorry, my friend. The other person wouldn't let it go, muttering incessantly. The road is so wide, you just had to bump into me to be satisfied. Bumping into me for no reason. What if my cake gets ruined? The system displayed a notification. Target character Hunter has appeared. The young blonde man saw him ignoring him and strode forward aggressively, cursing nonstop. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you blind? He walked into the middle of the road, happening to block a truck that was speeding towards him. The driver, and he screamed in panic at the same time. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a halt right in front of him. He was so scared he jumped, still screaming. At this moment, Hamster was right behind, crashing straight into the back of the truck. That person stuck his head out of the car window and shouted, "Hey, do you know how to drive?" Immediately after, a loud bang was heard. Another truck from behind couldn't brake in time, crashing straight into his car, crushing it. M saw the scene before him, momentarily shocked, speechless. The young blonde man opposite him was pale, drained of all color. With tears streaming down his face, he stammered and shouted, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. This has nothing to do with me." System-wide announcement. A death has occurred on Tijuana Central Avenue. The power of the chess piece is activated. Information about the perpetrator will be announced. The challenger who indirectly eliminated the Remmer Guild's chess piece is the marshal of the Red Sun Guild. In a small alley, Zeus was sipping a cocktail. After receiving the notification, he thought to himself, the Red Sun Guild's marshal revealed himself so quickly. Austin, in the guise of a beggar, was also on a certain street at this time, feeling a little anxious. It seems after I earn this sum of money, I'll have to start taking action too. Disguised as a detective, investigating the situation outside, Kasla said loudly in the meeting room. Excellent. The Red Sun Guild's marshal has revealed his whereabouts by killing one person. We absolutely cannot let the Red Sun Guild's marshal leave this map. Immediately investigate all related personnel now. This chess piece deserved to die. Back home, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Big boss, how on earth did you do that just now?" M feigned innocence and replied, "I was just walking on the sidewalk and accidentally bumped into a passerby. The rest was all up to fate." At this time, Suya, who was checking the computer, also spoke up. "In any case, you have indirectly eliminated a chess piece from the Drama Guild." The girl was a little puzzled. "So do we have to continue looking for chess pieces on the Mexico map next?" She quickly explained, "The later we get into this match, the higher the probability that we will encounter other chess pieces. After all, the longer it drags on, the more complicated the situations we'll have to face in the match will be." He nodded in response. "That's right. I've started the ball rolling today. I estimate that from now on, the deaths of each guild's chess pieces will be continuously exposed." A series of system notifications appeared. Player Thomas the Tank Engine in New York has been eliminated. Identity is canon of the Red Lion Guild. Player Magic Carousel in Lin High City has been eliminated. Identity is Chariot of the Remmer Guild. Player I Have a Big Treasure in London has been eliminated. Identity is canon of the Eagle Troop. Player ZZZ in New York has been eliminated. Identity is Chariot of the YMM Guild. Jiao Jiao exclaimed in shock. "No way. How did they get eliminated so quickly?" The system's announcement continued to appear. As the total number of chess piece deaths this time has reached 5, the hunting leaderboard will be opened. The first player to kill a chess piece, their position will be announced every half hour. Subsequent rankings will be based on the number of kills. The player at the top of the leaderboard will have the right to view the positions of all chess pieces. Now, players are invited to try their best to survive. Below is the hunting list in order. First place, M. Action time 8 minutes 56 seconds, second place. Rust, action time 9 minutes 30 seconds, third place. Austin, action time 9 minutes 35 seconds. M is the number 1 hunter. Your position will be announced to everyone in half an hour. M thought to himself, as expected, a new rule has appeared. Jiao Jiao was a little panicked. We're done for. Announcing the position every half hour, this is clearly targeting Big Boss. So he also agreed. That's right, the subsequent rankings are mainly based on how many chess pieces have been killed. Unless a later player kills more people than M, his position will be continuously announced. He said decisively, "This is good too. I can know the positions of all the chess pieces. This hunt can now begin." She operated the computer for a moment. Then with a click, she turned the screen towards him and said, "In the game right now, I've infiltrated the Gen Guild's network. As soon as I press this button, this place will be paralyzed for half an hour." The young girl continued excitedly, "Master, I'm ready to be a human tool." He thought for a moment. Very good. These two are this year's best human tools. So calm even when it comes to throwing their lives away. So he said to the two of them, "I don't need you two for now. Wait until after my position is exposed. My fake identity will also be recognized. At that point, we won't be able to stay in this house anymore. You two pack your things, find a temporary shelter, and wait for my news." Suya complained, "Wait, then how are we supposed to contact each other later? We have to be near you for at least 10 minutes within every 4 hours. If we can't meet, our positions will also be exposed." He replied firmly, "It's fine. You two just find a place to hide. I will come find you within 4 hours." Jiao Jiao also reminded him. The system said it will display the positions of all chess pieces, but it didn't say it would display names. If the boss wants to rely on this function to find us, it will actually be quite difficult. EMO calmly replied, "Don't worry. If it's fated, we will definitely meet again." She knew it was useless to say more, so she had to emphasize one more time. "No matter what, you must remember you are now the representative of the Zhiyang Guild. Absolutely do not get complacent and forget yourself." He said half-jokingly, "Don't worry, I can't be killed. Besides, even if I die once, don't I still have you two to take the bullet for me? What am I afraid of?" Suya said shyly in a low voice, "It's best if you don't die at all." EMO replied confidently, "I'll take that good wish." On the Tizuna map in Mexico, not long after separating from Suya and Jiao Jiao, a thought occurred to EMO. The most dangerous place is the safest place. My coordinates are exposed. The more I go into narrow places, the easier it is to get caught. If that's the case, I might as well stay here and have a good game with them. Outside, the others watching were all wondering. There are only 3 minutes left until the position announcement. Why hasn't Boss EMO run yet? Does he intend to stay put in this bustling downtown area to deal with the security guards of the Dreamer Guild? How can EMO deal with those security guards in the middle of a bustling street? Take hostages? But these are all virtual characters. That move is completely useless against them. The waiting time ended, and a system announcement appeared, displaying player EMO's coordinates. 32 degrees, 32 minutes north latitude, 117 degrees, 01 minutes west longitude. Kasla looked at the large screen and loudly ordered his subordinates. Hurry up. EMO is right here on our Tijuana map. Quick, quick, quick. Capture him and bring him to me. If you have his coordinates and still let EMO escape, you can all bring me your heads. The assistant beside him replied, yes, sir. At this moment, EMO was communicating with the system. System, what is the most effortless way to break the encirclement? The system displayed 16 hours, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds. Put the wallet into the coat pocket. 16 hours, 5 minutes, and 40 seconds. Slowly bring the coffee cup in your hand to your mouth and drink. 16 hours, 5 minutes, and 50 seconds. Walk to the traffic light pole. Calmly wait for the green light. EMO put down the coffee cup, looked at his watch, took out his wallet, and said with a calm demeanor, the encirclement can be broken in 20 seconds. Very good. There's 1 minute left until the plan starts. Well then, let the game begin. The audience at this time didn't understand what was happening, discussing animatedly. Walking towards those security guards. Isn't that just walking into a trap? In the game, the green-haired girl who had just flirted with EMO yesterday pointed at him and said to a man, Mike, that's the rich guy I met last night. On the screen, everyone was still debating the current situation. It's starting. Boss EMO is about to show his skills again. EMO put his wallet in his back pocket. Is there a special meaning to that? I only know his wallet is made of crocodile leather. But what does that have to do with escaping? The green-haired girl, hiding behind a wall not far from EMO, said to May, as long as we get this guy's wallet, we won't have to worry about expenses for at least a year. May slowly stepped out and replied smugly, all right, you just wait here. I'll run right back after I get the wallet. If he dares to chase me then, I'll show him what I'm made of. Everyone finally understood. It turned out EMO did that to let 2 virtual passersby steal his wallet. But what was his ultimate goal? It's impossible to understand what EMO is thinking. The positioning system tracks him, not the wallet. A group of suspicious people slowly approached him. One of them kept staring at his phone, muttering, uh-huh. EMO glanced slightly towards Mike. Mike stealthily approached him, pulled the wallet from his back pocket, and thought smugly, got it, over here. The man with the mohawk stared at his phone for a long time before slowly raising his head to look at the two, saying, coordinates calibrated. He thought to himself, a calm expression, acting uninvolved, a naive appearance. Clearly a passerby in disguise, too flustered to look us in the eye. This guy must be EMO. So he quickly pointed at Mike and shouted, brothers, he's EMO. Get him. Mike was bewildered and could only run for his life, shouting as he ran. What the hell is an EMO? The other group immediately gave chase, also shouting, don't run. Stop. Imontak chuckled inwardly. Hey. After catching Mike, the man with the mohawk pinned him to the ground, holding one arm tightly, and threatened, run, go on and run. So this is all the great boss EMO amounts to? Mike groaned, damn it. He reached out to the green-haired girl for help, my love. But she completely ignored him, turned and walked away, muttering, useless trash. Mike shouted in panic, no. The audience couldn't help but be amazed. Such strong psychological fortitude, using the tension and fear in the thief's eyes to make the Dreamer Guild security guards think he was the one about to be caught and trying to flee. What's more impressive is that with the security army right behind him, he could still calmly slip away right under their noses. Truly top tier. The people from the Dreamer Guild celebrated too soon. They only stared at the stationary red dot without noticing the latitude correction, and as a result, they let EMO escape. They can only blame themselves for being stupid. TSK. Catching the legendary boss so quickly, it's understandable they got excited and overlooked these details. Mike, beaten black and blue, knelt on the ground crying. This is a huge injustice, big bro. I'm really not EMO. I'm just a thief trying to get rich. The man in the hat complained. Damn it, who was leading the way just now? The man with the braids looked at his phone screen and said, EMO's longitude and latitude are still moving. We caught the wrong person. The man with the mohawk stomped his foot in anger. That's what I said. How could it be so easy to catch EMO? It was all a fake. The man in the hat recalled the scene. I remember next to this virtual thief, there seemed to be another guy with a beard. That guy is the real EMO. The man with the mohawk said angrily. We ended up letting EMO slip away right under our noses again. The game is still being live-streamed right now. Everyone, hurry and chase in the direction EMO fled. You must find him for me at all costs. EMO had been gone for a moment and was wiping his sweat when a system notification appeared, detecting special chess pieces approaching. He was a little surprised, then ordered the system. System, investigate the information on these two. The system displayed the information of the two people, including Paradog, a rook from the Red Lion Guild, and Mutacy, a chess piece from the Jam Guild. He rolled up his sleeves and said confidently, they've come at just the right time. Saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. A moment later, he continued to communicate with the system. System, how do I shake off these trackers while still keeping them safely with me for 10 minutes? The system replied with a special reminder. You have used up all 3 opportunities to directly view solutions on the Mexico map. From now on, the system will provide you with options A, B, C, and D in the form of mystery boxes. He thought for a moment. Mystery boxes, huh? I always thought the system gave solutions for free. The system explained, you can choose an option according to your preference. But whether the final plan can be executed smoothly depends on the player's actual operation. Each map has 3 opportunities to directly view solutions. He reached out and pressed button C, saying, it seems my fate is in my own hands. I choose C. The system gave instructions. 1630, touch the man in blue in front of you, then pat him on the shoulder twice. 1631, enter the subway car. Smile at the camera inside the car. 1632, turn around and loudly tell the 2 trackers that they are chess pieces of the Zenmare Guild. Then tell them you will kill them within 2 minutes. 1636, go to the door of the train's control room, knock lightly, and inform the person inside that you are about to break in. 1640, jump out from the left window of the control room. He looked towards a young man, slowly approaching, and patted his shoulder. He thought to himself, blue uniform, that must be him. In a sense, my luck this time isn't bad. If the system's plan wasn't time-limited, it would probably succeed. The man in blue shouted at him, hey, what are you doing? Watch where you're going. The audience's comments appeared on the screen. What is EMO doing? Is patting someone on the shoulder twice a greeting? I looked it up. That person is a subway operator. Why would an operator get on the train midway? Could he be a trainee? After entering the train car, he looked up slightly at the camera, then looked back at the 2 trackers and said slowly, hey, 2 chess pieces from the Eimer Guild want to kill me? You really don't know your own limits. 2 minutes. I'll kill you within 2 minutes. Are you ready? As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the train car suddenly went out. Paradog said calmly, the lights are out. Muticy angrily crumpled the newspaper in his hand and shouted, what the hell is going on? Not far away, the man with the mohawk and the others had also caught up. He cursed, damn it, why did the power go out as soon as we arrived? A group of people started arguing. It's Lynn. She infiltrated the Mexico Maps network, causing the subway station to lose power. Could it be that when Boss EMO looked up at the camera just now, it was to confirm the action plan with Lynn? Damn, to be able to escape to here, he really is a master. He planned this in advance. But what's the use of this? Even if the train runs, a B-rank guardian can force the train to stop. Behind a computer screen, Lynn was slowly sipping her coffee. The man with the mohawk suggested, hurry, split up. One group chase the train, the other group protect the Tremor Guild's special chess piece. Muticy glanced at his phone and said, the system has stopped reporting EMO's coordinates now. Outside the train car, the group of people kept shouting inside, prioritize protecting our chess piece. The Zenmare Guild's chess piece. Come to us quickly, we will protect you. Muticy gritted his teeth and thought, you want to kill me? That damn EMO, using this method to hold me back. If I'm exposed in front of the Guardians, I'll definitely die. No, I have to get out of here now. The man with the pigtails raised his hands, and a fierce fire erupted, illuminating the area around the subway, and said, this level is clear now. In Casla's assistant's office, he said to his subordinate, sir, we've locked onto the 2 chess pieces tracking EMO. The assistant replied, inform them quickly. The other person immediately announced over the subway's public address system. Attention players, the physical descriptions of the 2 chess pieces have been sent out. One is wearing a black vest and a hat. Muticy cried out in alarm. Ah, this is bad. Paradog looked at him and said, you are. He turned his head, intending to stop him. Don't say it. But before the words could come out, his entire body vanished into thin air. A system announcement rang out. Player Mod Eli has been indirectly eliminated by EMO. His identity was a chess piece of the Drama Guild. The chess piece's special ability has been activated. The one who killed Mod Eli is the marshal of the Chiyang Guild. Paradog was filled with doubt. Is EMO the only marshal in the guild? Just then, another shout came from behind. The pursuers shouted urgently, get back to the subway. Where are the remaining chess pieces? They ran over from a distance, reporting with grave expressions. EMO is still at the subway station. We absolutely cannot let him kill any more of our chess pieces. The man in the white scarf was surprised to see them. Why are you guys here? Someone quickly explained that the command center had just sent the description of the second chess piece. Wearing a black jacket, a large Korean-style backpack, about 2 meters tall. As soon as the words were spoken, They heard the blonde-haired youth shout in panic. Over there, turning to look, they saw Prodigy desperately trying to escape. The crowd watching on the screen was confused by his actions. Isn't it true that once a chess piece's identity is discovered by another guild's guardian with conclusive proof, they die instantly? The system had clearly provided the information. A special chess piece will be executed when discovered by another guild's guardian with conclusive proof. Any intelligence provided by the guild command center or the system does not count as conclusive proof. If so, that means to prove Prodigy is a chess piece, the guardian must find the evidence themselves. Information from the system or command center is invalid. It was only then that they truly understood this was an X-mark piece of information. Rat, who learned this in the room, jumped up excitedly and said loudly, "This guild's chess pieces can't meet their own guild's guardians," yet the Eimer guild's guardians had no idea. Xiaoyu, standing beside him, added, Modely's death made them mistakenly believe that EMO was still at the subway station. She could see that although EMO had successfully left the station, he would face even greater danger next. After Rot calmed down, he also felt her words made sense. After all, his martial identity had been exposed. She was seen smiling mysteriously, affirming, "That's right." The man in the white scarf ran over angrily, shouting, "You idiots. Why are you still chasing the chess piece?" The guy with the ponytail still didn't quite understand his meaning. If we don't chase, what else can we do? This drove him mad with anger, and he had to repeat it once more. The most important mission now is to kill EMO at all costs. Elsewhere, Jiao Jiao asked Suya with curiosity, "Sister Suya, how did Boss EMO know we were watching the surveillance cameras?" As far as she knew, Suya had clearly just infiltrated the system. Suya smiled and replied, "This guy has it all calculated. Although I don't know how he does it, his running to this subway station must have been in anticipation of us hiding here. In short, he's a super reckless demon, exactly like EMO, as if he were his clone." It turned out she had no idea that EMO was in fact EMO. As for Suya's evaluation of him, it could be summed up in a few sentences. Loves to show off and tease people, and is also a straight-laced guy. His whole body can be a mess, but his hairstyle must be perfect. No matter how you put it, this is a real person. That's enough talk. The two of them have to leave quickly now. Let's go meet EMO. Hearing this, Jiao Jiao replied excitedly, "Yes." In the subway area, the train was speeding along. EMO, in disguise, was banging on the door, shouting, "Open the door. Hands up. If you don't open the door, I don't mind making threats. When I break in, there will be big trouble." EMO was causing a constant ruckus outside, and the staff on the train were all panicked. "We're done for. We're done for. We die if we open the door. We die if we don't. What do we do now?" Suddenly, something accidentally brushed past Eno, causing him so much pain he almost collapsed. The old man beside him saw this and asked in a panic, "Hey Eno, what's wrong with you?" He frowned and replied, I don't know either. My heart is beating so fast. It's a little hard to breathe." Just then, because he was unsteady, he accidentally touched the train's control button, causing the old man to scream in fear. Eno. The sound of the wheels screeching against the rails was extremely piercing. Judging by the sound, the train had probably braked. The train's speed gradually slowed, and finally, it came to a complete stop. EMO calmly stepped off the train just like that. As soon as he got out, he saw Suya and Jiao Jiao waiting for him. He walked over to greet the two. "How was it, right on time?" As soon as Jiao Jiao saw him, she showered him with praise. "Perfectly on time. Boss EMO, you're amazing." EMO also admitted frankly, "Of course." The two of them laughed heartily. Suya, however, looked serious. "Let's go. This side is settled. We need to get to the New York map immediately." She was a bit confused by this. We're not looking for the special chess pieces on the Mexico map anymore. Hearing this question, a trace of melancholy flashed in Suya's eyes. As a special chess piece, I've been restricted to the point of having to face B and E-rank guardians directly. We have absolutely no chance of winning. Saying that, she couldn't help but pinch him to vent her frustration. Moreover, Emo's identity as a marshal has been exposed. The system will announce his position every half hour. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous for our guild. Therefore, if we want to turn the tables, we must quickly find the marshals of the other guilds. As long as the marshal dies, all players of that guild will be automatically eliminated. That pinch of hers was really vicious. There was still a mark on his face. "Don't worry, I have my own way of dealing with them." Jiao Jiao asked curiously, "What way?" EMO put on a mysterious air again. "You'll know when we get to New York." In this well-equipped room, this was the place he chose to start his operation. Looking at the clock, there were 5 minutes left until his position would be announced. "I'll take Jiao Jiao and leave first." Now, her backer finally has a chance to shine. Jiao Jiao was extremely excited. I finally get a chance to show what I can do. Great, this decoration is finally useful. Suya still couldn't help but remind him, when you go out to act later, remember to wear the earpiece. I'll contact you through it. EMO felt it was a bit redundant. No need for an earpiece. Just watch my eyes and act accordingly. Her hearing his words, she could only give a wry smile, thinking to herself, communicating with our eyes, we're not that in sync yet. But if you wanna, I'll cooperate with you. Then let's split up. We'll meet at the hotel later. EMO and Jiao Jiao completely agreed. No problem. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, the system announced EMO's position to everyone. The coordinates were 74 degrees 00 minutes, 40 degrees 43 minutes. It seems he is the target of many people's pursuit. Excellent. The Sword King Slime is also in New York. Im Montag prépare tout dit. Most of the audience thought he would surely lose this time. Even if the Sword King's strength has weakened to F rank, he is an invincible existence at the same level. Right, in terms of combat power, the Sword King can take on at least 10 EMOs. Speak of the devil, there he is on the screen. Look quickly, it's Helen, even if it's just his back. When the camera panned to his face, everyone was shocked by his haggard appearance. Hey, here's the specific information now. Sword King, critically injured, missing a heart, body almost completely disabled. The reason was that he trespassed into the Hawk Guild's giant secret base, attempting to steal a set of silver battle armor. The more they watched, the more their jaws dropped. A giant secret base, silver battle armor. So this is the Hawk Guild's real trump card. Just then, an airplane suddenly flew by. The pilot sitting inside observed the situation below from above. His plane had also entered EMO's line of sight. It seems the Hawk Guild has really created a lot of interesting things in the aerospace field these years. Jiao Jiao then walked over and asked, Master EMO, what do we do now? Do we need to run? Of course not. Why run? She was also startled by his calmness. EMO stared at the screen, thinking carefully. The Hawk Guild has deployed 20 chess pieces on the New York map. It's just that these chess pieces don't seem to intend to fight me. According to the map display, the nearest chess piece is currently moving back and forth, 1,000 meters to my left. How interesting, not running even after seeing me. System, how do I approach this chess piece safely and kill him perfectly? The system quickly gave him 4 options. 1, smile and wave at the camera, then within 10 minutes, take Jiao Jiao to the rooftop of the Gavuston building. 2, before opening the door, have Jiao Jiao use her possession skill. 3, after entering the door, count down 2 seconds, bend down to pick up an octagonal stone, and throw it at the left chest of the person approaching from the opposite direction. 4, finally, poke him with 1 finger. It's even simpler than I thought. What? That's it? Just how weak is this chess piece? The crowd, seeing him perform these actions, thought he was crazy. What is EMO doing? Running away is the best option now. Why is he waving at the enemy's plane? Once he's surrounded by the Hawk Guild's mecha core, it's over. The pilot quickly spotted him. Report, EMO has been spotted, recording, before he could finish his sentence. The plane exploded. Everything happened too fast. Even Jiao Jiao was stunned. But EMO just stood there, a cold smile on his face. The explosion in the air, just now, was all Suya's doing. Too weak. It was only then that everyone realized with astonishment. This scene seems a bit familiar. It's Lin. Master EMO is greeting Lin. That's right. How could we forget Lin? Who doesn't know she's an A-rank tech expert? But didn't they say Lin was weakened to only E-rank? Can she handle so many mecha core? Suya's opponent had also begun to lock onto her, daring to pull these tricks in front of me. She also didn't hesitate to issue a challenge to them. Thank you for removing the technology limit. Warning, control lost, I'm free. Being outmaneuvered by her made the other party grind their teeth in anger. Damn it. In the command room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. After Suya's recent bombardment, this is bad. All of our units have lost control. Damn it, we have over 300 tech experts, and not a single one can beat Lin? Isn't this a joke? Don't worry, she's only at E rank now. She doesn't have the ability to modify the core programs of these mecha armors. Therefore, she has absolutely no way to destroy our mecha units. Someone who only knows how to operate a regular computer wants to go against 300 tech experts. That's just absurd. No matter how much the other side looked down on her, Suya still went all out operating her old computer. Her hands had never typed on a keyboard so frantically. There was no other way. Now that her power was limited to E rank, she could only treat this old keyboard as her weapon. She knew very well that the more time she could stall, the safer EMO and the others would be. Suya's gaze was sharper than ever as she silently swore that no matter what, she had to win this hegemony tournament. On the New York map, the Galveston building. Now is the time for your ability. Jiao Jiao. Don't you have a skill that lets you possess someone? Come on, try using it on my head. She had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. This is great. I can finally be the master's little accessory. Jiao Jiao clasped her hands together, closed her eyes slightly, and began to shrink herself, turning into a decorative item. Very quickly, she transformed into a mini version of herself. Imo's first thought was, can this skill really provide a buff? The effect looks pretty strong. Now that she was sitting on his head, the decoration was attached, and it could definitely be used as a shield later. She even boasted excitedly, Master, this skill of mine has a super buff. It can block all damage. As long as the buff isn't broken, our merged state won't be undone. While the buff is active, only you, Master, can see me. No one else can. It had to be admitted that this skill was indeed not bad, very powerful. I'll have to test its effect later. Imo's last sentence made her curious. Test its effect? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? The elevator was taking them to the top floor. Soon, the doors opened. The moment everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. The showdown between EMO and the King of Swords had finally begun. Who do you guys think will win, EMO or the King of Swords? Everyone seemed a bit doubtful of his strength, all placing their bets on his opponent. Of course, it's the King of Swords. In their view, although he was severely injured and his power was suppressed to E rank, he was still the 9th rank figure in the space. In terms of experience and strength, he was naturally more formidable. Some had a different opinion. Not necessarily. Recently, the only ones who could kill EMO were cheaters. Now that the King of Swords is severely injured and has to face him alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Over here, EMO had reached the rooftop. As soon as he stepped out, he noticed something on the ground. Stone. He bent down to pick it up. Salon, who had been waiting in ambush with a long sword for a long time, was behind him. His eyes were filled with hatred. Just as he was about to rush forward and stab EMO, Jiao Jiao accidentally discovered him and screamed in horror. Die. She was so scared she shrieked. The audience also held their breath, watching nervously. Even though the King of Swords was suppressed to E rank, this strike still had A rank damage. EMO is done for this time. The Qian Guild is about to be eliminated, and all of Ling's efforts will be for nothing. The sword strike came down with terrifying force, something even Jiao Jiao would have trouble withstanding. This little accessory couldn't block it. Right on the rooftop, a loud explosion rang out, and white smoke filled the air. Jiao Jiao was also sent flying by him, crying out in pain. Salon, thinking he had dealt with him, couldn't help but let out a triumphant smile. He even thought he had become a hero. Trading one of my lives for the marshal of the Qian Guild, it's worth it. The fateful stone from earlier suddenly flew out, causing his smile to freeze for a moment. The next second, Salon was heard letting out a miserable scream. At the same time, EMO, completely unharmed, spoke. Without Jiao Jiao's buff, the power isn't bad, but overall, it's still too green. He only had time to curse. Damn it. Before he could even react, he was forcibly logged out. Player Slime was eliminated by EMO. His identity was the Knight of the Red Lion Guild. Salon's defeat caused an uproar among the audience. How is that possible? The King of Swords strike clearly hit Emo's head. It's like seeing a ghost. What in the world is his head made of to be that hard? Zeus in the control room quickly saw the clue, so he used the Knight's special rule. The white-haired girl next to him was still a bit confused about this concept. The Knight's special rule? He patiently explained. In Chinese chess, the knight has a special rule, hobbling the horse. As long as there's a piece blocking a specific position, the knight cannot move to certain spots. At this moment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but add, the knight's rule in the space is probably similar. As long as there's a piece blocking a specific position, the knight's attack will be nullified. Do you understand now? That's why he bent down to pick up the stone earlier. However, the white-haired girl still had doubts. EMO is truly a man without a plan. Isn't he afraid of guessing the knight's rule wrong? Then let the two of them tell you one more thing about him. Using the riskiest, but also the safest way to defeat Salon, this completely fits EMO's style. If he didn't take a little risk, he wouldn't be EMO. His performance just now was truly stunning, guessing the opponent's identity upon their first meeting. The system screen also simultaneously displayed the identity clearly. A piece hobbling the horse in a special position can block the horse. The horse's attack after being blocked is nullified. The more one looked, the more one admired Sumu. He's just too formidable, truly worthy of being called a master. He even calculated something like this. Sumu stood on the rooftop, facing a row of aircraft circling in the air. Looking at their massive formation, he understood although Su was currently using sacrificial pawns to control this mechanized army. What worried him was that with her current F-rank strength, she probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Thinking of this, he immediately quickened his pace. We have to get back quickly. Over here, Suya's hands were also working at full capacity. This is bad. Her face was drenched in sweat from the tension. The high-intensity thinking combined with typing at her limit made her feel more clearly than anyone that her hands were about to stop obeying her commands. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the screen. You're the strongest opponent we have ever met, but unfortunately, the final winner will still be us. The opponent's words angered her even more. Damn it, just at this critical moment, her hands couldn't hold on any longer. In that instant, her hands lost all feeling. Suya was also exhausted. She had tried her best. Though unwilling, she could only sit down to rest. The rest would have to depend on Imo's group. Speaking of him, a question arose in her heart again. But in the end, is he Imo Sumu? Before she could even probe him, she herself felt her throat go dry. On the enemy's side, they had found Ling's location at the Miko Hotel. The order was immediately given. Capture Ling first. Her value is very high. The corner of the man's mouth curled into an arrogant smile. After capturing Ling, we'll get EMO in half an hour. The order was instantly transmitted to all pilots. Attention all guild players, Ling's position has been found. The current priority mission is to capture Ling. Coordinates have been sent. The pilot immediately responded, Roger that. Attention all squad members, move out to Ling's coordinates. The next second, an incredibly spectacular scene appeared as all the aircraft rushed towards one building. Sumu, who was on the street below and saw the scene, immediately understood. It seems Suya's position has been discovered by them. After thinking it through, he realized that he and Jiao wouldn't make it back in time. So he had to ask the system for help. System, use the fastest way to save Suya and get her out safely. The system immediately gave specific instructions. 1. Next to you is a black car. License plate VN8BA03. Steal it. 2. After stealing the car, you must accelerate to maximum speed within 1 minute. That unlucky black car thus came into his sight. Oh, the system added. In 1 minute and 20 seconds, you will arrive at the hotel entrance. There's a ramp there. Drive the car up it. In 2 minutes, you will reach the parking garage. Hide inside the car with license plate FGT8888. At this point, he was a little bewildered. A ramp, a black car. He remembered Suya's room seemed to be on the 3rd floor. The next second, he frowned unconsciously, realizing he had to fly the car straight from the 1st floor into Suya's room. This is too exciting. Sumu carefully asked the system again. You're not kidding, are you? It turned out to be true, because the system doesn't joke. He couldn't help but feel a little panicked imagining the scene. So I have to drive the car straight from the bar's rooftop into Suya's room. If any mistake happens during the flight, wouldn't it be a car wreck and a human tragedy? Although it's a bit crazy, whatever, no more thinking, I have to act now. Time is tight. Saving my sister is more important. Jiao on his head saw him change direction and hurriedly asked with a confused look, Master, are we going back to the bar? What are you planning to do? Sumu got into the car and explained simply, Suya is in danger right now. Later, Jiao, use your father's power in the car to protect her. It should be able to withstand the impact. Without any hesitation, he immediately shifted gears, stepped on the gas, and told Jiao to hold on tight. The moment he accelerated, the car shot off like an arrow from a bow. The speed was so fast that Jiao almost flew off his head. So fast. On the other side, the man who owned the black car was happily walking out of store. The next second, he was so scared he choked, discovering the empty parking spot. Where's the car I just bought? Back to Sumu. He was now speeding at 180 kilometers per hour, the car weaving between other vehicles, driving like he had a death wish, making other drivers furious. This is a highway, not a racetrack. Is this guy crazy? In the control room, the mechanized army also ran into trouble. Damn it, these simulated pedestrians keep running out and disrupting us. So annoying. He guessed this must be the space deliberately making things difficult for our guild to increase livestream views. Quickly send a simulated police officer to handle this sudden incident. I'll say it one last time, capturing Ling is our most important mission. Roger. Imo's car shot onto the rooftop like an arrow from a bow. He skillfully controlled the gas and brakes, minimizing the damage. The sound of tires screeching against the ground was deafening. Now it's your turn to help Jiao Jiao get to the front. But my skill hasn't cooled down yet. There's still 30 seconds. Then for these 30 seconds, I'll have to rely on myself. 30 seconds, huh? I'll have to give it a try. His foot was already on the gas. Jiao Jiao squeezed her eyes shut. The speedometer needle shot up instantly. This driver was about to make her fly. Jiao Jiao let out a panic scream of A, but it was too late. EMO drove the car straight towards the edge of the rooftop. The next second, an unprecedented scene appeared. The car actually flew into the air, launching from one building to another. The pilot was still reporting to headquarters. The team has located Ling's hiding place. As he turned his head, he was astonished to see himself and the car flying parallel in the air, and he shouted, "My God, that car actually flew straight into the third floor." At this point, EMO couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly shouted, "Jiao Jiao, is your skill ready?" Luckily, the 30-second cooldown had just ended. She quickly activated the defensive mode, forming a protective shield around the car's body. Suya, sitting in her room, suddenly saw white smoke coming from nowhere. She tiredly opened her eyes, thinking her ears were ringing from exhaustion. Curiously, she turned her head to look, only to hear the sound of a sports car engine coming from the third floor. Who would have thought it wasn't a hallucination, but real? Huh? Suya was so shocked, she was speechless. Seeing the two of them, how did you two come back? She hurriedly urged them both. While the mechanized army isn't here yet, you two should quickly leave the New York map. Don't let my efforts go to waste. If you thought that, I wouldn't have come back to save you. If the mechanized army wants to come, let them come. How could we abandon someone as useful as you to escape alone? Only then did he remember there was someone else clinging to his back. Jiao Jiao, are you okay? Jiao Jiao's head was spinning and her eyes were full of stars, but she still answered resiliently, "I'm fine, master. How we get out now?" Suya opposite them was just as worried. The mechanized army will surely take over the entire hotel now. We're completely trapped here. EMO was extremely confident from beginning to end. It's just escaping from a hotel. How could this be a problem for me? Even with you here, Suya still couldn't feel at ease. But for now, you should just rest and get well. Get on. Suya was a little surprised by his suggestion. What are you hesitating for? Don't waste time. Hearing him say that, she, though a bit reluctant, immediately jumped onto his back. The moment she got on, it made him freeze and shout loudly, "Damn it." Seeing his reaction, Suya worried if she was too heavy. What's wrong? Am I very heavy? You're overthinking it. I don't feel anything. He took the opportunity to remind her. Remember, next time you do anything, think about the consequences. Don't just rush forward impulsively. After saying that, he couldn't help but glare at her, with a look as if he regarded death as lightly as a feather. Being criticized by him, Suya hurriedly retorted, "I did that to buy time for you two to escape." Emo didn't offer a word of thanks, and even said something like, "Buy time for us to escape? Why should I run? Is this girl asking for a beating? So impulsive. Those people from the mechanized army. How can we possibly fight them with our current strength?" She squeezed him, making him almost unable to breathe. Hey, don't move around so much. I came to save you because I already had a perfect escape plan. Otherwise, why would I be here? Hearing this, Suya finally stopped and asked, "A perfect escape plan? Could it be that you thought of this situation long ago?" He looked at her meaningfully, of course. Very quickly, they reached the basement. It's right over there. The people from the mechanized army were discussing something. Are they in this hotel now? This was Su Mu's chance to act. Watch my moves. While the opponent wasn't paying attention, he quickly ran towards a truck. You go block them. I'll be right over. The other person felt like someone was behind him, turned his head to look, but saw nothing. Seeing no one, he relaxed and continued talking to his teammate. "Let me tell you, if you mess this up, you're all fired tomorrow." Meanwhile, the three of them, Emo's group, were already settled in the truck. Jiao Jiao was still a bit worried and quickly asked, "Master, is this really okay?" "You don't need to worry about this. As long as I'm making the move, it will definitely succeed, rest assured. That guy's going to the fast hotel. He'll pass a few red lights on the way. We'll sneak off when he stops." As soon as he said that, everyone felt temporarily relieved. This is the only way for now. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the hotel. Jiao Jiao asked worriedly, "Master, what will we do next?" Suya still stubbornly held her opinion. "I strongly suggest leaving the New York map. This place is no longer suitable for us to stay." EMO didn't answer her question, only saying that this hotel's location is relatively remote and there are no surveillance cameras nearby. In his opinion, staying here for now is relatively safe for you guys. Hearing this, Suya couldn't help but ask, "What about you then?" EMO walked towards the door, instructing as he went, "I'm going out to find some medicine to treat Jiao's injuries first. You stay here and take care of her. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Just leave everything to me." Despite being injured, Suya didn't forget to care for him. Then you must be careful when you go out. Of course, don't worry, he said as he closed the room door. At this moment, the system happened to appear, sending a notification. Player Rot has eliminated player Wu Ting Shi. Her identity is the canon of the Qiyang Guild. Player Rot has eliminated player Tung Shi. Her identity is the canon of the Qiyang Guild. Player Rot has eliminated player Seven Bushi. Her identity is the elephant of the Qiyang Guild. This level of strength made EMO pay more attention to Rot, killing 3 of Huaxia's pieces at once. And moreover, these 3 pieces all seem to be members of the Serpent Squad. That's not all. The total number of fallen pieces on the entire field has exceeded half, and a special rule has been activated again. Knowing all this, EMO also had his own plans. It seems that after returning, he must find a chance to remind Suya to be careful of the spy on the other side. Over here, the crowd of onlookers also began to buzz with discussion. The spies must be those two. They've colluded with Rot of the Hawk Guild. Tung Shi and Seven Bu Shi are both teammates of Hu Mang Shi. That's too cruel to even strike down teammates. Someone even shouted excitedly, "Spies don't deserve a good death." The system just mentioned a special rule. Do you think this time the special rule won't be targeting the top piece on the kill list again? At this moment, the system added information. Considering the number of fallen pieces in this game has exceeded half, the 4-way hegemony tournament enters the advanced stage. Announcement. The number 1 position on the piece ranking has been cancelled. Any player who enters the top 3 of the kill list can query the position of other players once every 10 minutes. EMO was very satisfied upon learning this. Very good. The rule that targeted me before has been cancelled. If the system no longer announces my position, then I can go back to rest and recover directly after buying medicine. That's not all. Next, the system will drop 4 supply crates in 4 different maps. In 2 hours, players like Rot were surprised by this information. Auden was equally astonished. The people from the Jianma Guild couldn't help but break into excited smiles. Furthermore, inside the supply crate is a dose of serum. After injecting it, a player will have the chance to unleash their peak strength for 3 minutes. Hearing this, Rot secretly guessed, getting on the kill list now only has benefits and no drawbacks. In 2 hours, some guilds might directly start eliminating others for the supply crates. Otnin also understood the system is encouraging the pieces to kill each other. EMO himself was also hurrying back to Suya's side. After 2 hours, when Suya has recovered, I'll take her directly to snatch a crate. After all, my current rank is only E rank. Recovering from F rank to E rank isn't very meaningful. Speaking of her, he suddenly remembered how exactly should her injury be treated. Can bandaging and taking medicine heal it instantly? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get a bit of a headache. Well, I'll just take it one step at a time. Suya, who was sleeping drowsily, suddenly opened her eyes wide, startled. Huh? The next second, she saw her entire body was bandaged and couldn't help but panic. What happened? Wasn't I only injured in the arm? Why is it like I'm completely paralyzed? At this moment, Emo walked over with a bowl of porridge, smiling. You're awake. It seems the medicine I bandaged you with and gave you is quite effective. She still didn't understand. My arm was injured. You just needed to immobilize it. Why did you bandage my legs too? He recalled the situation and explained. That's because when I was giving you the medicine, you complained it was bitter and kept spitting it out. And you kept squirming, affecting the speed at which I could give you the medicine. So I had to immobilize you. All right, back to the main point. Hurry up and drink it. The doctor said you'll get better after drinking it. Suya looked at the spoonful of medicine he offered, her brows automatically furrowing, as if she were looking at poison. She and medicine were indeed mortal enemies. No, I won't drink it. The medicine is so bitter, I can't swallow it. While she was shouting, Emo directly stuck a lollipop into her mouth. A few seconds later, she reacted. It's so sweet. It's the kind of candy I used to love most. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be suspicious. This guy, how could he? The only possible explanation is, could he really be Su Mu? No sooner said than done. She wanted to take this opportunity to ask clearly today, how did you know I? Before she could finish her sentence, he fed her a spoonful of medicine, making her almost choke. This is the last spoonful. Now you sleep a little longer, along with Jiao Jiao. We have to set off in half an hour. Just as he was about to leave, Suya spoke up in time to stop him. Wait, she seriously wanted to ask, "Are you Sumu or not?" She was so certain because only her younger brother knew that whenever she was sick, she had to eat this kind of milk candy with her medicine. To say this was just a coincidence would be hard to believe. Emo suddenly stopped, calmly turned his head, and asked, "Why would you think the person who gives you milk candy with your medicine is your younger brother? The first time you took the medicine, you threw it all up." He said, "While taking out a whole bag of candy as proof, I had no choice, so I had to go out and buy some candy, then mix it into the medicine for you to drink." Suya was still full of suspicion. "Then how did you know which candy I like the most?" He patiently explained, "I mixed all kinds of candy into the medicine for you just now, and finally found that only when you ate this kind would you obediently drink the medicine." With that, he decisively left the rest of the candy for her. "Anyway, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll come back for you in half an hour. We have to move." So you didn't ask anymore, softly replying, "Oh, okay, it really is a coincidence." But she had noticed that in the past, whenever Sumu lied, his eyes would unconsciously look away. He used the same method just now to hide his nervousness. Looking at his expression, it was clear he knew which candy she liked best. Yet he still prepared many other kinds to put in the bag. Suya guessed his main purpose was definitely to deal with her questioning. As Suya changed her clothes, she thought, why did he become so formidable after coming into contact with the space? She remembered that match was Prop Hunt. It seemed to be his first time participating. Why had she never heard of this name before? Suya thought it over and over, and finally decided, no, he is definitely Sumu. At this moment, EMO was sitting alone, lost in thought. In one more hour, the supply crate the system mentioned will appear on the New York map. Based on the current situation, our biggest enemy is not the pieces from other guilds, but the mechanized army of the Hawk Guild. Thinking of this, EMO asked his assistant, "System, is there a way to both kill the people from the Hawk Guild and get this supply crate?" The system immediately listed the steps to achieve the goal. EMO nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Borrow the Hawk Guild's materials to build myself a super mecha." He took a sip of beer and praised the system. "I have to admit, this move is indeed devious enough." There was a knock on the door from outside. "Sumu, Sumu, Sumu, come out quickly." Jiao Jiao was woken up, rubbing her eyes. EMO came out and said, "There's no Sumu here." Seeing Suya, he asked, "What's the matter?" Suya replied, "Listen to me. This time we must get the Hawk Guild supply crate. As long as I get the medicine in the supply crate, no one in this entire game will be my match." Jiao Jiao was a little puzzled, but Sister Suya, how are we going to get the supply drop? Didn't they say the Hawk Guild's command center would also send a large force to guard the supply drop? Suya comforted her, "Don't worry, I've already installed a virus program in all their mechanized units. As soon as I send the activation signal, their entire mechanized army will enter a 3-minute standby mode." Suddenly, M interrupted, "Actually, I have a better plan." Suya and Jiao Jiao were both curious. "What plan?" M asked her a question first. "Suya, if you had extremely complete materials and perfect experimental conditions, how long would it take you to build a mecha suit?" Suya thought for a moment and replied, "If the conditions are as complete as you say, and there's also a neural interface device, I could create a mecha suit in 20 minutes. But where will we find a lab like that?" M replied, "Isn't there one on the New York map?" Suya was extremely surprised. "You mean the Hawk Guild's laboratory?" M casually admitted, "That's right." Suya didn't doubt M's abilities and continued, "If we can really get in, our chances of snatching the supply drop will increase greatly. After all, I can also build a neural interface device there. Once I have that device, I can hold my own against the Hawk Guild scientists for at least 10 minutes. M was very satisfied with this answer and said, "Then it's no problem. Let's take this opportunity to pay a visit to the Hawk Guild's mecha construction lab." But Suya was still puzzled. "Wait, how do we sneak in?" M said mysteriously, "It's a secret. Just follow me later." Hearing this, Suya was a little dissatisfied. A secret again. You really like to act all mysterious. Suddenly, she brought up something that made M stop in his tracks. "M, you must know I have a younger brother named Sumu, right?" Suya continued, "If I can make it back alive from this 4-sided battle, I'll definitely smash his head in and let him know just how serious the consequences of angering his older sister are." Feeling the burning flames of anger behind him, M could only turn pale and stammer out a sympathetic comment. Then your brother is really in for it." Following M as they wandered through the corridor, Suya said, half praising, half teasing, "Amazing, just walking in so openly." M explained, "To sneak in secretly, of course, you have to take an unconventional path. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Besides, there haven't been any guards all week. Everything is part of the plan." The two looked left and right, carefully sneaking into the laboratory. M whispered to Suya, "All right, there's not much time left. We have to get to the Hawk Guild's Mechanical Repair Center as quickly as possible." Suya nodded, showing she understood. "I get it." The two continued to advance, stealthily, staying vigilant as they went. The laboratory door finally opened, and Suya was extremely surprised. Getting into the Hawk Guild's laboratory, is this easy? We got in after just a few steps. How did you know this way? M glanced around and remarked with a disdainful tone, "It really is simple. There aren't even any guards." Then he said to Suya, "Quickly hack into the Hawk Guild's experimental base and turn off all the surveillance cameras. It'll be troublesome if the monitoring staff discovers our movements." Suya took out her tools and replied, "No problem." She placed the device on her forehead and briefly explained the process. "As long as I have this MindLink computer, I can use my brain to directly access the internet." Suya began to focus her mind, raising her hand to search for a signal. Sure enough, one camera suddenly turned off, and the others also stopped working one by one. Seeing this, M's eyes lit up, and he praised her. "Impressive. I didn't expect you to have this kind of skill." Suya said with a hint of pride, "The surveillance cameras are all disabled now. Let's go." Seeing M keeping his head down, Suya teased, "What's wrong? Afraid of heights?" M stammered in reply, "No, I'm not." The two quickly arrived in office. Suya asked M, "Is this it?" He confirmed, "Yes." M quickly added, "All the mecha construction blueprints are here. Time is tight. Once the Hawk Guild people discover the cameras are down, they'll definitely react immediately." M didn't say any more and urged Suya, "Go on, show off your talent." She continued to use her professional hacking device and quickly took control of the surrounding equipment. Suya ordered them to assemble, and the mecha parts began to piece themselves together. Zhao Zhao and M's eyes lit up like headlights as they exclaimed in awe, "So cool. You're truly amazing, Sister Suya. With this war machine, our upcoming battle will be 10 times easier." Suya also replied confidently, "Once we get the supply drops potion, I'll have 3 minutes to become an A-rank powerhouse. In this 4-sided battle tournament, if nothing unexpected happens, our victory is just a matter of time." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. M noticed and immediately warned everyone, "Someone's coming." An employee saw the three of them and said in a panic, "Who are you?" Then he immediately recognized their familiar faces, M, Ling. Suya also turned her head in surprise and panicked. "We're screwed." The employee turned to flee while calling his superior to report. "Someone has broken into the headquarters." His shouts echoed throughout the hall. "Intruder! Intruder!" An alarm also sounded in the room. "Intruder detected. System self-check in progress." M urgently asked Suya, after dealing with that guy, how much longer until the mecha is complete. Suya replied nervously, "At least another 3 minutes." Outside, the person in charge of the building received the news and informed security. "Ling and M have entered our underground experimental base. Quickly dispatch a large force back for support." He roared angrily, "We absolutely cannot let her build any weapons." At the same time, Suya's side ran into a technical problem. She quickly reported to M, "This is bad. 300 technicians are launching a cyber attack on me." She urged her teammate, "Quick, think of a way to stop their cyber attack. I can't build the machine and deal with them at the same time." Zhao Zhao panicked when she heard this. "We have to stop their cyber attack. But my computer skills are nothing compared to a master's, especially in front of these technicians." M interrupted, "If skill isn't enough, we'll just have to try that method." After thinking, he immediately turned to Suya and said, "Assemble an automated defense shield for me." Suya nodded, "Got it." M walked to a specific spot and said confidently, "It should be here." He raised his ironclad arm and said, "I'm going to dig 3 meters down here." As soon as he finished speaking, M swung his arm and smashed the floor, causing the ground beneath them to erupt in chaos. Suya couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "You're not planning to physically cut the network, are you?" M didn't shy away and admitted, "That's right." Seeing the underground power grid, he said, "There it is." M punched down again, ripping the massive power cable from its place. Just then, the technicians lost their Wi-Fi and immediately panicked. The network is down. Why is there no signal?" All of this was seen by the public, who began to discuss it. A physical network cut is the most lethal. The great god M's thinking is truly on another level. People started to jeer. Haha, so what if you have high tech? So what if you have numbers? You pulled the plug directly. Let's see how your numbers help you now. In the sky, the supply drops for the 4 maps have been released. A system announcement was made. All chess pieces are invited to continue their efforts. At the same time, the chess piece kill ranking was being updated. First place was still M, followed by Austin. The top 3 on the leaderboard received the special privilege of seeing the locations of all chess pieces. Zhao Zhao and M also received this news, and the two discussed it quietly. Those two are really inseparable. After all this time, they're still second and third. M always felt something was off and recalled what had happened before. He seemed to remember that previously, only the general could find other chess pieces. In other words, either they were the general or the general was right beside them. After this analysis, M had a plan in mind. It seemed the news had already reached Austin, so they had to act fast. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. Quickly, kill everyone in the base, leave no one alive. After killing M's group, immediately provide support at the supply drop location. M looked down and immediately recognized these people. It was the Hawk Guild's mechanized army, and they had split into 2 groups. He turned his head and asked Suya, "What's the progress? Is the mecha finished?" Suya replied, "Almost." At the same time, she also reported a flaw in the product. The current cockpit was only big enough for 1 person. Expanding it for 3 would take more time, which they probably didn't have. M couldn't wait any longer, walked straight to Suya's side, and said, "1 person it is." He pulled her up by the hand, urging, "We'll have to squeeze. The most important thing now is to get out of here immediately." M opened the cockpit door and briefly observed the mecha. It was indeed extremely majestic. He turned and extended a hand in invitation. "Get in quick." Although Suya was a little uncomfortable with this decision, she still agreed. The two entered the cockpit together, and the door clicked shut. As Suya sat awkwardly on M's lap, M kept asking questions. "How do you use this? How do you start that?" Suya pointed it out to him. "It's here." M followed her instructions and pressed the start button. The system displayed, God-level connection stable, pairing pilot, mecha activated. The mecha's limbs began to move, the system setup was complete, and the server announced, "Pilot pairing successful." Just then, the guards arrived, banging on the door and shouting, "Open up, surrender, you have nowhere to run." Suya urged M, "Let's go, don't let the mechanized army surround us." M smiled and replied, "All right." After charging up, the mecha shot upwards, broke through the roof, and soared into the sky. Suya saw the target ahead and said, "I see the supply drop." M also spotted something else and replied, "Traces of the Hawk Guild's mechanized army detected. I'll leave them to you." Suya answered confidently, "No problem." The leader of the Hawk Guild's army blocked their path and threatened. As expected, someone came to die for the potion. "Surrender now. Your mecha may be more advanced than ours, but you definitely don't have our numbers." The subordinate next to him also yelled, "Let's see you pull the network cable this time. See if we don't beat you to a pulp." Hearing this, Suya couldn't help but sneer on her master's behalf. "We'll see who gets beaten to a pulp." Her device had already activated the virus program. The aircraft surrounding the mecha all turned into paper planes as they lost their network connection. All the pilots panicked and shouted, "The network's down again. Who the hell wrote this damn control program? Why is it that every time Ling comes in, it's like she owns the place?" The leader, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now finally understood a life lesson. For a technician, the cruelest punishment isn't killing them, but cutting off their internet, and began to pilot the mecha, approaching the target, preparing to receive the supply drop. The mecha's mechanical arm quickly grabbed the supplies, then retracted them into an internal compartment for storage. M said happily, "Okay, potion acquired." This made him even more confident. 3 minutes is enough to wipe out a mechanized army. M's mecha took out a missile aimed at the paper planes circling in the air and fired a direct hit, causing an explosion. The sound of successful kill announcements rang out continuously. Player M has eliminated Golden Warrior and MO, both of whom are lords of the Red Lion Guild. A series of notifications appeared on the screen. M noticed someone was sneak attacking him, but the damage was negligible. The Hawk Guild army saw that the mecha was unharmed and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, our ammunition is completely useless." Suddenly, a glint appeared in a soldier's eye. A missile seemed to be flying towards him, but by the time he could react, it was too late. The system announced he was killed in action. MO eliminated another person, and now only 24 chess pieces remained. Zhao Zhao, sitting on M's head, said, "None of the people's generals have been killed yet." Suya suggested, "If we go back to the Huasha map now, we'll likely be identified by the guards, so it's best to go to the London map." But M refused. "No, we're going to the Mexico map. There's another potion there. If we get that potion, we'll have the absolute advantage in this game." He also didn't forget to emphasize the benefits. You can get 6 minutes of peak state, which is a guaranteed win. The other powerhouses only have 3 minutes of peak state, right? Suya felt this made a lot of sense and said happily, "That's right. How could I forget about the supply drop on the Mexico map?" Zhao Zhao chimed in as well. With just one more potion, Suya would be able to restore her strength and sweep through all four sides. M's annoyed shout echoed from inside the mecha. You're both sitting on my lap right now. Stop fidgeting. Suya suddenly remembered something and said to M, but the Mexico map is very risky. We're not the only ones who know about the potion. M had already considered the situation and grunted, hopefully, we can get there before the other chess pieces. Suya added, I have a feeling that this fight for the potion on the Mexico map will be the ultimate battle of the four-sided contest. M agreed, that's right. The experts from those guilds are very likely all there, waiting for us to go for the potion so they can catch us all in one go. At the same time, two men were standing on a rooftop, looking into the distance. Roth walked up beside Justin and said, it seems the three of us are quite in sync, all thinking of waiting here for someone. In that case, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Otten understood his meaning and also nodded in agreement. Of course, a pleasant cooperation to deal with the Red Sun Guild together. Eliminating Ling is our top priority. The black man with bull horns standing beside them suddenly interjected. Cooperation is fine, but I have one condition. Leave him to me. I want to kill him with my own hands. John smiled and replied, of course, this small request is no problem. He turned his head to look behind him and added cheerfully, besides, I've also prepared another trump card to deal with Ling. I guarantee that when Ling sees this, she will definitely lose focus. Who knows, she might even surrender then. Castro asked curiously, who is the person you kidnapped? Zeus answered, it's Ling's only relative, the guardian beast of the Red Sun Guild. He looked at the other man and said, just think, what will Ling do if she's in the middle of a fight and hears us breaking her relative's bones? Castro burst out laughing excitedly. Not bad. Although this method is a bit shameless, it's very effective. Otten, standing beside them, also said with anticipation, interesting. The match screen switched to the scene of the kidnapped young man, and everyone started discussing it animatedly. We're doomed. We're doomed. Ling's combat power is the strongest. If she really loses focus, this battle will lose all its suspense. The Red Sun Guild is in deep trouble this time. A young boy pointed at the screen and guessed. Let's not jump to conclusions. The person with the hood over their head might be a fake. He connected the dots from what had happened. Think about it. At the beginning of the game, didn't that person named M escape from the hands of the mole? The girl next to him also understood. So that's it. Ling's relative escaped a long time ago. The person next to Roth affirmed, this is definitely a fake. Another young man proposed a possibility. But if this hooded person learned to imitate the voice of Ling's relative, Ling might fall for it. After all, she doesn't have a panoramic view and doesn't know the person is a fake. Seeing the gift in Suya's hands on the screen, everyone agreed with his opinion. That's a good point. He looked at her on the screen and said, all we can do now is keep watching. Through the robot's perspective, M's group could see the Mexico map. Suya, sitting on M's lap, pointed forward and said, it's just as you said. She looked at the scene over there. There was indeed an ambush, and she knew all of them. They were all old acquaintances. M asked her, can you let Zhao Zhao control the mecha and also give me the mecha's voice authority? Zhao Zhao will pilot and I'll go negotiate. Zhao Zhao was very surprised to hear this. You want me to pilot the mecha? He had thought it through and said, there might be a general outside. If the general sees me first, I'm done for. After hearing this, she raised her hand in agreement. All right, I just need to exit the mecha control mode and transfer the authority to Zhao Zhao. Control of the mecha was immediately transferred to Zhao Zhao. Seeing the authority had been successfully transferred, Suya said with satisfaction, good, then there's no problem. Zhao Zhao took control of the mecha and shouted excitedly, awesome. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. High energy levels detected. 3A rank superhumans detected. An attack was heading straight for their mecha. M commanded, press the red button on the left and dodge their attack. The little girl asked with concentration, where's the red button? Zhao Zhao excitedly operated the control panel. Suya realized the situation and took out a syringe. It seems Roth and the others couldn't wait in the encirclement any longer. She immediately injected the potion into her arm and her body began to transform. Suya opened the cockpit door, breathing a sigh of relief, while M was still instructing Zhao Zhao. Good. Next, press the green button on the right. Suya said to him, M, I'm going on ahead. He pointed and reminded her, stick to the plan. She glanced at him. Okay. Suya leaped from the sky, thinking to herself, this time, M is finally about to show his true colors. She transformed as she fell, equipping a mask and being enveloped by energy wings gliding through the air. She hovered in midair, plotting, when I return from this great battle, you're dead meat. Her eyes were filled with determination. Zhao Zhao, controlling the mecha, reported the situation outside. Master, there are currently 3 chess pieces flying very quickly towards Sister Suya. The little girl reported seriously. The chess piece on the far left even has a white cloth covering its eyes. Castro excitedly spread his wings and shouted, "Open." M thought to himself, to be blindfolded at such a critical moment, it could only be a general. He opened the system's control panel and calculated carefully. However, this could also be a tactic they're using to mislead the enemy and make them lower their guard. So it's still better to find a way to confirm that person's identity. He touched the system and asked, in the case that I can't see them, can I query their identity? The system responded, activating nearby search function. You can view the identity of 2 chess pieces within a 500-meter radius. He looked at the map displayed on the system screen and discovered that besides Suya, there were a total of 5 chess pieces within a 500-meter radius ahead. Seeing her outside, ready for battle, he was puzzled. What was this situation? Could it be that the other 2 chess pieces were planning to wait for an opportunity to ambush Suya? But M decided to put those 2 aside for now and investigate the one with the white blindfold first. System, query the identity of the chess piece in the bottom left corner. The system announced, system is querying, please wait. The screen displayed Catro's information, the general of the Dreama Guild. Looking at the screen, he guessed himself, just as I thought. If that's the case, the probability of the 2 people with Catro being generals is very low. He continued to query the system. Query the identity of the chess piece in the top right corner of the control panel. The screen displayed Menelise information, codename Cobra, the general of the Hawk Guild. He was surprised by this news. Cobra is the Hawk Guild's general. But the fact that this person codenamed Cobra didn't join the Red Sun Guild is, in turn, good news. At this moment, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. Open. Stop being a coward and hiding. If you have the guts, come out and fight me to the death. It was Castro's voice. He was looking up and shouting at the mecha. And this scene was being broadcast on the match screen. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, everyone waiting in anticipation. It's incredibly exciting. The showdown between a general and a general is finally about to begin. Who will win between these 2? It's really making people look forward to it. The young boy from before commented, an F rank versus an A rank. It seems he doesn't have much a chance, but this F rank is M, the great god M, who has created countless miracles. I'm sure he can defeat Castro. The brown-haired man beside him was watching the match intently, full of curiosity. This match is getting more and more exciting. I'm really curious. How will M deal with an opponent in peak condition for 3 minutes, with the sole restriction of not being able to see? The silver-haired girl next to him replied. The previous A-rank experts were all defeated by M using system rules or system balancing props. But this time he has no rules to exploit. Just then, a voice rang out. Who says there are no rules? This greatly surprised the girl. The voice belonged to Xiaoyu. She spoke up. Think about it. Why does Castro have to be blindfolded? Isn't it because he's afraid of facing M? The girl replied, that's right. This is the general's rule. Whoever sees the opponent's eyes first wins. The brown-haired man wondered, but how can M take advantage of this rule? Xiaoyu replied with anticipation. Who knows? Castro approached the mecha and called out in a loud voice. M, come out. He made a taunting gesture. Hiding in a mecha like that, I think you're scared. A streak of light flashed, whizzing past. This streak of light stunned him into silence. It was Suya. She shouted in midair, "Bastard die," and stretched out her hand, releasing a powerful energy blast. You've been making a racket over there. Haven't you had enough? That blast of power shot straight towards Castro. But Roth and Otten arrived just in time. Otten said to him, "You go, leave this to me and Roth." He acknowledged the order with a strange smile, understood. But Suya wanted to stop him. Don't even think about it. Zeus charged forward, swinging his trident to attack. She blocked it with her hand and was injured as a result. Roth declared war on Ling. Your opponents are us. Before worrying about him, you should worry about yourself first. Roth hovered above Suya's head and said, I hope you can calm down and not be so rash. He swung his trident behind his back. It'll be over soon. and immediately struck her with lightning. You can go meet them now. Seeing this, Suya focused her observation and began to use her wings, releasing tiny sparks and directing them to attack Roth. Go. A violent collision occurred in that area, and it was unclear what had happened. Only that Suya's entire body was radiating a scorching heat. A hovering orb flew close, startling her. But upon closer inspection, she discovered she was surrounded by these orbs. Another orb flew over, and then they all detonated at once. Otnin held the marbles, taunting, tried to escape to save him. It won't be that easy. So you thought angrily, why am I always held back by these people? Damn it, there's no way to go save him. If he dies as the general, the entire Red Sun Guild will be finished. Suddenly, she received a signal in her ear, sent by M. He commanded her, Ling, just focus on dealing with those two. A general of this caliber can't possibly see through me so easily. Hearing this, she felt more at ease, alright. She began to flap her wings faster, and Suya announced, in that case, I'll go all out to deal with them. Only then can the tide of this battle possibly turn. Jiao, who was piloting the mecha, hurriedly reported, Big boss, the blindfolded person is here. She asked him, what should we do now? He thought for a moment, then asked Jiao, do you remember your role as a chess piece? She replied, I'm a soldier. Does a soldier have any skills that can beat him? Jiao admitted frankly, a soldier doesn't have any skills to beat him. But Su Mu smiled slyly and explained, but a soldier can risk their life for the general. The situation is critical now. It's almost time for you to sacrifice yourself. She immediately retorted, but big boss, didn't you just tell Sister Suya that you could handle it? If so, you must have a plan. However, he admitted without hesitation, what plan? Those words were just to get her to focus. Sumu said calmly, but it's fine. For now, just pilot the mecha, turn on smart mode, and speed off in one direction. I'll think of another way to deal with him. The little girl closed her eyes and replied, all right. She said decisively, don't worry. If this person can't catch us within 15 seconds, we'll be safe. In the building, everyone was bewildered. Huh? What kind of move is this? Xiaoyu also wondered, is a way to deal with Katro to run away. The brown-haired man also looked confused. Don't tell me he thinks this can buy him time. Katro is at max level right now. He can attack from a distance. Someone on Katro's side speculated, is this escape also part of M's plan? Others agreed, it's very likely. A person from Katro's side mused, is M trying to make Katro lower his guard to achieve his goal? He's overestimating his opponent. Another person watching the match intently said, this M is indeed very cunning. On Katro's side, seeing Su Mu do this, he also felt suspicious. Strange, why choose the simplest method of running away? If someone else were to run, he looked at the mecha before him and said, this guy is definitely up to no good. He immediately raised his guard, but the opponent's use of this escape tactic left him momentarily unable to figure out their plan. He must have a scheme for doing this. He's definitely set up a plan to kill me. Then he laughed smugly. Impressive. I won't fall for your trap. The leader on Katro's side observed and judged. M's reputation is too great. He often acts unpredictably, which can easily affect our initial judgment. The person next to him agreed, that's right. This player might just be simply trying to run away. This time, Katro has needlessly given him more time. He laughed and said, it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. The Chinese art of war is truly profound. The other person said nonchalantly, now we have to see how Katro chooses to act. Su Mu observed that the opponent was indeed intentionally not giving chase. He looked at Katro's position on the screen, very satisfied. This is good. I can buy some more time. Back on the New York map, I still have one chance to ask the system a question. Jiao focused on piloting the mecha while he muttered to himself, now is the perfect time to use it. He asked the system, how can I quickly eliminate Katro at his max level? The system replied, querying, please wait. The system prompted, 10 seconds later, stop running, turn around and say to Katro, hurry up, how can you execute the plan if you're this slow? 30 seconds later, facing Katro's punch, continue to say, actually, you can't move freely with your eyes closed at all, can you? That white cloth is just a blindfold. It has no special effect. Not only that, but it also weakens your vision. If I step out of the cockpit now and appear before you, who do you think will win? The mecha circles Katro, once then opens the cockpit. Let Jiao wear your clothes. Have someone parachute down from the sky, then look towards Katro. After 3 seconds of silence, you stick your head out of the cockpit and say helplessly, so that cloth is just for decoration? In that case, this is much easier. Then he said, "Hurry, Jiao Jiao, get down and let me pilot the mecha." The little girl replied, "Yes, I'm getting down now." The system prompted, "System taking over." Sumu smiled smugly. After taking over the mecha, he immediately stopped, turned his head and shouted at Katro, "Hurry up, how can you execute the plan if you're this slow?" Seeing this, Katro laughed, feeling that his judgment was correct. As expected, my earlier speculation was not wrong. Sumu spoke according to the system's instructions. "Actually, you can't move freely with your eyes closed at all, can you?" He was a little flustered by Sumu's words. "That white cloth is just a blindfold. It has no special effect, right? Not only that, but it also weakens your vision." Katro was shaken. Impressive. He really hit the mark. "I really can't move freely in the dark right now," he thought to himself. "Although I'm wearing a blindfold and my vision is limited, it's extremely safe." Sumu continued to provoke him. "If I step out of the cockpit now and look at you first, who do you think will win?" This time, he almost fell for the trick and covered his eyes, because when a general faces a general, they cannot be looked at directly by another general. Now, hearing him say this, he was about to raise his hand to remove the blindfold, but then he stopped and gave up. "First of all, I can't deceive myself anymore. In terms of strategy, M is truly skilled. I'm definitely no match for him in a battle of wits." Katro looked up at the mecha, having made up his mind. He could only rely on brute force to win. Meanwhile, Sumu continued to taunt him. "What's wrong? Are you planning to kill me with your eyes closed?" Sumu provoked. He suddenly changed direction, calculating to himself, "While the distance is still short, I'll rush up and kill him once and for all. But you're inside the mecha, completely safe and sound, you can't be hurt." Seeing this, he gnashed his teeth in anger, cursing "damn it" to himself. Katro rushed towards the mecha, shouting, "Don't run." Immediately after, Sumu stuck his head out of the cockpit. Seeing this, he panicked, hurriedly covered his eyes, and let out a shout. Sumu took the opportunity to pilot the mecha away, laughing smugly. Realizing he had been tricked, Katro cursed angrily, "Damn it, you dare to trick me." Sumu once again stuck his head out of the cockpit, sending him into another panic. Seeing Sumu being so cunning, Katro was so angry he shouted, "Shameless!" Sumu turned to look at him, thinking to himself that he had almost completely figured out his royal power moves. An idea flashed in his mind. He could now execute the next step of the plan. The people on Katro's side watched the battle, shocked to find that Katro, a supposed ranker, couldn't even act normally while fumbling in the dark. How on earth did he climb to a rank? At this moment, Reth spoke up. "The outcome of the battle on the other side is about to be decided." The leader of Katro's side shouted anxiously, "Katro can only make one more move now. Hurry up and open your eyes to deal with them. Otherwise, the entire battlefield will be completely dominated by the Red Sun Guild." He gnashed his teeth in anger. If he didn't hurry, this battle would be over. On Sumu's side, he said to Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, take off your clothes, take off your clothes," which made her ask in surprise, "Take off my clothes?" Jiao Jiao stammered, "Big boss, I'm only wearing 2 layers. Inside, there's just a small undershirt. Do I really have to take it off?" Sumu heard this and wondered, "Why are you taking off your clothes?" "I told you to take off my jacket and put it on." He looked at Katro standing in front of the mecha and explained, "I'm piloting the mecha right now. I can't do it myself." He urged Jiao Jiao to hurry. "The next part of the plan is coming up. Get ready." Jiao Jiao nodded and replied, "Oh yes." She climbed next to Sumu and asked, "Big boss, do I need to take off the pants?" He replied, "No need. You can wear my jacket like a long coat. The pants don't matter." Jiao Jiao understood. After putting on the clothes, she excitedly asked Sumu, "Big boss, what mission do I have to complete next?" Sumu instructed, "In a moment on my signal, make sure my jacket is secure and jump out of the cockpit. After you jump, everyone's eyes will be on the figure in the air." Jiao Jiao wondered again, "And then what? What else do I have to do?" Sumu avoided her gaze and replied, "After that, if I can kill Katro, I'll be able to pick you up." Jiao Jiao was a little worried. "What if you can't kill him?" Sumu said optimistically, "If I can't, you can strike a pose in midair and calmly accept death. Don't worry, I'll probably be down there with you soon." Jiao Jiao was stunned upon hearing this, thinking to herself, dying with Big Boss doesn't seem like something to be happy about. Then Sumu pressed the start button and encouraged her, "Jiao Jiao, you can do it, I believe in you." She replied excitedly, "Yes, don't worry, Big Boss." She stepped out of the cabin door, saying enthusiastically, "I'm a small decoration, but I have strength. I'm ready." So he was fighting Reth and Otnin, who were inside the protective circle. Reth asked curiously, "What is Katro doing? Why is it taking so long to kill 1M?" Otnin began to get scared and threatened. "If we go all out, the next one to die will be you." "Katro, Hurry up, don't let him lead you by the nose anymore. The purple-haired man watched the battle, finding it an eyesore. He stood up and cursed. Damn it, the IQ difference between these two is too big. If this goes on, the four-way hegemony tournament will really have a major upset. Then he sat down and began to regret. If we had let Austin deal with him, he would have been eliminated long ago. Katro heard Otten's voice. If we go all out, the next one to die will be you. Hearing this, he told himself, all right, as long as I'm a little more careful, there won't be a problem. He reached up to adjust his blindfold, thinking that this way, nothing should go wrong. Then he focused on standing before the mecha and said coldly, please begin. Sumu gave the signal, now Jiao Jiao jump. She replied cheerfully yes, and jumped out of the mecha. Sumu calculated to himself, I've already delayed for several minutes. There's not much time left. Jiao Jiao quickly descended. Katro saw her and thought it was Sumu, thinking to himself, jumping out of the cockpit, he must want to look me straight in the eye. He was certain this person was M. Wearing the blindfold, he could only see a dark shadow. He called out, Sumu. He said smugly, if you want to look into my eyes, you have to have the chance first. He excitedly raised his fist. My speed is so fast. Can you even see my eyes clearly? He rushed towards Jiao Jiao, shouting, didn't you say you wanted to use the general's rule to kill me? Sumu's voice rang out, sorry, you miscalculated this time. She heard it and turned her head. The system announced. General eliminated. The M Guild completely wiped out. Suya was overjoyed to see this news, thinking that's great he did it. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Suya sis. She turned her head in shock and immediately recognized it as Xiao Mu's voice. The imposter acted pitiful, trying to lure Suya. Sis, save me. Suya couldn't believe her eyes. How could this be? Based on her previous analysis and judgment, the person who appeared in her dream should have been Xiao Mu. But why had it turned out like this now? Suya was not swayed. She immediately resolved to herself, just in case, I'll check first. The tech device activated and responded. Analyzing character, please wait. Sumu's character model has M's face, no signs of disguise. Hearing this, Suya was suspicious. No signs of disguise? Could it be that I really misidentified him before? The observers at the scene whispered among themselves. Now we have to see if Suya can see through this imposter's identity. Xiaoyu continued, if she doesn't realize this Sumu is a fake, the situation could change. Her teammate beside her also looked very tense. At that point, if Reth's people start torturing Sumu, Suya will definitely be distracted. In fact, this imposter's true identity was mentally, nicknamed Cobra, a general of the Hawk Guild. When a reporter learned this news, he exclaimed in shock, my god, the one in disguise is Cobra. Isn't he afraid of playing with fire? Xiaoyu, however, said very calmly, if his identity is exposed, the Hawk Guild will be completely wiped out. Based on the situation at the scene, Reth probably wants to use this general to secretly eliminate M, and at the same time, use him to disturb Suya's emotions, making her lower her guard. After all, if this plan really succeeds, the result will be completely reversed, truly killing two birds with one stone. Jiao Jiao fell from the sky, her face full of shock. Fortunately, Sumu's mecha arrived in time. He reached out to catch Jiao Jiao and said, caught you. The little girl happily asked Sumu, did Jiao Jiao do well this time? Sumu replied with satisfaction, yes, you did very well. If there's a chance later, I'll reward you with a lollipop. Jiao Jiao was overjoyed to hear that. Yes. After putting her down, he instructed her again, Jiao Jiao, you pilot the mecha for now and head toward Suya. If anything happens later, you must report to me immediately. Jiao Jiao nodded yes. While piloting the mecha, Jiao Jiao asked again, are we going in to help later? Sumo replied decisively yes. Before the battle, Jiao Jiao had looked up the information and reminded him, but the combined strength of those two seems to be much stronger than Katro's. If we go over, we might become a burden. Sumu had already made his judgment. They want to find someone to disguise as Suya's brother and use this to trick her, to distract her. If we don't go and warn her, I'm afraid there will be trouble later. Jiao Jiao immediately understood his meaning that that blindfolded person is a fake Sumu, right? But Big Boss M, how did you know that person is a fake Sumu? Sumu swallowed the words in his heart. How did I know he was a fake? Of course, it's because I'm the real Sumu. He casually made up a reason. Have you ever heard of Sixth Sense? My intuition tells me that guy is a fake. Seeing Jiao Jiao looking a bit dazed and skeptical, Sumu quickly changed the subject. All right, let's not talk about this. Let's hurry over and warn her. We can't delay any longer, or there will be trouble. Jiao Jiao was completely convinced by Sumu and immediately agreed, piloting the mecha to fly away. Aten said from inside the red energy sphere. Suya, stop. He threatened confidently. If you stop now, we'll torture your brother a little less. It's a pity if we inflict a little more damage. His name is Sumu, right? I remember he just entered this space not long ago. As a sister, you probably don't want him to be left with psychological trauma right after entering the space, do you? But how could the intelligent Suya be fooled? She replied, don't think you can trick me just by finding an imposter to imitate my brother's voice. After speaking, she even sneered contemptuously. This trick of yours is too mediocre. Reth didn't back down, laughing loudly. Ha ha, fake. He ordered his subordinate, come on, Gen 8, take off that guy's hood for Suya to see. Since she doesn't believe it, then just chop off one of his hands. The fake Sumu pretended to be scared and cried out, don't. Suyasa ni guave for a moment. She was flying with rocket wings, looking down from the muzzle below, comforting herself. Suya, you have to be calm. This must be a fake. They're just doing this to distract you. Suya muttered softly, I have to trust my judgment. Isumu. But even so, Suya couldn't be completely sure. Her heart was still a little uncertain. What if I guessed wrong? Memories of her encounters with the player M flashed through her mind. Suya blamed herself for not confirming and analyzing his character model at the time, because back then she had already assumed he was Sumu. Suya glanced down at the rooftop of the building. Looking from another angle, the biggest difference between M and Xiao Mu was their strength. Suya charged straight towards a rooftop, thinking, with M's strength, he can't possibly be a newcomer who just entered the space not long ago. So, is M really Xiao Mu or not? Suya still couldn't figure out. Frustrated, she clenched her fists. Reth, in the guise of a beggar, immediately appeared, holding a long staff. She had indeed taken the bait. Aten, in the guise of a detective investigating outside, also nodded in satisfaction. Hey, as long as there's a trace of disbelief in her heart, our plan will succeed. Reth and Aten were trapped in the fireball. He proposed a deal with Ling. Let's each take a step back. You lift the blockade and let us go, and we'll hand Sumu over to you. How about it? Reth, with his handsome appearance, negotiated calmly. The blindfolded person kept shouting, Sis, don't worry about me. I passed the novice round last time anyway. I still have one death immunity. Before Suya could speak, a tragic scream came from below. My hand is broken. Suya hurriedly asked the blindfolded person, Sumu, do you remember meeting me in the space before? The blindfolded person was immediately gagged by Gen 8. He laughed loudly. Oh, Sun Jialing still doesn't believe this is her relative. He raised a sharp sword and gave a strange smile. In that case, I'll just cut out his tongue, shall I? Wait, Suya was a little panicked. Combat looked smug. Reth frowned at her, his eyes full of contempt. Aten knew he had victory in his grasp and added fuel to the fire. Ling, why don't you just kill us? This blindfolded person is just a fake we prepared. Reth also chimed in. You can also slowly kill us to the sound of his tragic screams. They made Suya hesitate, unsure of what to do, putting her in a passive position. The members of the Red Sun Guild watched through the screen and began to worry. It's over. Reth and the others still got their way. In this situation, it's very difficult for Ling to judge whether Sumu is real or fake. Another person added, also finding it hard not to be angry for Ling. Being cornered like this, apart from cold-blooded executioners, no one could bear to see their only relative being murdered right before their eyes. Xiaoyu hated the despicable and insidious act of Reth's group, kidnapping someone's relative to achieve their goal. But there's a reason why Reth is forever ranked second in the space. Suya finally fell into the trap, opening the fireball barrier. Reth smirked and approached Sumu that we are in control of this situation. He looked up at Ling with a look full of contempt. Wait, a familiar voice sounded from behind Suya. Reth didn't expect it either. Xiaomu Kropka. Suya turned around to confirm. Sumu was standing on the airship, announcing a shocking piece of news. A general of the Hawk Guild personally impersonating Ling's relative. You people are really bold. He laughed loudly, full of contempt. This move saved Suya's life. She was stunned. This Sumu was an impersonation by a general from the Hawk Guild. She immediately reactivated the fireball barrier, trapping both Reth and Aten inside. Reth's jaw dropped, furious to the extreme, wishing he could rush out and kill him. That damn M came to ruin my plans again. How do you know the bait was a general from our guild? Trapped once again, Reth was so angry his head felt like it would explode. He began to have doubts. The matter of Cobra impersonating Sumu was clearly known only to himself and Cobra. Aten was also shocked by his method. The hostage is a general of the Hawk Guild? You don't have to go this far just to be a hero saving a damsel. Aten began to speak up for him. Ling, I think you should understand the importance of this four-way hegemony tournament to the guilds. Inside the fireball, he constantly tried to sway the opponents. Well, do you think Reth would take such a risk in such an important competition? But this time, Suya no longer believed their words. She turned directly to ask him, is that person really not my brother? Su Mu from behind answered firmly, of course not. Not only that, Su Mu frowned and revealed everything publicly. The person impersonating Su Mu before you is actually a high-level spy from the Hawk Guild, Kai, and Hua. Cobra. He shouted her name. Suya Glanjit Atsumu, a suspicion rising in her heart. This person was too mysterious, completely inscrutable. Reth was stunned with anger, absolutely furious. This plan was clearly known only to me and Cobra. He gnashed his teeth, his anger hard to quell. Cobra is absolutely loyal to our guild. How could this have been leaked? Where did the problem lie? The more Reth thought, the more his head ached. Everyone watching through the screen couldn't help but admire Su Mu. How on earth could he deduce that from Cobra's words and actions? People were even more shocked by his baseless claims that that's impossible. Could it be that he knew Cobra before? If he didn't know Cobra, how could he have determined her identity? The man beside him gently pushed up his glasses and interjected, "Don't be so quick to discuss how I'm new. Right now, we have to see if Ling believes him." The man in the hat judged, if Ling believes him, then the Red Sun Guild's chances of winning will increase greatly. So you turned around, recalling old memories with Su Mu.M. Do you remember what we did before we started the game? Suya eagerly awaited M's answer. That's right. Before the game started, Xiao Mu and I had a phone call. Only the real Xiao Mu would know about this. If M can answer this, then he is the real Xiao Mu. He sighed. Then, from 3 meters up in the air, he recounted it without a single mistake that we should still go for a quick victory. Suya immediately became excited, her eyes curving into crescents. I bet right. He really is Xiao Mu. Otten's face darkened. Still talking about a quick victory? You're not taking us seriously at all. Otten immediately channeled his magic power. A stream of light shot out, but in the end, the fireball didn't budge at all. How infuriating. Su Mu turned his head, looking contemptuously towards the fireball. Seeing his expression, you must be very curious as to why I know about this, right? Ross frowned, perking up his ears to listen intently. It's actually very simple. If Su Mu were really here, you wouldn't have needed to put a hood over his head at all. But you insisted on hooding him. He crossed his arms, glancing at him. Simply put, it was to guard against a chess piece like me. Of course, Su Mu stated frankly. You might also have wanted to use this fake Su Mu to plot against the other generals. Su Mu pointed to the fireball, his face full of disdain. Who would have thought that this bait would turn out to be the general of the Hawk Guild? Ross gritted his teeth. The last step was just Ling easy for you to say, but we had to see if Ling would believe it. Or would she bet her own brother's life to see if M's words were true or false? But he didn't expect Ling to nod in agreement so quickly. All right, I'll take that bet. She materialized a luminous pearl and directly channeled magical power downwards. Otten gritted his teeth. This is bad. He didn't expect Ling to realize so quickly. He desperately tried to charge out of the fireball. The members of the Yanmar Guild immediately stood up to shield Cobra. It's over. Ross's face turned ashen, completely unable to imagine it. The hostage has been discovered. Our plan has completely collapsed. A large number of the Yanmar Guild members were also burned to a crisp. At the Hawk Guild headquarters, a man in black slammed the table in anger. Ross's plan failed, damn it. The guild leader frowned at the large screen in front of him. Why did Ross use such a risky plan? He angrily clenched his fists. We invested at least a third of our high-level combat power into this hegemony battle. If we fail, the Hawk Guild's strategic deployment in this space will be in complete chaos. The Hawk Guild's leader was furious. So much of his high-level combat power was about to be buried because of this. Ross felt the situation was unsalvageable and could only give up. I'll consider myself unlucky this time, Ross. I'll remember this grudge. And you just wait. If there's another chance, I will definitely settle the score with you. Su Mu quickly agreed. I'm looking forward to it. Ross gripped the long staff in his hand, attacking with all his might to break the defense. Ross and Otten joined forces to break through the encirclement. Let's go together. This is our only chance. He shouted loudly. Otten trusted him and charged forward. But Otten clenched his teeth, not expecting Ross to treat him like this. What is this? Didn't we agree to escape together? Fresh blood trickled from the corner of Otten's mouth. He questioned Ross. Escape? Ross had coldly killed his own teammate. The Hawk Guild's general is about to die, and I'm about to die too. Ross fiercely stabbed Aten with a spear in his hand. Before I die, I'm definitely taking you down with me as a cushion. Ross, you're something else. Aten gradually faded away. Sorry, brother. As soon as Ross finished speaking, Aten also disappeared. He escaped the ring of fire, gripping his spear. For the good of the guild, this was the only way. Player Ross has eliminated Aten. Aten's identity was a soldier of the Red Lion Guild. Suya frowned at Ross. You're truly ruthless. She hated this type of person the most, who would kill even their friends for so-called benefits. Ross still felt he was in the right, saying with a cold laugh, so what? Our guild is about to be wiped out anyway. Before I die, I must take someone down with me as a cushion. He looked at Suya proudly. I helped you deal with a strong player from the Red Lion Guild, lightening your burden. You should be thanking me. Suya agreed with Ross's words, not wanting to say more. That's right. So, to show my gratitude, I've decided to help you reduce your suffering and send you on your way directly. She launched a blast of magical power, enough to destroy a person, straight at him. Ross slowly closed his eyes, accepting this outcome. A brilliant red light rushed towards him. A loud explosion rang out, and notifications continuously appeared on the screen. Player Ross has been eliminated by Ling. His identity was a pawn of the Hawk Guild. The pawn's special ability has been activated. His killer is a soldier of the Red Sun Guild. At the Red Sun Guild headquarters, everyone was discussing the hegemony battle that had just ended. That move by Ross left me a bit stunned. If he had teamed up with Aten to fight Ling, they might have had a chance to turn the tables. The man beside her frowned slightly. Have you forgotten? The two of them couldn't use supply items, so their strength was still limited to the suppressed level. That's why they used the fake Su Mu trick to shake Ling's mentality and defeat her. But she still didn't understand why Ross had to kill Aten. Killing him was completely meaningless for the goal of eliminating Ling. At this moment, Xiao Yu spoke up. The Hawk Guild's general has been exposed, so it's clear their guild had no chance of survival. If there was no way to eliminate Ling, then the only option was to find a way to stabilize the Hawk Guild's ranking in this space. Xiao Yu turned her head to look back. The guild's rankings in the space are determined by the accumulated point performance of the players in the guild. Xiao Yu briefly explained the scoring method. Therefore, by killing Aten, he could prevent the Red Lion Guild's total points from surpassing their Hawk Guild. The girl's eyes widened, her face full of confusion. What do you mean? Xiao Yu glanced at the screen. You'll understand if you watch. The screen cut to a scene of a girl stumbling down a road. What? Justin was eliminated? Leah's eyes were filled with tears as she hurriedly ran to find a hiding place. Her spiritual pillar had been eliminated, so what could she still do? At this moment, Peridot ran up and blocked her path. Panting as he said, I found you. I am your guardian. Follow me. I can protect you. Liao stared blankly at the person before her. Liao was once again judged by the system to have disappeared. Peridot was stunned, staring blankly at the notification screen above. Player Lia's chess piece identity was discovered by the guardian of the Red Lion Guild. Player Liao is eliminated. Lia's identity was the general of the Red Lion Guild. All participating members of the Red Lion Guild have been eliminated. The girl from the Red Sun Guild's jaw dropped, saying in astonishment, that works too? So from the very beginning, Ross had calculated everything. As long as Aten died, the Red Lion Guild's general would fall into mental chaos. He nodded and said, once the general died, the Red Lion Guild would be eliminated as a whole, one step faster than the Hawk Guild. That way, their total points wouldn't surpass Ross's guild. But in that case, our Red Sun Guild is the biggest winner of this match. Over here, Su Mu and Suya looked down at the two opponents below. Cobra and Catro were hastily fleeing. As long as they could deal with Cobra, the game would be over. Suya continuously shot fire downwards to block Cobra's path. But she knew Mandalay was even harder to deal with than Cobra, an A-rank expert from the Python squad. She was a pure-blooded Chinese whose ancestors had never even been abroad. For such a person to become a spy was truly surprising. Cobra stopped fleeing and prepared to face the battle. Just a little more, Ling. She began to remove her mask. Just a little more, and you would have been defeated by me. Manderley appeared before her, looking at Suya with a contemptuous gaze. Didn't expect this, did you? She looked at the two of them maliciously. I'm a Hawk Guild spy in Huaxia. Shut up. Suyasedangridi. She swooped down, facing Cobra one-on-one. I have no interest in hearing your story. Just looking at you pisses me off. When we return to the real world, what awaits you is a real death. Suya charged forward with an earth-shattering punch. Cobra also charged forward aggressively. A brilliant light illuminated the entire sky. Suya's astonishing punch was blocked by Cobra with just one hand. What? How could she? Suya was stunned, her eyes wide. Mandalay said contemptuously. Suya, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Didn't expect this, did you? After Ross got the potion, he gave it directly to me. Cobra went on the counterattack. Now, your 3-minute peak state is about to end. Suya was still helpless, only able to listen to her taunts. You're about to return to your original rank. You're no match for me at all. After that, Cobra turned the tables, knocking Suya into the air. As she was gloating, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder from behind, and a voice rang out. You dare to talk big with those piddling skills of yours? Cobra frowned and turned to see who it was. The potion given to you was a waste after all. Sumu appeared behind her, looking on with his arms crossed. Their eyes met, and she was speechless. It's over. The general is gone. Cobra's heart went cold. No, she let out a desperate scream. In the end, Sumu left leisurely, and another notification appeared on the screen. Player M has eliminated player Cobra. Cobra's identity was the general of the Hawk Guild. The Hawk Guild's general has fallen in battle. All participating members of the Hawk Guild have been eliminated. Everyone in the real world was dumbfounded. It ended just like that? Was Cobra that weak to lose so quickly? In the end, everyone came to a realization. Just watching made my eyes burn. I broke out in a sweat. What happened to Ling? Someone else shouted. The more vicious you act, the faster you die. Serves them right. As expected, the Red Sun Guild is still the strongest. A certain loyal fan was extremely satisfied with this result. The 4-way hegemony contest has ended. All generals of the Yanmar Guild, the Red Lion Guild, and the Hawk Guild have fallen in battle. The Red Sun Guild is the winner of this contest. Suya appeared behind Sumu. You two are really amazing. Jiao Jiao's loud laughter echoed in the spaceship. I admire Boss and Sister Su finishing the match so quickly. Suya tilted her head slightly to look at Su Mu, praising him endlessly. This is all thanks to our boss M. Luckily, the great M was there to help just now. Suya leaned close to him and said something only the two of them could hear. Otherwise, your sister Su here would have been in deep trouble. Sumu scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Not at all. Not at all. You're praising me too much. Congratulations to the Red Sun Guild faction for winning the 4-way hegemony contest. 3 beams of light shone down, and the 3 of them disappeared from the system space. Now returning to personal space. Players, please prepare. Welcome back to your personal space. Sumu returned to his personal space. The system's congratulatory voice rang out. Congratulations on leading the Red Sun Guild to victory, this time with the identity of a general. The system is conducting an evaluation. Please wait. Congratulations to player Ling for successfully promoting to S rank. Ling, as a soldier, had an outstanding performance. Player M's assistant was victorious in this contest. The evaluation is SS rank. Sumu looked up at the notification screen above, reflecting on the match. He and Suya were practically 2 people against 3 guilds. No matter how you put it, her promotion to S rank this time was definitely not a big issue. It was just Suya's attitude just now. After he returned, an interesting scene appeared in Sumu's mind. Suya questioned him with a sly smile. You have such an awesome identity, and you hid it from me for so long. If you don't give me an explanation, just see how I'll deal with you. Sumu screamed internally. Oh man, the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. An E rank versus an S rank. Is there any chance of winning? He felt like he had already lost before even fighting. The system continued to display notifications. Congratulations to Ling for promoting to S rank, becoming the 14th challenger to promote to S rank. She has received a generous reward from the system. Sumu frowned. The 14th challenger to promote to S rank? He muttered to himself. I thought Suyu was a top-tier strategist in the world. He was a little disappointed. He originally thought that with the world's strongest older sister here, he could just lie back and win. Now it seems he still has to rely on himself. Looking at Suya's unreliable appearance, she's definitely the weakest among the 14 S rankers. Over here, Suya felt as if someone was bad-mouthing her. Why did a nameless fire suddenly ignite in her heart? Next is the game evaluation for Player M. The system has finally finished its statistics. Sumu was full of anticipation. It's finally here. A long line of notifications appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Player M for an outstanding performance in the 4-way hegemony contest, ultimately receiving a perfect SPF rank evaluation. You receive the following rewards. Title, Underworld Judge. As a guest of the live stream room, your performance in this contest has received 40,000 max points. You receive a special reward, Lucky Blind Box. Received additional skill, Chinese chessboard. Lucky Blind Box, Zisha Lake Water. A red silk ribbon flew out from the screen. The system continued to announce the latest reward information. Your outstanding performance has attracted the attention of the Yama King. You have received a letter of appointment from the Master of the Underworld. Congratulations on receiving the title of Underworld Judge. Sumu frowned. Is that so? I've become an Underworld Judge. In other words, I have the power to manage the life and death of others. He looked at the red letter of appointment, on which the powers of the position were written as follows. Immune to evil spirits, invulnerable to all diseases, possesses an extremely strong deterrent effect on all souls. Hearing this, Sumu became even more excited, hurriedly asking the system, "Where are my judge's brush and book of life and death?" The screen clearly displayed the answer. You have not yet assumed office, so these items are temporarily unavailable. He continued to ask excitedly, but a doubt had already formed in his mind. How do I assume office? How do I go to the underworld to assume office? A series of answers appeared on the screen. After death, you can go to the underworld to succeed the position of judge. If you are in a hurry, the underworld can open a back door for you and expedite the arrangement of your death. Sumu immediately spat out. I don't want to assume office that quickly. Please don't make arrangements for me. Thank you. He quickly changed the subject. System, look up the detailed information of the other 3 rewards and announce it. Please wait. Chinese chessboard is an S-rank prop. Designate any person within sight and forcibly pull them into the chessboard for a confrontation. The lucky blind box can contain anything or it can contain nothing at all. It all depends on luck. Zisha Lake water has an extremely strong recovery effect. If the body is soaked in it, each attribute can be permanently increased by 0.5 free attribute points. After reading, Sumu nodded in praise. Not bad. They're all good things. He first chose the lucky blind box. A line of text immediately appeared on the screen. Congratulations on receiving 30 free attribute points. Received special prop, challenge doubling card. Received skill, disguise prop. The disguise prop can be used to disguise as any prop within sight, lasting for 3 minutes, 3 times a day. Sumu became more and more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. I can disguise myself as any item at will for 3 minutes. If I'm being chased in the future, I can directly turn into an object to escape. Then he said, System, add 20 points each to my constitution, strength, and agility. After adding them, open my detailed attribute panel to check all my current attributes. Loading, please wait. The screen was densely packed with stats, an increase of another 10 points compared to the upgrade from F to E. Constitution 20 points, Spirit 30 points, Strength and Agility both 20 points. Distributable points are still 19. Profession, Underworld Judge. Titles are Resident Guest of the Livestream Room, Lucky Star of the Game. Next are the skills, Electrotherapy, Cell Incarnation, Disguise. Props include Judge's Brush, Chinese Chessboard, Zisha Lake Water, Challenge Doubling Card. Sumu praised loudly with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This was a huge harvest. The screen also began to announce that time was up. You will return to the real world in 3 seconds. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. Sumu gradually disappeared from space. Player M is on his way back to the real world. He was feeling more and more that this game was really interesting. In the meeting room of the Red Sun Guild, a voice suddenly rang out. You're planning to leave as soon as you got back? Faced with Cobra's inquiry, Suya nodded. That's right, I'll leave this place to you girls. Suya said excitedly to Cobra, I have to go punish a naughty child now. Cobra was dazed, her mouth agape. Punish a naughty child? Who is that child? Cobra changed the subject. Then there's a high-level meeting later. Will you have time to attend? Suya didn't care about this at all. I've already arranged the high-level meeting. I'm leaving it all to you. Cobra was stunned on the spot. Suya quickly left. I have high hopes for you. She frantically called after Suya from behind, but the door still slammed shut with a bang. Cobra sighed and walked down the corridor to the basement. The strong are always so arbitrary. Cobra used her activated fingerprint to enter smoothly. But Cobra muttered to herself, before the high-level meeting officially starts, I have to take care of a few other things. She appeared in front of Lily. Inside was a king cobra, separated by a thick layer of glass. In her hand, she held a specially encrypted handcuff. Lily, we've been sisters for 25 years. A teammate outside couldn't help but question her. Why did you follow the enemy and betray the country? Why on earth? The leader of the Red Sun Guild was also present. If you confess everything you did as a spy for the Hawk Guild now, we can still give you a chance to atone for your crimes. Her colleagues also tried to persuade her. Confession brings leniency. Lily, no one will harm you here. Big Sis and I will both protect you. Lily, speak up. The shouting in the glass room grew more and more out of control. Was it the person with the codename PE who recruited you into the Hawk Guild spy team? King Cobra's face turned pale, then she suddenly burst out laughing. Big sis? She raised her head, looking over here with a twisted expression. Don't you all want to know why I became a spy for the Hawk Guild? She stood up, looking straight at Cobra, laughing maniacally. It's because of this woman. She's the one who turned me into a spy for the Hawk Guild. The person with the codename P is Cobra. King Cobra immediately announced her identity. King Cobra clenched her fists in resentment. The first letter of Cobra's English name is P. It was this vicious woman who pushed me into the bottomless abyss. She recalled that terrifying time. King Cobra once again mentioned that summer, furious to the extreme. That summer, at the age of 58, we sisters went on a camping trip together. It was then that she used drugs to control me, making my life a living hell, and threatened that if I didn't join, she would use even crueler methods to deal with me. The colleagues beside her were stunned by these words and turned to look at Cobra. She stammered with difficulty. Big sis, no, it can't be. The next second, the Red Sun Guild's leader shattered their doubts. Wait, just keep watching. There's nothing wrong with Cobra. Roger. The colleagues immediately complied. Cobra took a step forward, getting close to King Cobra, and asked again, so you became a spy for the Hawk Guild that summer? When Cobra mentioned that summer, she also clenched her fists. At 58, I remember we had just participated in the space game for the first time and received excellent talents, right? The King Cobra inside immediately showed a look of anger. She pressed her face against the glass, a strange smile on her face. What are you still pretending for? Don't think you can get away with it just because I'm dead. The person with the codename M has spoken to me. It was you, Cobra. She became more and more agitated. It was you who ruined everything for me. Cobra frowned, her eyes sharp. I'm not that codenamed person. The colleagues outside were thrown into confusion. Cobra turned around to explain. Lily became like this because she was hypnotized at the age of 58. What? Everyone was shocked. The guild leader also listened thoughtfully as Cobra continued. Actually, only Director Chin and I know about this. Every time she recalled the past, her eyes held a touch of sadness. Ever since that camping trip, Lily has been hypnotized every day. Therefore, the memories of her 18th year have been continuously erased from her mind, replaced by false memories of being a spy for the Hawk Guild. How is that possible? Everyone was shaken by the truth behind it. Being hypnotized every day, is that possible? Cobra nodded. After a skilled hypnotist performs deep hypnosis, the hypnotized person will automatically hypnotize themselves every day as required. She paused for a moment, then continued. The medium for this type of hypnosis is a drug. That's right. Director Chin continued. This type of drug is usually a super pharmaceutical sought after by hypnotists on the global black market. He continued. Through this drug, the hypnosis goes deeper, and it can indeed lead to a situation of memory and personality replacement. I found a lot of this drug at Lily's place. How can this be? King Cobra was furious to the extreme. Her teammate, after hearing the truth, couldn't hold back her tears. The pain of so many years finally had an explanation. Then why did I become like this? Lily clutched her head in pain. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Who on earth did this to me? Why me? Cobra was also blaming herself. After discovering this, I immediately went to find Director Chin to discuss it. I wanted to quickly find a hypnotist to help her break the hypnotic spell before things became irreversible. It's just that every time this matter is brought up, she feels even more regretful. The hypnotic technique of the person behind this is not something an ordinary hypnotist can break. If we want to save Lily, it will require a very long period of treatment. Everyone couldn't hold back their tears. Director Chin also took off his glasses and gently wiped away a tear. I never expected that on this path, she would once again be controlled by a hypnotic spell. Now everyone knows she's a spy for the Hawk Guild. King Cobra was still immersed in self-blame, constantly tormenting herself. Why me? Why did I have to encounter this? Cobra angrily clenched her fists, veins popping. I will bear the losses that Lily has caused the guild. I will definitely do everything in my power to find the hypnotist behind all this. Everyone also joined forces with her in solidarity. Cobra looked forward with determination, her eyes sharp as a blade. I will skin him alive. In Suya's apartment, cries for help and pleas for mercy rang out incessantly. Ah, help don't. 2 missiles were pinning Su Mu to the bed. I confess this, please. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Suya sat on a chair with her legs crossed, looking at him with a mischievous smile. You have such an amazing identity, and you kept it a secret. Let's see how your big sister punishes you. Su Mu finally escaped his sister's torture and replied to Suya, but sis, you never told me you were the Great Ling either. Let's call it even. She immediately changed the subject. That was to protect you. But Suya turned to blame Su Mu. What if you accidentally reveal my identity and attracted enemies? Suya seriously reminded him. If my identity is exposed, neither of us will have a day of peace. Sumu could only smile wryly. If your identity is exposed, I'm afraid we'll have even less peace. I only did this because I was worried about you. He cleverly added, Sis, the reason I didn't tell you was that I was afraid you'd let it slip and leave my enemies to me. My enemies now number yours several times over. Hearing that it made sense, Suya flicked her finger, releasing the 2 missiles holding his hands. But she didn't show it, still looking at Sumu with that cold gaze. Don't try to change the subject. First tell me how you became so strong. Can't you just answer properly? Suya frowned unhappily. You're not going to talk, are you? She then issued a punishment. Then little Mu will be punished by handing over all his allowance to his wife. And also, he has to wash my clothes every day. The punishment became more and more outrageous. From now on, little Mu must listen to me and absolutely not hide anything from me. The image of the pen's spirit immediately appeared in his mind. With all my allowance confiscated, what will I use to support my person on the side? What will I use to support the pen spirit? Little Mu had no choice but to resist. Why so many punishments? I object. Suya immediately pulled Sumu into her arms. Objection overruled. He was stunned, pleading, Sis, let go, I can't breathe. Suya took the opportunity to continue bullying him. Agree quickly. If you don't agree, I won't let go. The situation was urgent, and Sumu had to risk it all. I agree. I'll agree to whatever you say. I surrender. Only then did she elegantly release him, smiling. That's more like it. Sumu let out a sigh of relief, considering this a temporary escape. It's just that she didn't press him further. Don't tell me it's because. As he was lost in thought, Suya called out to him again. Little Mu, promise me, if there's any danger in the future, you must tell me first, okay? Recalling the situation back then, the more Suya thought about it, the more scared she became. At that time, when I heard the lee-bellied cobra imitating her miserable screams, I was so scared I cried. Sumu looked at her with concern. Suya, he silently called her name in his heart. The next second, his spirits lifted, and he jumped up, saying with a smile, in the future, if there's any danger, I will definitely let you know in advance. So he was finally at ease, breaking into a radiant smile. Sunlight streamed into the room, passing through the large window and shining on the bedside table. Sumu stepped out, stretched, and did a few simple movements. That was a refreshing sleep. He looked down at the scene below, and the next second he was even more stunned, hastily adjusting his glasses to get a clearer look. Sumu shouted, completely unable to understand what was happening. What is this situation? I remember there was a main road opposite downstairs. How did it turn into a sports field? He suspiciously turned to look around the room. This was clearly still his home, and he hurriedly opened the map to check. He swiped the screen, his heart full of questions. What on earth went wrong? The map was clearly displaying the location of Q University. Sumu was a little panicked. Q University. I'm now on the campus of Q University in the capital. What on earth is going on? Just then, the door opened, and before the person appeared, their voice arrived. Sumu, you lazy pig, are you up yet? It turned out to be Suya, who had just returned from shopping. Get up and eat breakfast. I specially queued up to buy the freshest youtiao and tofu pudding in the capital. Sumu immediately questioned his sister. Sis, aren't you going to explain what this situation is? How do we suddenly end up at Q University? Suya smiled and explained. Didn't you say you'd be studying here in the future? I thought it would be too much trouble to find another house after we came here together. Besides, I couldn't bear to leave our cozy little home, so I had to bring it along. He said in a panic, Sis, we didn't need to move here in such a hurry. It's only June. Suya also shrugged helplessly. I didn't want to move so early either. The fact that Sumu is my brother was exposed on a live stream. If we didn't move quickly, staying there might have been dangerous. Sumu was even more confused, asking again, then why do we put the house on the Q University campus? Couldn't we have stayed outside? She smiled and said to him, I have to teach, you have to study. Isn't it great for us to be on campus? After a series of shocks, he asked again, you're teaching. Seeing his dazed look, Suya wrapped an arm around his neck and asked, what's with that look? She solemnly declared, I am a lecturer in this school's department of supernatural technology. Student Sumu, you're about to become my student. He immediately got excited and proposed a new idea. Sis, why don't you help me get a teacher's ID too? I want to give lectures too. The course will be called M Research. Suya found it interesting after hearing it, muttering to herself. Lecturing on videos he filmed himself, that seems plausible. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't stop grinning. That's right, sis, so I'm counting on you for this. All right then. She nodded happily. Then you go wash your face first. I'll do it for you in a bit. He replied cheerfully, thanks, sis. At this moment, Sumu was sitting comfortably on the sofa in casual clothes, eating breakfast while scrolling through his phone. The screen was full of the day's hot news. Suya walked out of the room, saying proudly to him, It's done. The paperwork is all finished. With his mouth still full of breakfast, Su-mu asked indistinctly with puffed cheeks. It's done that quickly. Of course. She handed the ID card to him. Your sister is very capable. Suya had also spoken with the school. She had already settled the matter of this course. The card displayed the information Professor M. Su-mu. Suya even casually let him arrange his own time. You can hold the class whenever you want. The time is up to you. Even this morning's opening ceremony is not a problem. She lightly touched the screen, and a blue circle immediately appeared. Su-mu was stunned, and Suya explained to him. This control panel has an artificial intelligence. Whatever you want to do online, it can help you solve it. It was the first time Su-mu had encountered such an advanced artificial intelligence. He said slowly, "Can you log into the official website of Q University and then push my course information to the phones of all Q University students through the software?" The control panel quickly emitted a sound. "The artificial intelligence is at your service." Suya laughed from behind. "This is something exclusive to your sister. Besides me, only you can use it." He nodded, looking at the flashing control panel. "Please wait." Soon after, he received a notification. Your course this time is named M's Study. The location is room 3.023. This classroom has a capacity of 500 people. The registration button has been created. The registration information is about to be sent. Please enter the title content. Su-mu frowned at the control panel and typed a few times. The title is An Expert Deciphers the Story Behind Him with You. The registration page has been created. The information was sent out, and students across the campus received the notification at the same time. The entire campus immediately erupted into a frenzy. The four-way competition just ended, and now there's an analysis class by the grade M. Our school is so awesome. Amazing M's class, quick, quick, quick. In the classroom, everyone received the notification for the course from 10 to 12 o'clock today. So fast, and there are only 500 spots. Everyone frantically pressed confirm, scrambling for a spot in the class. In the room, Su-mu sat observing the control panel, muttering, "The principal really thinks highly of me. I'm afraid a 500-person classroom won't be enough." It's not necessary to switch to the gymnasium, though. At this moment, the control panel suddenly chimed. "Sir, please open the window and look at the scene outside." He glanced at the large window, muttering, "The window?" Although Su-mu didn't understand why, he still walked over to look down. Something's happened. Downstairs was a sea of people, all waiting to get into the class. Su-mu was dumbfounded. Good heavens, why are there suddenly so many people? Below, there was even a white-haired old man who came to attend the lecture, and a few fashionably dressed people also appeared. The screen quickly displayed, "Congratulations, your course has become a phenomenal course at Q University. In an hour and a half, the expected number of attendees is about 10,000 people. Currently, all courses in the school have been suspended. You're the only teacher who needs to hold a class this morning." So many people, the pressure is indeed like a mountain. He frowned and thought, the best way is still to find someone to impersonate Su-mu. As long as a scene can be created where M and Su-mu stand on the podium together, people will no longer suspect that Su-mu is M. Su-mu immediately ran to find Suya. Sis, don't you know some disguise technology?" Suya immediately understood his intention. You want M and Su-mu to stand on the podium together to dispel outside suspicions, so everyone knows Su-mu is not M. He nodded. "As expected of my sister. That's right. The identities of Su-mu and M must be separated. This lecture is a great opportunity." He had also carefully considered other situations. "I've thought it through. Don't the other guilds just want to find M's location?" Su-mu frowned, laying out his plan. "So later, I'll use M's identity to inform all the guilds in the world. I will visit them one by one. The purpose of this visit is to find those 13 mysterious S-rank figures. I want to challenge them." The more he spoke, the louder his laughter grew. Suya stood by with her chin in her hand, listening to this idea. By doing this, the attention of all the guilds will no longer be focused on Q University. They will frantically search for traces of M all over their own countries. She also nodded excitedly. "Okay, let's do as you say." Su-mu then left first. I'll go first, then later when we perform, we'll just improvise." Before leaving, he also reminded Suya, "Remember, sis, absolutely do not expose us." She nodded repeatedly. "Got it." A star-shaped sphere cast a strange light. Someone placed their hand on the rooftop. That's right. This old man has landed at Q University. The star chart tells me M is here. But how can I meet him? To him, M was still an unknown, with no information whatsoever. He immediately channeled magic into the star chart, commanding, "Let me find M. Let me get what I want. The image of a girl immediately appeared on the star chart. He laughed loudly. Excellent. The opportunity has arrived. Below the sports field, more and more people were registering for the public lecture. Sumu, wearing a mask, stood to one side observing. Good. While it hasn't caused a commotion yet, I must get into the stadium quickly. Later when the lecture starts, I'll coordinate a play with Sister Suya. The script is all arranged. That way, no one will think that Sumu and M are the same person. After resting peacefully for a day or two, I can start the fourth spatial game. He suddenly noticed a commotion on the other side. Hey, what is this girl doing? A woman turned around and shouted loudly. What are you doing? Trying to cut in line. Jiao, sitting in her chair, was also very indignant. What are you talking about? You're clearly the ones cutting in line. And besides, this path is a dedicated access for people with disabilities. You should go over there to queue. Sumu recognized the familiar person with just a glance. It was Jiao. We meet again. The woman continued to loudly berate Jiao. I'm saving a spot for my son. It's so crowded over there. How are we supposed to squeeze in? If we just queue up and wait, what if all the good spots are taken? Isn't that delaying my son's class? The person next to her also chimed in. That's right, just because it's a disabled access path doesn't mean we can't use it. Who made that rule? She shouted loudly. You people are being too unreasonable. Suddenly, a security guard walked by. The woman's eyes immediately turned vicious, and she quickly seized the opportunity. Security, come over here. Someone has snuck in. She laughed loudly. She doesn't have a school badge. She's not a Q University student. Jiao was alone and was immediately put on the defensive. No, I was invited. The woman still wouldn't let go. So shameless. At least make your lies believable. Sumu had no choice but to appear dashingly, helping her out of the predicament. She was invited by me. Is there a problem? Jiao immediately turned her head to look at the great M, staring up at him in a daze, her heart in turmoil. I never met him before in Linhai City, yet I ran into him today as soon as I arrived in the imperial capital. The woman saw Sumu and felt her goal was half achieved. You finally delivered yourself to my doorstep. Controlled by the star chart, the woman was full of malicious intent. As long as she could get close to him, she could pull him into a spatial game. She spoke with even more contempt. Security, hurry up and kick them out. My son can't attend a lecture with this kind of person of unknown origin. Sumu frowned and spoke up. Education has nothing to do with character. I invite you to leave my classroom. You are not welcome here. She took the opportunity to get closer, telling us to get lost from the classroom and cursing at people. As the woman approached, the system screen immediately displayed a notification. Evil spirit detected nearby. Hidden judge passive activated. The provoker will have their lifespan reduced by judge's divine might. Detected multiple entangled souls within the provoker's body. Punishment damage increased. He frowned and thought to himself, hidden judge passive. Green orbs immediately appeared around the woman. You think you are? Immediately after, the spot where she was standing suddenly collapsed. Damn it, what is this? She lost all face in front of everyone. From behind came murmurs of discussion. I disliked this Annie from the moment I saw her. Bullying even a disabled person, ending up like this, can only be described as satisfying. Other students also looked down on her. I remember he told that Annie to get lost from his classroom. The female students also began to notice him, buzzing with discussion. His classroom? Is this person the main lecturer for the M research course? Another female student added, look closely at his appearance. Isn't this the great M? The security guard rushed over. Great M, what on earth happened? He looked at the woman in alarm, discovering her entire body was enveloped in a layer of green light. Looking at this glowing green all over, is there something wrong with her? Sumu nodded and explained, someone used a skill to control this Annie. He wanted to use her to get close to me. But don't worry, he's about to be exposed. That green light is drawing the evil soul energy out of her body. What's happening? You old man are finally showing your true form. The old man roared, what did you do to me? I clearly don't feel my life force being stolen. Why is my lifespan decreasing? With his lifespan drained, he turned into a skinny, weakened old man. Sumu looked at him disdainfully. Instead of thinking about these things, you should think carefully about how you're going to confess your identity next. The old man smirked. Identity? No need. You don't need to know our identities. Perhaps the old man still hadn't realized how terrifying M was. He advised Sumu, you should hand over that method quickly. You must know, I'm only the first one come looking for you. The old man became more and more threatening. Among us, there are many who are stronger than me. But Sumu had no idea what he was talking about. Hand over the method. What method am I supposed to hand over? At this moment, the system appeared again, detecting a challenger and restarting the provocation mechanism. The divine might of the underworld judge cannot be violated. The speed at which the challenger's lifespan is being drained is getting faster and faster. The old man's heart suddenly pounded, and his veins bulged as if they were about to burst. He painfully felt the intense pain wash over him. Stunned, oh, is this M's ability? At least, I've lost 55 years of my lifespan. He clutched his chest and fell to the ground. Damn it, even an evil god's lifespan isn't drained this quickly. The pain became more and more distinct. The lifespan of an A-rank super is at most 200 years. At this rate, I'm going to die. The old man was more afraid of death than ever. Unable to wait any longer, he shouted for help. Crow, I'm here. You must have come too, right? Pitch black feathers fell from the sky, and he shouted again. Quick! Don't just stand there watching. Make your move. Feathers rained down around him. The old man's power suddenly exploded, and he gave a strange smile. Quick, grab him. The surrounding people rushed forward, intending to grab the old man. Just as their hands reached out, the old man vanished into thin air, finally slipping away without a trace in front of everyone. Sumu picked up a feather, thinking to himself, the supernatural abilities of these people are quite interesting. They can attach to others, and can even scatter feathers everywhere to escape. The next second, the feather vanished in his hand. Are they a special type of super? Sumu also recalled the old man's words, thinking with his chin in his hand. And what on earth did he mean by what he said just now? Telling me to hand over the method. Speaking so cryptically, it's really confusing. He turned and pushed the wheelchair for Jiao Jiao. Big brother, aren't we going to chase them? Jiao Jiao asked. Sumu smiled and replied, no need, just let them go. They have such escape tricks. Chasing them would be useless. We just need to wait for them to come to our door again in the future. Sumu put the matter out of his mind. Let's go, it's time for class. Jiao Jiao nodded, yes. The three people behind him frowned as they looked at him. The leader spoke first, so casual. There's clearly an enemy hunting you, and you're still planning to go to class. The girl admired him even more, truly worthy of being the great M. His aura is completely different for people like us. On the rooftop, a person with eagle wings mocked the old man. 2 years ago, you were still a handsome young man, more handsome than me. 2 years later, you're about to crawl into a coffin. He glanced at the old man. The prophet is indeed a terrifying ability. The old man angrily argued. M has something on him that counters me. He stole at least 65 years of my lifespan. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he was. Just a little bit more. If I could have just gotten close to him and thrown the prop card at him, the final victory would have been mine. The other person seemed uninterested in the old man's words, asking coldly, tell me, where do you want to be buried? I'll try to buy you some time. An idea suddenly popped into the old man's head. Buried where? No, I still have one more chance. He turned to ask Crow, do you still have the life and death coexistence card? Lend me some of your lifespan. Crow was furious to the extreme. Do you want me to kill you right now? The old man was not afraid at all, still making his strange request. I have a death prophecy related to you in my hands. As long as you lend me 45 years of your lifespan, I'll tell you that prophecy. He staggered to his feet. With 45 years of your lifespan, I can enter the space and fight him to the death. You have this kind of prop card too? Lend it to me while you're at it. The other person glanced at him with a contemptuous look, but this time chose to remain silent, as if tacitly agreeing to half of the old man's plan. 10 a.m. The lecture hall was packed with people. On the podium, Su Mu was already present. He glanced across the 500-person lecture hall, muttering softly. Everyone is really enthusiastic. Suddenly, a scene appeared before his eyes. Player the Prophet uses a prop card against a forced character binding you. You will conduct a spatial duel with a person codenamed the Prophet. Sumu found it even more interesting. Someone else wants to have a spatial duel with me. He was immediately pulled into another space. If that's the case, then I'll be happy to oblige. The screen chimed with another notification. Player M has used a difficulty increase card. The spatial game is officially upgraded. Because you're a regular guest of the live stream room, the difficulty of this match has been upgraded again. Sumu, you must be looking forward to this match, right? The system gave a final notification. The challenge space will begin immediately. Have fun. The few people sitting at the desks also suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Where did they all go? A male student said in a panic. Could it be that they were sent straight into the spatial game? A live stream room suddenly appeared on the screen, and someone quickly shouted, everyone, hurry and watch the live stream. The Great M is in. Huh, why is he lying on the ground? Seeing him, everyone immediately started buzzing with discussion. This time the system didn't even give a notification. It just sent all the contestants straight in. What kind of style is this? No one could explain it. Sumu lay on the ground, his eyes closed, seemingly sensing the entire space. There were people who trusted him so much that they believed him could definitely control the whole situation. The camera even panned to a wide shot of the city. Now, they could only wait for them to wake up to see what was going on. Meow. A cat's meow echoed in the residential area. A cat was leisurely walking on an outdoor air conditioning unit. Where is this? Only then did Sumu wake up. He held his head and slowly walked outside. Who am I? Sumu looked around in confusion. Why am I in this alley? Ever since entering this game, his memory had been tampered with by someone. He cursed under his breath. Why can't I remember anything? Sumu noticed a notebook on the ground. Flipping it open to a page, it was filled with writing, the content as follows. Codename M, scout the location, protect the target, then find an opening to commit theft. Choose a suitable partner. Use any means to approach the target. After gaining the target's trust, find an opportunity to strike. Wallet stealing technique. First prepare a substitute. Find a suitable opportunity to make the switch. Although Sumu had amnesia, he was still very smart. It seems my appearance in this alley is definitely not a coincidence, and the content written in the notebook is surely related to me. Suddenly a sound was heard. He turned his head to look, and it turned out to be a small cat. What's going on? It's just a kitten. Sumu let out a small sigh of relief. Suddenly he glanced to the side. The notebook on the ground had flipped to another page. Sumu picked up the notebook and casually flipped through it. Don't underestimate theft. The target is 8 glazed bowls. Could it be that I was a thief before? Forget it. He hurriedly closed the notebook and strode forward. He was still thinking, I still have to find a way to get that glazed bowl first. Then I can figure out what's really going on. The little cat was still standing behind, staring at him. The next morning at the Metropolitan Museum. Hello. Sumu politely walked to the ticket counter. I'd like to buy a ticket. He appeared dashingly in front of the staff member. Yes, please wait a moment. Sumu took the opportunity to glance around. Hello, sir. Here is your ticket. The ticket seller gently handed the ticket to him. As he made contact with the staff member's hand, Sumu said, keep the change. The staff member immediately blushed, a little flustered. Sumu gave a charming smile and extended an invitation. I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee. Would that be okay? The female ticket seller pulled her hand back, her face as red as an apple, and replied shyly, thank you. My name is Lisa. What's your name? M. Sumu replied softly. 3 tickets were on the table. He even turned back to remind her, I'll go inside and look around first. Remember to wait for me after you get off work. Lisa had fallen into the trap of love. Everything was going according to plan, approaching the target, but he didn't let his guard down at all. Sumu took a tour, getting a grasp of the place's layout, and calculated inwardly. The security at the Metropolitan Museum is extremely tight. Even if I find a few loopholes, I still need to understand the detailed situation. And Lisa was the best choice. Sumu had planted a chess piece. The person impersonating Sumu appeared, announcing to the students, as you can all see, EM has now begun his 4th spatial game. Next, I, Sumu, will be the one to explain this field of EM studies to everyone. Suya frowned and thought, how did this happen? He suddenly entered the game. 2 female students up above were chatting. He's Lin's younger brother, and he's even a certified lecturer at Q University, which proves he's definitely not ordinary. Another female student added, I think I remember he's Lin's younger brother. A female student stood up and raised her hand to speak. Master EM, why did he ask the ticket seller out on a date? Does he want to use her to get into the Metropolitan Museum? The large screen was live streaming the game. Suya also understood her younger brother well and quickly replied. With EM's personality, he definitely wants to use this ticket seller to find out the detailed situation of the Metropolitan Museum. Then wouldn't that ticket seller be very wary? A male student raised a question. The short-haired girl agreed with the male student's suspicion. If Master EM keeps asking her for information about the Metropolitan Museum, she'll definitely realize something is wrong. The more questions, the more careful EM has to be. Is he going to ask her to a hotel and then... The male student didn't finish his sentence. Suya, impersonating Sumu, spoke up to deny it. Students, on this point, I can make it clear to everyone, EM would absolutely not do anything to the ticket seller. Suya praised her younger brother more and more. He's a steel-straight guy. Oh no, I should say he's an upright and honorable person. How could he use such a method to get information? I know very well, EM would absolutely not do that. The female student on the lecture stage said loudly. But Professor Sumu, that master has already been pulled into the ticket seller's house. Before the astonished gazes of the students, Suya gritted her teeth teeth. What the? He dares. On the screen was the image of a man and a woman standing awkwardly at the door. Su's jaw dropped. What? Come on in. Lisa brought Su-mu to her home. Jiao Jiao, I'm home. She looked around, searching for the person named Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, Lisa froze, her eyes wide. A hand gently placed itself on her shoulder, pulling her back. A flame brushed past her. Be careful, Lisa cried out in alarm. Her expression was a mix of confusion and shyness. Su-mu raised an eyebrow and looked around. A girl with green hair appeared before him. Lisa entered the house and asked in a low voice, Jiao Jiao, what on earth are you doing? Su-mu felt this girl looked very familiar. Jiao Jiao's appearance was exactly as he remembered. She was also staring at him with wide eyes. Why do I feel like I've met this person somewhere before? Lisa was worried about her sister. When you woke up yesterday, it was like you'd become a different person. She sighed. Yesterday you made me buy a chainsaw, and today you pull this dangerous stunt. You almost got us hurt. Jiao Jiao hurriedly tried to explain. Sis, it's not like that. I was really just curious. Very quickly, Su-mu noticed the suspicious point. A sudden personality change after waking from a coma. He remembered that he had also been unconscious yesterday, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Could there be some connection? Suddenly, a line of text appeared from the system. Search frame loading. For the first time in his memory, Su-mu saw this, feeling extremely puzzled. What's this situation? What is a search frame? Player's memory is being restored. Su-mu suddenly came to his senses. That's right, I remember now. My name is Su-mu. This is a spatial game. I was forced into this game by someone using a prop card. At this moment, he glanced at Jiao Jiao being scolded by Li Sa and thought curiously, your hobby used to be dolls, but what about now? The way you are now is no different from some psychopathic killer. Jiao Jiao sobbed. I'm sorry, sis, I won't do it again. Su-mu then remembered the mission in the notebook, thinking to himself, but then again, what exactly are the rules of this game? It seems that right now, the only clue is the mission in the notebook. The more he thought, the more his head ached. Su-mu scratched his head. Whatever, I'll just figure out how to complete the mission first, then find a chance to see if the amnesiac Jiao Jiao has any other clues. Suddenly, a blue light from the system shone into his eyes, and a notification appeared at the same time. Considering this game world is quite dangerous, beginning automatic search for complete information. Stare at an item for 30 seconds to open its detailed information. The words look up detailed information appear before him. Can be opened 30 times a day. While Lisa was still scolding Jiao Jiao, how can I be at ease leaving you home alone in the future? Su-mu immediately stared at Jiao Jiao, and the screen quickly displayed information. Nickname, Jiao Jiao. A participant in this spatial game is EM's little accessory. Currently considers herself a hidden assassin, wanting to imitate the killing methods in the notebook, but is too scared to act. Jiao Jiao was crying and begging. Sis, I'm sorry, I definitely won't do it again next time. Next was Li Sa's information. Museum ticket seller has feelings for EM, 99% success rate of conquest, currently looking for a way to solve her sister's issue. Seeing Jiao Jiao crying and admitting her fault, Li Sa's heart softened, and she forgave her. Since you've admitted your mistake, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, Jiao Jiao immediately cut her off. Sis, I guarantee there won't be a next time. Su-mu also discovered this advantage. So that's how it is. I don't need to search for myself anymore. The system will display everything for me directly. But as he observed Jiao Jiao, he still didn't quite understand. But then again, the system just mentioned that what Jiao Jiao saw in the notebook were all killing methods. With her timid personality, why would the system arrange such an unsuitable identity for her? Lisa suddenly turned around, giving him a gentle smile. I'm sorry, I must have scared you just now. Su-mu quickly waved his hands. It's fine, I'm alright, see? Lisa said apologetically. As an apology, why don't you stay here tonight? Su-mu was stunned. Too embarrassed. She turned away first. It's getting late. I'll go to the kitchen and make something delicious for you two. She also instructed her sister, Jiao Jiao, help me entertain our guest. Okay, Jiao Jiao replied cheerfully. Su-mu was a bit flustered and was about to explain when a voice as sharp as a knife cut him off. Speak. He had never seen such a fearsome expression on Jiao Jiao. She crossed her arms and looked at him. Who on earth are you? And why are you approaching my sister? Jiao Jiao planted her hands on the table and questioned Su-mu. We've definitely met before. Don't even think about fooling me. I'm very smart. Su-mu raised an eyebrow at Jiao Jiao and began to explain. We're very close. Your name is Jiao Jiao. Hearing Su-mu say this, her eyes showed a hint of doubt. You're a super humanoid tool that I painstakingly cultivated, my special little accessory. As he spoke, his gestures became more and more exaggerated. "You're my super assassin. Whenever I'm in danger, you'll automatically rush forward to take a bullet for me." You see, as he said that, Sumu pulled a small black notebook from his coat. "That's not right." Jiao Jiao denied. "You're lying." But deep down, she secretly believed his words about automatically rushing forward to take a bullet for me when in danger, that before she lost her memory, she was indeed a super humanoid tool. Jiao Jiao immediately pulled out a thick notebook and with a hint of arrogance, replied to Sumu, "My notebook clearly records killing methods. There's absolutely no content about taking a bullet for anyone." Sumu then mocked Jiao Jiao. "With that timid look of yours, you dare to kill people? That notebook is actually just for learning to record the things I've said. The killing methods inside were all things I said before." Sumu became even more sarcastic, his words striking right at Jiao Jiao's heart. "Besides, your hand was shaking when you held the gun just now, and without a chainsaw, you probably couldn't even lift it, right?" Jiao Jiao was immediately convinced and replied in a small voice, "What you said is indeed not wrong. It seems to be true. No wonder I wanted to rush into your arms the moment I saw you." Sumu had completely tamed her. Even though her memory hadn't recovered, this was still considered very good. He extended his hand in greeting. "Let's get reacquainted. My name is EM. From now on, you are my super humanoid tool again." She happily took his hand. Yes, Sumu had won over another person. He leaned in close and whispered to Jiao Jiao, "Right now, our top priority is to complete the mission in my notebook. Only by completing the mission can we get more clues." She looked at him blankly, seemingly not quite understanding his meaning. "But now there's a small problem." Sumu gestured slightly towards the kitchen. "We have to figure out a way to hide your sister first." Jiao Jiao didn't understand why. Sumu calmly replied, "Because after completing the mission in my notebook, I still have to quickly go and solve the mission in your notebook. If your sister suspects our relationship during this time, it will be very troublesome for me to do the mission this time." Jiao Jiao immediately agreed cheerfully. "Okay, leave it to me. I have a way." Sumu also trusted her very much. In the apartment, laughter rang out endlessly. "I can't drink anymore. I really can't." Inside the house, Jiao Jiao and Sumu took the opportunity to say to Lisa one after another, "This is the last glass." Already a bit drunk, Lisa said repeatedly, "Tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. We'll drink again tomorrow." Sumu nodded. "Whatever you say." Suddenly, Lisa stood up unsteadily. "I'm a little dizzy." He also stood up, and Lisa fell into his arms. "I'm dizzy. How did I get drunk so fast? This girl's tolerance is too low." Lisa leaned coquettishly in Sumu's arms. "Can you help me upstairs?" Sumu decided to test if she was really drunk. "Lisa, how many is this?" She answered subconsciously, "2. Sumu asked again, "Number 2, right?" "If that's the case, then there's no problem." He decisively chopped the back of Lisa's neck, and she immediately passed out in Sumu's arms. "Done." Sumu turned back and gave Jiao Jiao a thumbs up. He placed Lisa on a chair and instructed Jiao Jiao, "You stay home and watch your sister. I'm going to complete the mission in my notebook. Wait for me at home." At the same time, he thought to himself, if this place is really a virtual game world, then it's perfectly reasonable for me to go and complete the mission of stealing a national treasure. Sumu smiled and said to her, "Wait for me to come back after completing the mission, and I'll help you solve the problem with your notebook." Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. "Yes, no problem." Sumu had arrived at the Metropolitan Museum. He stood there, re-observing the layout he had examined in the morning. Through his daytime observation, he had already grasped the general situation of the Metropolitan Museum. The 8 Sceneries Bowl is one of Huaxia's national treasures, which was forced to end up in this museum for some absurd reasons in the past. Alright, he thought to himself, since I'm retrieving a national treasure of our Huaxia, this is definitely a righteous act. It's just that after I get this cup, I have to think of the fastest way to escape. Sumu took out his phone and started looking up information. That's right, as long as I hand the national treasure directly over to the Huaxia side, they will definitely arrange everything properly. Madame Zhang's phone number appeared on the screen, and the system immediately retrieved the detailed information. NPC Jiang Qing, 30 years old. Her in-game identity is a Huaxia diplomat in the US, a graduate of Q University's law school, currently very eager to transport the national treasure back to Huaxia, but due to various factors, this plan has not yet been realized. Sumu felt the plan was already halfway to success, and said with a smile, "Very good, it's her." The phone on the table suddenly rang. Jiang Qing picked up the phone and spoke politely. "Hello?" Sumu on the other end said freely, "Hello, Lawyer Jiang. I'm very sorry to disturb you so late. I'm a Huaxia citizen, and I have an urgent matter to consult you about. Jiang Qing didn't feel bothered at all and replied enthusiastically, our Huaxia will definitely protect the legal rights and interests of our citizens abroad. Feel free to ask any legal questions you have. Sumu got straight to the point. Lawyer Jiang, if I retrieve the national treasure from the Metropolitan Museum, how will Huaxia protect me? Jiang Qing was stunned. Go to the Metropolitan Museum to retrieve a national treasure. She had also wanted to rely on Huaxia's power to transport the national treasure back, but that was just a thought. The security at the Metropolitan Museum is truly too tight. Wanting to steal something from inside is as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, Jiang Qing still decided to take a gamble. Sir, if you can retrieve the national treasure from the Metropolitan Museum without alerting the security forces, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. She was also worried about Sumu's safety, but the museum is extremely heavily guarded. I'm afraid getting things out of there will be. But Sumu didn't seem to care at all. Wait for my call. Sumu replied to Lawyer Jiang. Are you at the embassy now? Jiang Qing nodded. That's right. Sumu quickly informed her. Then wait a moment. After I get the national treasure out of the Metropolitan Museum, I'll come to the embassy right away. I'll bring the national treasure over later. Jiang Qing was skeptical. Is he really going to the Metropolitan Museum to get the national treasure? Jiang Qing was worried and said seriously to Sumu, Sir, what I mean is for you to bring the national treasure out, but without alerting the police. If you rush into the Metropolitan Museum with a gun and just take the national treasure, then tomorrow we can only meet in prison or at a funeral. Sir, I think we can discuss the countermeasures again. You absolutely must not act rashly. Sumu calmly replied to Jiang Qing's worries. Rest assured, Lawyer Jiang. He also instructed her, since you're at the embassy, then go ahead and arrange for a private jet to escort the national treasure back to the country. As for himself, Sumu was extremely confident in his plan. Trust me, getting our national treasure back from the Metropolitan Museum isn't that hard. See you later. After speaking, he decisively hung up. Lawyer Jiang was stunned. Wait, sir, hello. In the end, she could only put the phone down and sigh. What should I do now? Jiang Qing sat alone on the chair, thinking, what on earth should I do now? Forget it, I'll take a gamble. What if he actually succeeds? Suddenly, Jiang Qing's gaze became resolute. If he really succeeds, it would also be considered fulfilling my dream. She immediately picked up the phone and called Captain Chung. She spoke sternly to the person on the other end. Hello, Captain Chung. Please arrange for our Huaxia private jet to be on standby at the airport. Something important is about to happen. There will be an important shipment that needs to be urgently transported back to Huaxia. I will report this to the airline. In addition, Jiang Qing also gave detailed instructions. Arrange for a large vehicle to come to the embassy. These items are extremely important. Please be sure to guarantee their safety. After hanging up, she also fell silent. Jiang Qing had bet everything on this gamble. If this operation fails, she will bear all the responsibility as the price for her recklessness. Sumu was preparing, calculating the route. He called the system. Give me the most optimal route, ensuring I can see those 8 cloisonne items. He changed his mind again. That is, after getting all the Huaxia national treasures in the Metropolitan Museum, I can escape smoothly. A detailed structural diagram of the Metropolitan Museum immediately appeared before his eyes. Is that all it takes? It being too easy was also not good. The easier it was, the more surprised Sumu was. Not bad, not bad. Sumu smiled faintly. The Metropolitan Museum actually has such a loophole. Very good, very good. He clenched his fist and stepped in decisively. Time is tight, Sumu muttered softly. I should still climb up to the rooftop to check the situation first. In the classroom, everyone was cheering for him. Master, go for it. The mission in this black mission book is really tough. None of the previous challengers managed to complete the mission in this book. The red-haired girl also rested her chin on her hand and stated her observation. There are only infrared scanners inside. I also saw a guard with guns on duty inside before, and the surveillance room monitors the Metropolitan Museum 24/7. Another female student added, for someone with A-level strength, just sneaking into the Metropolitan Museum is already extremely difficult, let alone taking the national treasures. I'm afraid the master is going to fail this time. Tuya also glanced at the screen, worried for Sumu. At this moment, Sumu was climbing step by step to the rooftop. Whoa, what is that? A few students suddenly discovered. Someone snuck into the Metropolitan Museum to steal things one step ahead of him. This is great. This person has directly cleared all the obstacles for me. Now I just need to slide down this rope. The students were buzzing with discussion, amazed at the master's ability. I was just wondering why he didn't bring any tools and just charged straight to the rooftop. A student nodded. Turns out he had long calculated that someone would go to steal things one step ahead of him. Sumu was full of question marks. This. He squatted down to observe. This is a colleague has arrived? How could it be such a coincidence that I ran into them? Not only was the skylight open, but all the infrared alarms around the window were also disabled. He looked around, even the cameras inside, the special alarm devices, and that bunch of police officers had all been taken care of by that person. Sumu was extremely excited. The heavens are really helping me this time. He put on his gloves and considered. Now I just need to go inside, exchange a look with that thief, and then we can each do our own thing. Sumu prepared to grab the rope and then slowly slide down it into the museum. The system was still counting down. I have to pack everything up and take it away within 30 minutes. Sumu had landed safely. The guards were collapsed inside, and Sumu couldn't help but exclaim, I have to say, this thief's preparations are really thorough. Oh dear. At this moment, he remembered an equally important matter. I was in such a hurry just now. I forgot to bring a backpack. Otherwise, how am I supposed to carry all this stuff? Suddenly, Sumu glanced in this direction. An idea flashed in his mind. I have a way. The students in the classroom were all stunned and took a sharp breath in unison. That works too. He directly tore down the curtains in the exhibition hall to use. It turned out Sumu's idea was to use the curtains as a backpack to wrap up all of Huaxia's national treasures inside. Everyone's hands were getting itchy as they watched. Look quickly, Big Bro is about to make a move on the things in the glass case. The transparent glass of this display case is made of super durable material. They were all looking forward to seeing what he would do. So he was also explaining on the side, as long as this glass panel is damaged in the slightest, the sensor inside will immediately blare the alarm. This type of display case is fixed to the ground. It's completely impossible to move the whole case. Everyone was discussing animatedly, tensely waiting to see what Big Bro would do. Sumu stood before the display case observing and said softly, System, bring up the detailed information for the security device. The system immediately displayed the information. Item Protection Device version 1.5. In the absence of an administrator's command, unless it is short-circuited, there is no way to open the protective glass. The system also provided instructions on how to use it. Please press hard here, forcing the outer iron plate into the cabinet. Sumu nodded. So, I just need to short-circuit it to open the cabinet. Is it that simple? He immediately swung his arm, landing a heavy punch, and the button area instantly caved in. The protective glass slowly disappeared. Some of the students were frozen on the spot. Others had their mouths agape, too shocked to speak. That works too? Sumu smiled, satisfied with his first achievement. Next, he looked around, continuing his search for other treasures. Dragon head, take it. Mural, take it. The black bronze sword is also collected. The vase is also packed in a bag. The bag grew bigger and bigger, and Sumu couldn't stop smiling. The bag had turned into a large sack, and he was almost done packing. He went deeper inside. The next target was the clear, red-glazed porcelain bowl. Sumu walked with ease, even humming a little tune. On the other side, that thief appeared extremely cautious, every step taken with utmost care. The two of them suddenly froze, their eyes meeting. The thief's eyes widened. The large sack on Sumu's shoulder left him speechless. He pointed at the things behind Sumu and said, I came to steal. Are you here to clear out the inventory? You've taken way too much. Sumu replied with a radiant smile. Well, my friend, your vision is too narrow. Since I'm already here, wouldn't it be a great injustice to myself if I didn't take a little more? Sumu even helped him analyze the pros and cons. As long as you get caught, it's a definite death sentence. You get the death sentence for taking a little. Just like me, isn't that a huge loss? The thief was stunned by what he heard and began to calculate. Sumu had achieved his goal. He thought to himself, if he takes the rope at the skylight later, my escape plan will be a lot more troublesome. Besides, leaving someone here as a scapegoat isn't a bad idea. Sumu even gave him a tip. There's still curtains in the exhibition hall. I just passed by. They're still there. You should hurry and go pack another round. Sumu even egged him on. Look at that small bag of yours. How can there be a thief with so little ambition? The thief was completely fooled by Sumu. Big Bro, I think you're right. And he hurried off to find the curtains. Sumu also quickly went to find a clear, red-glazed porcelain bowl. The clear, red-glazed porcelain bowl has appeared. He had walked to the front. So this is it. He touched it lightly. A second later, the black notebook on his back suddenly vibrated. Sumu put the sack down, took out the black notebook to look, and said softly, new information has appeared. Sure enough, a new page had appeared on it. Congratulations to player EM for officially activating werewolf mode. As you're the first player to complete the mission, the thief persona you're playing will be listed as the most wanted criminal on the New York map. Sumu cursed after reading it. This is in the game. The 13 challengers will be divided into 2 opposing factions and will also have to face pursuit from certain forces in New York City. Your identity in this game is... He couldn't see clearly what was written after that. Although he couldn't see the rest clearly, Sumu immediately burst out laughing. He finally knew the gameplay for this spatial game. All the information gathered so far could be summarized in 3 points. 13 challengers divided into opposing factions and being hunted by a mysterious force. Sumu shouldered the sack. The first thing he needed to do now was to get these national treasures to the embassy. His identity information was still M, probably because the mission was not yet complete. Sumu quickly left the museum, thinking about the next steps as he walked. After delivering the national treasures to the embassy, he had to figure out who was an enemy, who was an ally, and what that mysterious force was. Sumu appeared at the skylight on the roof. He raised his head and signaled to the thief from earlier. Hey. Under the thief's astonished and dazed gaze, Sumu took a running start and leaped up to the skylight. He landed safely, turned his head, and glanced at the other person. Next time you cut the rope, remember to climb a little higher. The other person panicked. Boss, please don't, I was just kidding. Huffed. The thief cursed. Sumu calmly untied the rope, gently tossing it down below the window. Don't worry, you can joke around in prison. At this moment, lawyer Jiang Qing was waiting at the basement entrance, a sense of unease spreading. Why isn't he out yet? She was worried about his safety. Time ticked by second. The alarm in the museum had already sounded. If he didn't leave soon, he would probably. Sumu walked over from a distance with a calm expression, a giant bundle made from curtains on his back. Lawyer Jiang, I brought the items. Jiang Qing's jaw dropped as she looked at the large bundle he brought. There's so much. Sumu smiled and even proactively opened the bundle for Jiang Qing to inspect. I've taken out all the national treasures from inside. She looked at the precious cultural relics piled inside, unable to hide her astonishment. Bronze tripods, murals, Wujin swords, Huaxiao artifacts. You really did it. Immediately after, Lawyer Jiang gave an order to the captain behind her. There's not much time. Captain Wang, quickly escort these national treasures and this gentleman back to the country. Instantly, a tall and sturdy man appeared. Sumu had also completed his mission, and he muttered, thinking of another way. The mission in his notebook was done. There was no need to waste time with these side characters now. He had to quickly return and regroup with Zhao Zhao to plan the next step. He turned his head and said to Jiang Qing, Oh, hey, Lawyer Jiang, I'll leave these things to you all. I have other business, so I'll be leaving first. After speaking, Sumu turned and left, ignoring Jiang Qing calling after him. Sir, please wait a moment. Captain Wang, standing behind her, asked in a low voice, What do we do now? Jiang Qing smiled faintly. Don't mind him, just proceed as planned. First escort these national treasures safely back to the country. He immediately nodded, understood. Sumu took a cab back to the apartment, and as soon as he got out of the car, he focused on a new page that had appeared in his notebook. The notebook read, Congratulations. Mission 8, Porcelain Glaze, has been successfully completed. Your current identity is werewolf. What you need to do now is to assist the mysterious force and eliminate all the defectors. Sumu, of course, did not believe he was a werewolf. Then, another line of information appeared, but the words that followed were hidden, impossible to see clearly. He muttered, What's this situation? Sumu then had the system look it up. System, help me check my black notebook. The system window received a notification. The black notebook belongs to someone. It cannot be seen clearly. There is some interfering information on it. The identity of the notebook's owner is werewolf. Sumu frowned, seeming to understand something. What the hell is someone? Could it be that this notebook isn't mine? He looked down at the notebook, thinking to himself, then it's very likely my identity isn't werewolf, but that I just happened to pick up some werewolf's notebook. Sumu stood by the roadside, looking all around. If it weren't for this system, I probably would have been fooled by this notebook long ago, thinking I was a real werewolf. So, what is my real identity? He quickly went upstairs, returning home intending to check Zhao Jiao's notebook, hoping to find another clue. Lisa had been helped to the bed and was still lost in a sweet dream. One more drink. Zhao Jiao had finally waited for his return. Big shot, you're finally back. The two sat on the sofa, and Sumu immediately brought up the notebook. Zhao Jiao let me borrow your notebook for a bit. She handed it to him without any hesitation. Oh, here you go. There was even a large character for kill on the cover. Sumu flipped it open and was immediately stunned, hurriedly having the system check the detailed information of the notebook in his hand. The system immediately analyzed. The notebook belongs to someone. It is filled with the memories of an assassin, a terrorist. The original owner of this notebook must have been a murderer. Sumu felt helpless. The clues were still too few. He muttered softly, wanting to find information quickly. In this werewolf game, everyone's identity is very chaotic. I have to find at least half of the notebooks to be able to determine the identities of the other challengers. At this moment, the system dinged. A notification window appeared. Sumu, player the Prophet, player Black Crow, player Thick Black Scholar have found their identities. The dialogue between challengers has been opened. The online conference of challengers begins. Another notification was sent when the distance between all players is no more than 500 meters. A live conference of challengers can be opened where everyone can vote to execute one person. Sumu thought to himself, right now, besides me, the other challengers have all lost their memories. This gives me a huge advantage. I have to drop a bombshell and seize the rhythm of the entire game. Let's just have them meet in person once and see. Before entering the group chat, Sumu opened a live stream and instructed Zhao. I'll post a message in the chat in a moment. You coordinate with me in there. So M suggested, let's just meet in person. We'll know who's on which side once we talk. The others quickly responded, M, is that you? You pick the location. We'll go over there tonight and sort this out. For Sumu, this was of course not a problem. He said he would choose a crowded place to meet and no one had any objections. At this moment, in another place, 3 mysterious robed figures were staring at the system's control panel. One of them said coldly, in this werewolf game, quickly, I'm dying to know who the werewolf is. Another believed that the werewolves were definitely in the minority. As long as we band together, they won't be able to make a move. Another person had no other opinion, cheerfully saying to send the address out quickly. Sumu was very satisfied with these people's reactions, pushing them to meet in person, then finding an opportunity to examine their notebooks, which would give him more information. So he decided to choose the open ground at the foot of the Statue of Liberty as the gathering spot. The others immediately agreed, but there was still someone who showed some hesitation. You're asking us to meet in an open area. Do you have another motive? For example, if something happens, we won't be able to escape. Sumu read this message and could only lean back in his chair and sigh. Why do these troublemakers always have to pop up? Sure enough, the person who sent the message was that drug addict, who is now confidently speaking with the identity of the Prophet. Everyone, don't listen to him. Trust a good person with the title The Prophet like me. This is my special ability. As long as there's a player within a 300-meter radius, I can determine that person's identity. M, do you dare to let me try to predict? I'm sure you are the werewolf. After reading it, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. This prophet really was a persistent ghost. He still wouldn't let him go even after losing his memory, and even dared to boldly slander him. Sumu scornfully typed in the group chat, retorting, what a coincidence. Your nickname and identity are both the Prophet. Is there really such a coincidence? You're sure you didn't just make that up yourself? If you've already completed your mission, take out your notebook for us to see later. Zhao immediately chimed in with a sentence. That's right. You have to show us your notebook then. This seamless coordination made Sumu very satisfied, and he even gave the blue-haired girl a thumbs up. Sumu continued to add fuel to the fire. Everyone must be careful of that prophet. Don't let him fool you. Remember to consider this point when we vote later. The prophet, condemned by everyone, angrily said to him, although my strength has dropped to F rank, my prophetic ability remains. I still have a feeling, M, that you are my enemy. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared. I'll only ask you one thing. Do you dare to show your notebook? After speaking, he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. He hallucinated a foot stopping in front of him, asking, do you still remember what happened before? Sumu's abyss-like black eyes appeared, coldly asking, why don't I have any impression of you? So you slandered me to get revenge. Zhao at the side immediately jumped out and said, you made up this prophet identity, didn't you? It was so you could get close to M and eliminate him. Sumu also coughed to remind everyone, fellow players, pay attention to the prophet. This guy is very likely the real werewolf. He doesn't want us to gather together because he's afraid his real identity will be exposed. The other players immediately questioned the prophet. Why do you still have memories from before the amnesia? And you're slandering him. That makes the probability of you being a werewolf even higher. No one sided with him, causing him to panic and explain, I only knew through a prophecy that M was my enemy. I haven't had time to predict anything else. Why is everyone suddenly supporting M? He stomped his foot in anger, pointed at Sumu, and said, you want to gather at the Statue of Liberty, right? Let's go then. Who's afraid of who? but I can guarantee M is the werewolf. A group of students saw M's excellent counterattack and praised him one after another for not only clearing his name, but also flinging mud onto the prophet, causing him to fall into his own verbal trap and reveal a flaw. Big Brother M, truly a top-tier master. On the lecture podium, Su Mu's sister, helping him with his disguise, commented, "Not wrong. The prophet shouldn't have revealed information about his past life. This is no different from pushing himself to the opposite side." Then, Suya frowned and thought to herself, now that the other players think the prophet knows the reason for everyone's amnesia, his situation will be extremely passive from now on. Su Mu was asking Zhao Zhao, "Can you still turn into a tiny person and sit on my head?" Although the girl had lost her memory, this skill didn't seem to have disappeared. Su Mu quickly told Zhao Zhao to try again. If she really lost this skill, he would have to quickly find some weapons for self-defense. Zhao Zhao focused on using her skill, and a few seconds later, she indeed succeeded, sitting on Su Mu's head. Great, I'll just need to bring Zhao Jiao's notebook to meet those people later. With Zhao Zhao backing me up, there probably won't be any major problems. At the foot of the Statue of Liberty, people were still coming and going. The prophet hid in the crowd. Yesterday, he had sacrificed 15 years of his lifespan in exchange for images from before his amnesia. Based on those clues, he was even more certain that he and M had a feud. So even if they were both werewolves in this game, he was determined to eliminate M. At this moment, someone approached the prophet from behind, their movements extremely fast, holding a pistol. The old man laughed loudly, raising his gun and aiming forward, prepared to die. But there was no sign of M in front of him at all. Passers-by kept cursing at him, calling him a psycho, a madman. He looked around in a panic. That's not right. I clearly saw him. In fact, M had long been hiding in a corner watching the show. His performance had completely shaken the will of the others. "Everyone, see me yet? Can you take out your black notebooks now?" He was glued to the screen, quickly typing the words he wanted to say. "Everyone, feel free to take them out. The distance between us is no more than 500 meters now. If anyone dares to open fire and kill someone, we will directly vote to eliminate that murderer. Everyone, don't hesitate anymore. There are some people in black robes approaching nearby." A stranger appeared from behind, looking towards Su Mu. "I don't know when the next meeting will be. We should resolve this sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if something sudden happens later." That person still hadn't taken down Su Mu and thought through gritted teeth. "This kid, you're lucky this time. Just wait until the time is right." Su Mu immediately requested a query from the system. "System, check the detailed information of these notebooks." First was the notebook of a red-haired girl. Someone's notebook. It's full of things about investigating extramarital affairs. Seems to be a detective's notebook. The identity written on it is the prophet. Next is Black Crow's notebook. Someone's notebook. It's full of drawings of beautiful clothes and dresses. It seems to be a girl's notebook. The identity written on it is Villager. Su Mu muttered, "A detective investigating affairs. Isn't that me?" Moreover, besides Zhao Zhao, there didn't seem to be any other girls here, so the second one must be Zhao Jiao's real notebook. Her identity is Villager. Sumo continued to observe thoughtfully. Next was the notebook of a strange man. Someone's notebook. It's full of critiques of bizarre creatures. Seems to be a criminal's notebook. The identity written on it is werewolf. Su Mu was stunned. Impossible. All the remaining notebooks were related to criminal cases. Could it be that the remaining people are all werewolves? Only me and Zhao Zhao are good guys here. The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. This werewolf game only has 2 good guys and 11 are wolves. The numerical disparity is too great. So the good guy faction must have some special ability. Otherwise, this game is fundamentally unplayable. Su Mu looked at the notebook in his hand again, assessing the current situation. It seems the possibility of me being the prophet is very high, but so far, besides having the system's assistance, he himself hasn't felt any other special abilities. He frowned. Could it be because the notebook with the prophet's identity isn't in my hands? He observed the crowd in front of him, quietly telling himself, "The notebook with the prophet identity isn't in my hands, so I can't use this identity's ability. And the notebooks of those werewolves aren't in their hands either." Su Mu carefully evaluated everyone present today, so they probably don't have special abilities either. Su Mu began to scheme. In that case, I'll have to find a chance later to get my and Zhao Jiao's notebooks back, then try again to verify my reasoning. He tightened his grip on the notebook in his hand. If it's really all werewolves here, then I can release some false information and pretend to be a werewolf. Su Mu had already begun to act, his gaze becoming sharper, a wolf in sheep's clothing. They were gathered at the foot of the Statue of Liberty. Someone spoke up to complain. What's going on? We're still missing one person. The man with glasses looked very displeased. A face-to-face meeting is only meaningful if everyone is here. Actually, Zhao Zhao was hiding on top of Sumu's head as the 13th player. A brown-haired man stood up to voice his opinion. It's fine. It's not a big deal if not everyone is here. Anyway, only 4 people have completed their notebook missions for now. We only came here this time to see the identities of those 4. After speaking, he glanced down. You're M, right? I remember someone named the Prophet, said you were a werewolf? Correct. The man with glasses pondered. That's right. So where's the Prophet? He turned his head to look around, searching for the old man's whereabouts. That old man. Get out here for a confrontation. Sumu immediately made his move. I have a skill that can counter the Prophet, but I don't know if it can be used in the game this time. He tilted his face to look forward. If it works, as long as I get close to the Prophet, he's dead for sure. Everyone found this interesting. Sumu recalled an old memory. He remembered the Prophet always wore a necklace with a star-shaped pendant. That old man had tried to attack him on the university campus a few days ago. He remembered this scene very clearly. The star-shaped pendant. Sumu marked this detail. There it is. Found it. Sumu immediately pointed at the old man in the hat. You're the Prophet, aren't you? The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. You said I'm a werewolf, so come out and confront me. There's so many people watching here. If there's a werewolf, no one will escape. That old man was also very cunning, retorting, why should I stand opposite you? What if you suddenly kill me? He clutched the notebook tightly to his chest. If you want a confrontation, I'm fine standing right here. The old man suddenly opened his notebook. 2 large words were clearly visible. The identity, indeed, read the Prophet. He began to play a psychological game. You all see it. M is always confronting me. He's targeting me. He must be the werewolf. The handsome man in sunglasses carefully observed the old man's identity. It was indeed the Prophet. The old man asked mockingly, M, where's your notebook? The man in the hat also chimed in. Take it out and show us your identity. If you're a werewolf, we'll vote on the spot. Sumu frowned, looking a little impatient. The university students watched intently, chattering amongst themselves. How will Big Shot M prove himself this time? The identity in his notebook is indeed werewolf. If Big Shot M can't prove he's not a werewolf, once the other 11 wolves all know their identities, Big Shot M is dead for sure. The short-haired girl was worried and uneasy. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for M. The red-haired girl analyzed that since, including him, only 4 people currently knew their identities. She calculated carefully if he chose to tell everyone now that they were all werewolves, it was very likely these people wouldn't believe him. At this moment, Sumu stood under everyone's scrutinizing and hesitant gazes, thinking silently. He had long been prepared for this situation. The key to breaking the stalemate was that Zhao Zhao had not yet appeared. Now that the others all thought Zhao Zhao was not present, anything was possible. In the case that Zhao Zhao was absent, a live meeting couldn't be held, and the way to resolve the situation was also very simple. Seeing the mix of anticipation and tension in their eyes, he felt even more interested. That was to directly pretend to be a werewolf, team up with Zhao Zhao and another wolf, and begin a frenzied hunt. Sumu's lips curled slightly, calculating how to turn the situation into a 3-on-10. He carefully arranged everything, first using the system to investigate the detailed information of the other wolf, then seeing if he could make a move. The system looked up that person's detailed information and immediately sent a secret report. Codenamed Black Crow, a Beastman subordinate of Lord World, A-rank powerhouse, special type, current identity is werewolf. After hearing this, Sumu was stunned. A subordinate of Lord World, a crow beastman. Could this person be the one who saved the Prophet? System, check the Prophet's detailed information. He put his hands in his pockets, re-evaluating the old man. Ding! Information has arrived. Codename the Prophet, evil cultist, subordinate of Lord World, A-rank powerhouse, special type, current identity is werewolf. He almost burst out laughing. As expected, these two were both henchmen of Lord World. They were on the same side. If that's the case, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Right now, only he knew that the notebook in each person's hand was not their own, plus the fact that these two both had amnesia and didn't know each other. This way, he could pretend to be a werewolf and first team up with Black Crow to deal with the Prophet. Sumu slowly raised his notebook, laughing coldly to himself, not hiding it at all. Here, take a look, I'm a good guy. The masked young man was startled. He's the same as me. Both are werewolves. He naturally had his own ambitions and calculations, and although he didn't understand how M knew his identity, cooperating with him at this moment to kill all the other players was the optimal choice. Sumu turned his head and glanced at him. This expression, the fish has taken a bait, very good. He understood his meaning. Sumu brazenly held the notebook out in front of the old prophet, provoking him. Hey, prophet, have you seen my identity yet? Am I a good guy? The old man was so angry his teeth chattered. Isn't this a werewolf? Then, like a professional actor, he pointed straight at his face, exclaiming in shock, M, you're exposed. You're a werewolf. You're a werewolf. He was still rambling on, completely unaware of the danger right behind him. Sumu smiled, his eyes sharp, signaling to strike now. Waiting for this exact moment, the masked man and he charged forward to attack simultaneously. The other students were dumbfounded, utterly shocked. M had chosen the riskiest method, directly playing the role of a werewolf to start a battle. This was also possible. The red-haired young man stared angrily, cursing in his heart. What the hell? M is directly playing the role of a werewolf and rebelling. Is he really not afraid of death? Even with one werewolf teammate, he can't possibly beat 10 players. Someone from another team slammed the table in anger. How on earth did he figure out that Black Crow was a werewolf? Not far away, the handsome curly-haired guy and his friend with glasses were observing the battle. Just now, M and Black Crow had looked at each other for a moment. He flashed a standard villainous smile, his handsome face unable to hide his interest. From Black Crow's confused eyes, one could guess that he himself didn't know how his identity was exposed. This M, he's really getting harder and harder to predict. The old man gritted his teeth and raised his gun, aiming it straight at Sumu Dai. Just as the muzzle was aimed at him, the system suddenly announced, an evil spirit has appeared in the vicinity. The judge's stealth passive has appeared. A challenger has appeared. The divine judge's lifespan is shortened. Detected that the challenger's body is entangled with multiple souls. Punishment damage increased. The divine judge is inviolable. Double punishment activated. He excitedly sped up and rushed forward, without a trace of fear. Come on, divine judge. Suddenly, a stream of yellow energy enveloped the old man. The system's cold, metallic countdown rang out. 10 years. Gradually, the old man's hand holding the gun suddenly went limp, as if swatted away by something. 20 years. The process is complete. 60 years. At this moment, the old man's wrinkled eyes suddenly lit up, stunned as if he had seen a golden light. He screamed in terror. What is this? Behind you. What is that thing? Immediately after, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. No. The system's notification sound echoed. Player M has eliminated Player the Prophet. Current number of survivors is 12. Player Black Crow has eliminated players Top, Student Heizi, and Goo. Current number of survivors is 11. Love at first sight stood on this side, looking at him confidently, and said, M, you underestimate us too much. By the way, the 2 of you against the 8 of us. Is there something wrong with your heads? A flame condensed in the thick black scholar's hand as he threatened in a low voice. Those 2 deserve to die. Once we clean up you 2 wolves, this match can be over. Everyone, attack together. Show no mercy. At this moment, Sumu had retrieved the notebook from the person he had just taken down. The system quickly displayed another notification. Congratulations on finding your own notebook. Your identity is the prophet. He didn't seem too surprised. As expected, only by obtaining one's own notebook could one receive their true skills and identity. That wasn't all. As the prophet, you will receive the following abilities in this round. 100% chance to change fate, to foresee a future beneficial to yourself. Every 4 hours, you can check another person's identity once. After both the prophet and the villager have obtained their notebooks, every other day, the 2 of you can hold a small meeting to vote out one player. Learning this information, a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Among the prophet's 3 abilities, aside from the second one, the other 2 were truly godly skills. Sumu gradually shifted his attention to the thick black scholars group. First, I can foresee a future beneficial to myself, which can be used to save my life at a critical moment. Next, as long as I get Jiao's real notebook, I can hold a small meeting with her to vote someone out. Thinking of this, he immediately made a deal with Black Crow behind him. In this battle, we must risk it all for a quick, decisive victory. You take 4. I'll take 4. Any problem with that? Black Crow had his own calculations. If they went all out, it would surely attract the mysterious forces in this space, and then no one would be able to escape. Therefore, he suggested, I'll get you out of here now. We can take our time and eliminate them all slowly. Sumu was not satisfied with this suggestion. No, that's too slow. If we let them escape and complete the tasks in their notebooks, it'll be very troublesome. Therefore, right now, he had to find a way to make Black Crow stay. Sumu naturally needed the system's help. He used the prophet's skill, changing fate to create a future beneficial to himself. They will conduct friendly talks with you, and no one can escape. He had never really considered this concept. Forget about any talks. It was still unclear what those mysterious forces were. It was better to fight a swift battle and end the game early. After some calm thought, he decided to be direct with Black Crow. We can't escape. I already offended those mysterious forces when I completed my notebook task earlier. It's very likely they've already locked all of us in. Besides, look, this group has been talking for a while, but hasn't made a move. So I guess they're mainly afraid that acting rashly will be disadvantageous for them. So they're just waiting for others to make the first move. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward to lead the charge. Don't hesitate anymore. This is the only chance the wolves have. At this point, even though he didn't want to, Black Crow could only do as he said. This was the only way. His wings quickly appeared, using his ability to fly to attack from above. Sumu once again requested the system to initiate a three-dimensional dynamic analysis and quickly saw through his opponent's thoughts. The thick black scholar, a B-rank fire type transcendent from a modern university. At this moment, he was planning to use fire to approach EMO, then incinerate him in one blow. Relying on this ability, he had grasped the opponent's weakness. Now that the opponent had weakened to B rank, and if he borrowed a few more hacking skill from the system, he should be able to deal with him quickly. But the thick black scholar was completely unaware of this, still confidently walking down that path. The moment he summoned the flames, Sumu on the opposite side also charged forward at maximum speed. The system had displayed all of his fatal weaknesses. Sumu's lightning-fast movements allowed him to easily snatch the notebook from his opponent. And after succeeding, he didn't forget to add a taunt. I'll be taking this. This made the thick black scholar roar through gritted teeth. Bastard. He hurriedly turned to chase, wanting to get the notebook back. Give me back my notebook. Now, it was Jiao Jiao's turn to act. She used a shield on her back to create a protective layer for Sumu, preventing the opponent's flames from getting close. What's going on? At the same time, Love at First Sight in front of Sumu also tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. Sumu knew he would charge in the next second, so he used the thick black scholar as a shield, smoothly turning his body. Love at First Sight's expression changed drastically as he watched helplessly as the daggers he had just thrown all embedded themselves in the thick black scholar. That wasn't all. Sumu suddenly saw a series of crow feathers falling one by one. He frowned and turned his head to look, a look of surprise on his face. If he hadn't been so agile, he would have likely been hit by these seemingly light crow feathers long ago. Sumu looked at Black Crow circling above his head and immediately realized the situation was not good. Black Crow had betrayed him. Black Crow extended his sharp talons and quickly swooped toward Sumu. He attacked relentlessly, his body flickering in and out of sight, making it impossible for Sumu to dodge. Helpless, he could only use his defensive shield. Jiao Jiao shouted in panic. The shield is about to break. Black Crow launched a full power strike, tearing through her virtual armor. Jiao Jiao let out a tragic scream and slowly fell. Sumu called out worriedly, Jiao Jiao. She flew towards Sumu, and he caught her just in time. Jiao Jiao showed a pained expression. Ouch, ouch. Love at First Sight stepped forward and said smugly, so there was one left here. EMO, you miscalculated. The crowd of spectators outside erupted in discussion. It's over, Black Crow betrayed him. Master EMO is in danger. Now he has to fight 1 against 8. But why did Black Crow suddenly turn on him? Looking at his reaction just now, it was clear he trusted EMO a lot. This was most likely Black Crow's plan. He pretended to agree with EMO, first to make him lower his guard, then took the opportunity to strike, catching the opponent off guard. At this moment, Suya, in the form of Sumu, silently stared at the screen. A dazed little girl asked, King of Space, hurry up and explain, why on earth did Black Crow suddenly turn on him? Another little boy chimed in, yeah, King of Space, hurry up and reveal the answer. The screen switched to a scene on the rooftop of the Q University lecture hall. The prophet had borrowed Black Crow's lifespan. Black Crow agreed. I agree. Seeing this, the prophet continuously chanted a spell. Wuhua, Tu Shui, Jin Dan, Lin Ding, Shunji Fangyu, Fengyu Shinzhou Xianling. Black Crow felt that something was wrong. A demon-like figure rushed forward, entering his body. He cried out in pain, ugh. The old man let out a strange laugh. Ha 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 ha. A system notification appeared. The prophet died because of Black Crow. Black Crow will lose everything in the 10-person showdown, unless he first kills the person he cooperated with. On the screen, Black Crow was strangling a man, causing him to cough a few times before he stopped breathing. The system notification still echoed in his head. You will lose everything in the 10-person showdown, unless you first kill the person he cooperated with. At this moment, everyone in the hall who saw this scene finally understood. So that's how it is. This damn prophet screwed over EMO. Which guild does he belong to anyway? That ability is too twisted. In short, the situation is now extremely unfavorable for the Master. As long as someone remembers the voting, Master EMO will be in danger. At this time in the game, in front of everyone, love at first sight proposed. Now that this girl is here, we can start voting. The mysterious man declared, now that everyone is here, we can eliminate one person first. The girl standing next to him hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, if this girl is with EMO, then there are only 3 wolves in this round. The other person completely ignored her, saying resolutely, no matter what, let's just eliminate EMO first and talk later. Behind the screen, everyone was in a panic. It's over if Master EMO still can't think of a solution. He's definitely done for this round. Man's plans are no match for Heaven's. Who would have thought that Black Crow would know the way the prophet himself died? Love at first sight threatened. Let's see which wolf is better to eliminate first. The audience couldn't help but sigh. This time, the initiative for the whole situation is in their hands. As long as these 7 people unite and vote, Master EMO and Black Crow basically have no chance of turning the tables. So you still silently believe, Sumu, you will definitely win. You are the Master EMO that everyone acknowledges. EMO will not lose, right? Jiao Jiao stood behind EMO, hesitating for a moment. What do we do now? If they eliminate the Master, there's no point in a useless person with no combat power like me living on. So she jumped onto his back, her arms wrapping around his neck, and said to him, Master, let's charge. If we die, we should die gloriously. Sumu was startled, his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening, thinking to himself, Sumu suggested to her in a low voice, the game isn't over yet. It's too early to give up now. Get down first. Hearing this, Jiao Jiao happily agreed. Okay. The next second, Sumu said, I have a gift I want to give you. He handed Jiao Jiao a notebook and instructed her, once you get it, see if there's any new information. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, the system immediately displayed a notification, just as he said, congratulations on finding your own notebook. You can now share all your information with the good side. Do you wish to share? Of course, she chose to share. The system also added information. Your identity is a villager, the only villager. You possess the following abilities. She herself hadn't expected to be the only villager. The 3 abilities she possessed were, respectively, 1. As the only villager, you represent the will of the good side in offline voting. You alone possess 6.5 votes, exactly half of 13 people. 2. You will receive the protection of the mysterious force in this space. 3. After you and the prophet both possess your own notebooks, every other day, the 2 of you can hold a small meeting. Eliminating 1 player from the game was completely within Sumu's expectations. As expected, in a situation with as many as 11 wolves, the space would definitely provide a certain compensation for the good side. It seemed this space still paid great attention to the balance of the game. Those watching through the screen immediately felt that the abilities the system gave her were too appealing. Possessing 6.5 votes and also being protected by the mysterious force, the situation suddenly became unpredictable. How could Sumu not take advantage of what Jiao Jiao had? He immediately began to devise a plan. If that's the case, let's first deal with Black Crow, then team up with Jiao Jiao to neatly deal with the remaining 7 challengers. Having thought it through, he finally spoke. To achieve our goal, I propose we hold a vote. Love at first sight made a similar proposal. Fine, let's vote EMO out of the game first. Then in the next round, the 7 of us will vote for Black Crow. The person in the black cloak standing next to him agreed after hearing this. Okay. The vote quickly proceeded as he wished. Players, please choose the player you want to eliminate. At this moment, EMO had received 3 votes, and the number was gradually increasing to 4. At this point, he needed her help and hurriedly called out, quickly, Jiao Jiao. She still didn't fully understand his meaning. Sumu looked at her, gave a meaningful smile, and said, cast your vote for Black Crow. When the system announced that Jiao Jiao, the only villager on the good side, had voted for the player Black Crow, love at first sight's expression immediately changed, and even the red-haired girl was no exception. Just like that, Black Crow's vote count reached 6.5. Black Crow was suddenly in a dangerous situation. What? She's the only villager on the good side. Love at first sight tried to persuade her. Hey, you girl named Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? EMO is a wolf. Don't let him use you. She naturally didn't believe his words and immediately retorted, Master EMO is not a wolf. He is the prophet. The previous prophet was a fake. This left him confused, but Emo's notebook says he's a wolf. How can he be the prophet? She said loudly from the opposite side, I, as a villager, also possess a type of ability. I can make a judgment together with the prophet. Now I will eliminate Black Crow from the game to prove it to you. System request. I'd like to open a small meeting to vote with the prophet. The screen quickly displayed the voting interface. According to the system announcement, player EMO and player Jiao Jiao have opened a small meeting to vote together. The player unanimously decided upon by the two will be eliminated from the game. Will the two of you please choose the player you wish to eliminate? This vote was also displayed synchronously on the other player's screens. The prophet and the villager are voting. It wasn't until this moment that it dawned on Love at first sight. Could it be that EMO really is the prophet? But could the notebook have been wrong? Sumu kindly reminded everyone, the notebooks in our hands are not necessarily our own. Only when you receive the real notebook that belongs to you will the system give a notification. I also mistakenly thought I was a wolf before. Although he spoke very persuasively, Love at first sight was still full of doubt, analyzing loudly. You two just eliminated two wolves and just happened to get back the notebooks belonging to you two, and then you two just happened to both be good guys. The words had just left his mouth when he was scolded directly by Jiao Jiao. Are you stupid? Didn't you see the system announcement? A small meeting requires a unanimous vote from two people to eliminate a player. If the prophet were among us, could I use the small meeting to eliminate Black Crow by myself? She cleverly steered public opinion towards him. I see you don't trust Master EMO so much. Could it be that you're the wolf? This made Love at first sight panic for a moment. After all, the system didn't specify there were only two wolves. Who knew if there were three wolves in this round? Her reasoning ability made even Su Mu praise her inwardly. Well done, Jiao Jiao. As long as we make these 7 people uncertain, we'll have a chance to escape this dangerous vote. Jiao Jiao was determined to protect Su Mu and even deliberately said a few words to sow discord. Well, you guys who are following the vote should be careful. That guy named Love at first sight, who knows if he'll secretly vote for you in the next round. As a result, one by one, they began to waver. That seems to make sense. She's recognized by the system as a good person. How could she be wrong? Love at first sight suddenly became the #1 suspect, panicking greatly. Listen to me. Don't let her lead you by the nose. Black Crow, standing to one side, was also calculating silently. No matter how they voted, as long as Jiao Jiao and EMO voted for him in the small meeting, he would die no matter what. He was already cornered. He could only think of one way. If that's the case, it's better to just take out EMO first, break the power of the prophet and villagers' small meeting, and then fly straight off the scene. That was the optimal plan. Having thought it through, he decided to act decisively, launching a fatal blow towards EMO die. Black Crow's action made even the red-haired girl unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. The other players also completed their choices one after another. Player Love at first sight has voted for player Black Crow. Player Wu Li has voted for player Black Crow. Player Keyboard Warrior has voted for player Black Crow. Player Divine Eagle also voted for player Black Crow. Black Crow's vote count is 10.5. Sumu seemed to have anticipated everything. He looked at him with a smug expression and said, "You're finished." At the same time, Black Crow's action also stopped abruptly. What's happening? He couldn't move, even though the person was right in front of him. The reason was simple, because player Black Crow had been voted out of the game. Among the 9 remaining challengers, he only had time to scream no before disappearing. Everything seemed to be within his calculations. He clearly knew Jiao Jiao was a good side player announced by the system, yet he still attacked us. Isn't that just proving he's a wolf? He was really digging his own grave. After dealing with Black Crow, he moved on to the next target. Alright, Jiao Jiao, now, in the small meeting, cast all your votes for Love at first sight. This stunned Love at first sight, who hurriedly tried to negotiate. Wait, I don't even know my real identity yet. You can't do this, we can. He hadn't finished his words before the two had finished voting. While laughing loudly, he could only let out a cry of a naturally. After the small meeting consulted the opinions of the prophet and the villager, player Love at first sight was also eliminated from the game. There are now 8 challengers remaining. Shall you quietly watch the recent scene and couldn't help but sigh. No, he let him waste another opportunity in the game. He was extremely annoyed, and in the end, he didn't manage to investigate anything. What a pity. Back in the game, after two people were forced to log out, the red-haired girl finally noticed something unusual. Wait, Black Crow and Love at First Sight have both been eliminated. Why hasn't the match ended yet? Sumu added in a low voice. Oh, so that means among you, there's still one wolf who hasn't been exposed. Jiao also enthusiastically chimed in. That's right, my big brothers and my identities have been confirmed by the system. We're good guys. The remaining wolf can only be among you. Her words made the other girl's face turn pale in an instant, stuttering, unable to speak. Don't worry, we can help you check your identities. Of course, you can also tell us if anyone beside you has shown any unusual behavior. At this moment, he seemed more excited than ever. Now we can eliminate a few people first. His tone seemed calm, but it couldn't help but terrify the listeners. He even wanted to let the wolves kill each other. This EMO has truly mastered the use of the rules. Now that these people have had their memories erased, they are worried that, in a situation where they don't know there are up to 11 wolves, everyone will surely think they are a good person. If it were me, I'd be just like them. The old man saw him about to leave and asked doubtfully, Reese, where are you going? Reese replied with an impatient look. The outcome of this match is already obvious. There's no point in watching anymore. I have to go prepare for the next match. He was determined to face Sumu head-on. I really hope I can meet you then. After his suggestion, the other players also began to have their own plans. But what if I'm also a wolf? Isn't following this group just waiting to die? EMO is right. Everyone is extremely tense about the upcoming decision. It's still better to protect myself first, and then find a way to confirm my identity later. The red-haired girl saw they intended to flee and shouted, "Get them! They're trying to escape." The purple-haired boy said excitedly, "They must be the wolves. They're running away because they have a guilty conscience." He watched the chaotic scene in front of him from behind and calmly said to Jiao, "All right, just let them be." The two of them unconsciously shared a confident smile, because no matter what, the final winner can only be us. After a chaotic battle, Player Lone Gunman has taken down Player Divine Eagle, Player Herbal Elite has taken down Player Keyboard Warrior, Player Chicken Soup has taken down Player Wooly. There are now 5 challengers left on the field. The red-haired girl frowned and thought. According to EMO, there must be one wolf among the 3 of us. Everyone had their own suspicions. A 1 in 3 probability was really too high. If I'm the wolf, then this was all for nothing. But if I'm not the wolf, and I get taken out by my teammates, that would be too unjust. Because of this, the man in the black hat decided to make the first move. Stop fighting. I need to hurry and complete my task, see my identity in the notebook, and then we'll see. I'm not fighting anymore. It'll be troublesome if I accidentally kill a teammate. Sumu naturally wouldn't let this happen, seeing them wanting to leave to complete their notebook tasks. He spoke up to stop them. "My apologies, you 3. I'm afraid you won't have that chance." He frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Sumu explained in a low voice. "Because when we completed our tasks, the mysterious force of the space had already locked all of us in. It's impossible for you to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial lock immediately appeared around them, proving that what he said was true.